Chapter 1: Activating the Scarlet System. Senpai, this isn't a good idea. Shen Yuan's breathing stagnated and his heart beat so fast that it hurt. The school beauty who was standing nearby looked very similar to a female star named Young. The dream goddess of all the boys in the school is now sitting astride him. The neckline revealed a large area of white skin, and her beautiful legs in black stockings were pressed tightly against his body. Shen Yuan's big hand, which had nowhere to put, happened to be stuck in the hollow of her sexy waist. That perfect waist and hip curve makes your blood boil. The next second, Shen Yuan suddenly woke up from the bed, his chest heaving violently. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night? He muttered to himself and grabbed a tissue from the bedside and started wiping it roughly. The eggplant novel was playing in the headphones. Aben's high school grades were not ideal. Scarlet Fantasy installation completed. Shen Yuan looked at the pop-up window on his phone and muttered, "What a rubbish mobile game ad." Just as he was about to quit, a line of text exploded before his eyes. 30S Dream Trial Experience has ended. Scarlet Fantasy is officially launched, the virtual interface is loading. Tong, brother Tong? You're finally here. Shen Yuan rubbed his eyes hard, feeling extremely excited. I knew that staying up late to read novels would lead to miracles. Please confirm whether to activate. Confirm cancel. Sure, I'm sure I am. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been distributed, do you want to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully unlocking the SSS level character Yi Xiene. Yi Xiene's character information has been unlocked, and the information will be pushed in time. Before Shen Yuan could react, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A graceful figure slowly appeared in front of him. The moment his vision focused, his pupils suddenly contracted and his breathing stagnated. Yi Xiene has a standard oval face and charming peach blossom eyes. Her long hair falls like a waterfall, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her skin is whiter than snow. The slender legs wrapped in black stockings left a shallow mark at the top. Shen Yuan cried out that even gods could not save him. This leg is longer than his life. As the sweet scent of gardenia fills your face. Shen Yuan suddenly remembered the video that went viral on WeChat Moments. The girl was wearing a white dress and playing the piano under the spotlight. The black silk jade feet are breathtakingly beautiful against the high heels. She is the campus beauty of Yangcheng University Yi Xiene. Shen Yuan's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. This system is too understanding? The warmth of his senior sister still lingered on his fingertips, and the delicate touch in his dream was so real and terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. There was a hurried knock on the door, interrupting Shen Yuan's thoughts. The rich second generation next door, Yang Ming, stood at the door with a very proud look on his face. What's wrong? Before Shen Yuan finished speaking, he noticed the white powder stains on his lips. Well, there is something I need to tell everyone. Yang Ming looked around the dormitory and deliberately glanced at Shen Yuan. Lin Shui just agreed to be with me. The whole dormitory fell silent in an instant. Shen Yuan's eyes paused slightly. Everyone knows that Lin Shui is the class beauty and also Shen Yuan's ex-girlfriend. It had only been a month since they broke up, but she had unexpectedly fallen into Yang Ming's arms so quickly. Yang Ming enjoyed this moment very much. He lowered his voice and whispered in Shen Yuan's ear. She also said, she hoped I wouldn't tell you. Congratulations, you two are a perfect match. Shen Yuan said lightly without even raising his eyelids. Now that I have the system in my hands and I have the school beauty, who would still care about this kind of gold digger? Yang Ming's face froze. Obviously he didn't expect Shen Yuan to react like this. He was both envious and jealous of the tall and handsome class idol Shen Yuan. On the other hand, apart from money, I am far ahead of him in terms of study and appearance. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes in disbelief, paused and continued. Of course, don't be angry, we are all competing fairly. Yang Ming continued to stimulate without giving up. Well, I'll give you a red envelope of 1,000 yuan to calm you down. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole dormitory became noisy. Boss Yang, how is the new teacher Sue? The third brother came forward flatteringly, rubbing his hands in a pretentious manner. I'll give it to you, and give me a red envelope too. The fourth brother was unwilling to fall behind, so he bent over 90 degrees and raised his but in front of Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, I live in Chengdu. Promising. Shen Yuan cursed and laughed as he lightly kicked the fourth brother, with just enough force to make the funny guy stagger. Then he turned to look at Yang Ming and said coldly, "No need." A hint of displeasure flashed across Yang Ming's face. He came here specially to show off, wanting to see Shen Yuan lose his composure, but he didn't expect him to be so calm. After staring at Shen Yuan for 2 seconds, he grinned. "Okay, let's have dinner together some other day." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned and left, deliberately slamming the dormitory door loudly. As soon as the door closed, the guy on the upper bunk spat out the toothpick in his mouth. What a jerk. Just because you have a few bucks, you think you're someone important. That's right. The fourth brother rubbed his kicked butt and agreed. Lin Shui is such a snob, they are a perfect match. Lock them up. Shen Yuan waved his hands, he knew that his brothers were trying to comfort him. He shrugged to show that he didn't care. Then he walked slowly to the balcony alone and studied the system. Shen Yuan clicked on Yi Xiene's character illustration and found himself in a goddess perspective. Everything around Yi Xiene instantly became clear and visible. Is this a bathroom? Name, Yi Xiene. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 96 points. Favorability, 0. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. After admiring her for a while, he called up the school beauty's character panel. Shen Yuan stared at the number of charging times and was overjoyed. The campus beauty likes to wear black stockings, and rumors about her never stop. Shen Yuan had heard a lot, and now it seemed that it was all malicious slander. Immediately afterwards, the system's pop-up interface popped up again. Congratulations on winning the 100 draw bonus for newbies. Do you want to draw now? There is such a good thing. Let's try 2 10 draw combos first to see what the explosion rate of this system is like. Shen Yuan took a deep breath and carefully controlled it with his mind. The mysterious gift box in front of me suddenly vibrated violently. A dazzling light burst out from the cracks in the box. White, blue, various colors of light are entwined. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the C-level character dormitory manager. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the B-level item critical hit eye patch. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the C-level item memory pill. When Shen Yuan thought of the dormitory manager's angry look, the corners of his mouth twitched. His temples were throbbing, so he just made up his mind and started clicking the buttons madly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the B-level item attack speed stockings. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the C-level character canteen ante. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the A-level item the lengthen pill. Finally, something decent has come out. Finally, after pulling out the first A-level item, he stopped. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he carefully read the description of the lengthening pill. After taking it, you can designate any part of the body to lengthen by 1 centimeter permanently. He looked down and shook his head, finding it a little ridiculous. The next second, he opened his mouth wide and threw it in quickly. I was afraid that the medicine would not be effective enough, so I chewed it hard. A warm current suddenly surged from the throat to the whole body, and finally gathered in an indescribable part. Shen Yuan squinted his eyes comfortably. This feeling was better than taking a hot spring bath. An inch longer, an inch stronger. My ancestors never lied to me. Shen Yuan felt like he could kill a cow now. The last 10 draws, it's up to you whether you want to or not. Shen Yuan licked his lips, closed his eyes, and moved his mind. A brilliant purple beam of light shot up into the sky. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the S-Class item Porsche Panamera. Permanent. Fuck. Before Shen Yuan had time to be happy, another red light came. Something's wrong? He vaguely sensed something strange. The red light only stayed for a moment, and immediately changed into a dazzling golden legend. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the SSS level item Succubus Pill. A pill covered in gold was quietly suspended, with strange light patterns flowing on its surface. Shen Yuan clicked on the instructions with trembling hands. After taking it, your charm value will be increased to max. Permanent. Shen Yuan tightly grasped the pill in his hand, his eyes constantly searching for his character panel. 10 minutes ago, girls' dormitory. The school beauty's face was rosy and her pulse was up and down. She was trembling all over and her toes were stretched to their limit. The pillow sandwiched between her black silk feet was also kicked off the bed. My best friend Xiaolu? My best friend Xiaolu, Jiyin, did you have a nightmare? Chapter 2 Black Silk School Beauty Senior. As the leader of Yangcheng University basketball team, Shen Yuan is about 1.8 meters tall, and his 8 abdominal muscles are faintly visible. Whenever he played basketball, the girls on the sidelines would scream non-stop. Even the class beauty Lin Shui was completely bewitched by him, which made the rich second-generation Yang Ming hate him to the core. Yesterday, he secretly drove his father's Audi S6 to school and parked it in the most conspicuous position at the school gate. When he heard that Lin Shui's phone was broken, he immediately spent a lot of money to buy the latest model of Apple. He deliberately struck up a conversation with her as she passed by. Lin Shui, do you want me to give you a ride? Name, Shen Yuan. Age, 19. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Appearance, 90 points. Charm, 100 points. Skills, none. After swallowing the succubus pill, Shen Yuan opened his character panel. Then, a series of prompts exploded in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the user for reaching 20 charm, affinity plus 100%. Congratulations to the user for reaching 40 charm, presence plus 100%. Congratulations to the user for reaching 60 charm, aura plus 100%. Congratulations to the user for reaching 100 charm and unlocking the SSS level title, Top Succubus. Top Succubus, even if you commit a crime, someone will protect you. Isn't this buff too amazing? Shen Yuan sighed as he took out the Porsche car key from the system space. It felt heavy in his hand. Yang Ming's Audi S6 was instantly eclipsed. He was in a good mood. How dare a mere Audi to scam me? Ding! You received intelligence about a C-level character. Yi Xiene was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, but there was no seat left. Note, you can get surprise rewards by improving your favorability. Shen Yuan scratched his head, put away the key, and his stomach growled in cooperation. Forget it, eating is more important. He turned around and walked back to the dormitory from the balcony and just opened the door. The third child was slumped in a chair watching short videos. Second brother, the more I look at you, the more I like you. He just glanced at Shen Yuan casually, followed by a second glance, and a third glance. Shen Yuan thought, danger. He had seen this wolf-like look late at night, usually accompanied by the rustling sound of tissues being pulled out. He subconsciously turned around, stepped back, and ran out the door. The boss's leisurely voice of taking orders came from behind. Second brother, 3 servings of egg fried rice, slightly spicy. Canteen number 2 of Yangcheng University is bustling with people. Shen Yuan went to the location given by the system and ordered some fried rice with egg as usual. Today, the aunt's hands were no longer shaking, and even the look in her eyes when she looked at me was much more patient. It is the evening rush hour and the cafeteria is crowded. He finally squeezed through the crowd and found an empty table in the corner and sat down. Da! 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 The sound of flat high heels stepping on the floor tiles is captivating. The cafeteria, which was originally a bit noisy, suddenly became quiet. Shen Yuan was a little puzzled and noticed that everyone's eyes were on the newcomer. Yi Xiene. Her small face was full of bright and charming features. The white shirt was tucked into the khaki-pleated skirt, highlighting the curves beneath the fabric. The slender waist and long thighs outline a perfect waistline. As always, she is wearing her iconic black stockings and a pair of flat high heels, which exudes full of charm. With this outfit, it's no wonder rumors are flying. Shen Yuan thought silently in his heart. Yangcheng University is very large, divided into 2 campuses, north and south, with a total of more than 40,000 students. Nanjing and Beinening, the 2 campus beauties of Yangcheng University. Yi Xiene's name is deeply engraved in the minds of every boy in the South Campus. After getting the food, Yi Xiene looked around and walked straight to Shen Yuan's table with the plate in hand. It must be because my presence is too strong. Shen Yuan thought to himself, is this the beginning? What we need to do now is to increase our favorability as much as possible. He raised his head calmly and looked at Yi Xiene. There is a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, which is just the right decoration. She was so close to me, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Hello, can I sit here? Yi Xiene's sweet voice came. Of course you can even sit on my lap. Shen Yuan thought so in his heart. No, it's too greasy, withdraw. He cleared his throat tactically and uttered an emotionless hum. This bland reaction made Yi Xiene feel a little strange. Normally when boys see her, they either stutter out of nervousness or try hard to find topics to strike up a conversation. The Shen Yuan in front of me was so perfunctory. It was the first time she met such a boy, but she did not complain. I don't know why, but I felt a sense of closeness in my heart, like a spring breeze. Strange? Why do I like him more and more the more I look at him? Yi Xiene tilted her head and looked at Shen Yuan. She felt that he looked familiar and couldn't help but speak. Have we met somewhere before? Shen Yuan's heart was shocked. Could it be that she remembered what happened in her dream? Thinking of what he had done to her before, Shen Yuan reacted unconsciously. He took 2 casual bites of rice, slowly raised his eyes, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why? We've met in a dream. Yi Xiene's beautiful eyes narrowed. She still remembered the muscular figure of the man in her dream. So he looked up and down at Shen Yuan's tall stature, and found that he was very suitable. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the egg-fried rice on Shen Yuan's plate and said casually, "Is this what you usually eat?" After saying that, she picked up the meatballs on her plate with chopsticks. Would you like to try this? It tastes quite. Before she could finish her words, the chewy meatballs were so big and round that she couldn't even hold them in her mouth. With a plop, it fell right into the collar of her white shirt and rolled in along her collarbone. Ah! Yi Xiene exclaimed, and she hurriedly tried to fish it out. The meatball was stuck in the fabric on her chest and wouldn't come out no matter what. What's worse is that the hem of the shirt is tightly tucked into the pleated skirt. Seeing this, Shen Yuan hurried forward. With his broad body that had been trained for a long time, he pushed Yi Xiene against the wall. What are you going to do? Yi Xiene was startled and her back hit the cold wall. This is a public place. Shen Yuan ignored her and unzipped his shirt with one hand. He spread his arms and covered her in his coat. More than a dozen shocked glances came from all around in an instant. Fuck! How dare this guy attack the school beauty in broad daylight? The man with glasses in the back row pushed his glasses frame hard, feeling anxious and angry. Yi Xiene, who had recovered from her shock, immediately understood and bit her lower lip tightly. To remove the meatball, you have to pull out the shirt tucked into the skirt. Her fingertips lingered at her waist, somewhat hesitantly. Shen Yuan's domineering voice came to my ears. Hurry up. You are not allowed to look. Yi Xiene's pretty face turned red. Shen Yuan turned his head and got closer to the top of her head. The strands of hair on Yi Xine's forehead brushed across his jaw, making him feel itchy. The faint scent of gardenia on her body was as refreshing as before. Shen Sun couldn't help but close his eyes and feel it carefully. Yi Xiene was almost pinned against the wall by Shen Yuan in the corner, and she had to breathe cautiously. Her little heart was beating fast. After finishing the tidying up, he looked at Shen Yuan's profile in a daze. The sound of the meatballs falling to the ground woke them up. Shen Yuan looked at the meatballs on the ground and raised his eyebrows at Yi Xiene. Senior, you're wasting food. You. Yi Xiene stepped on his sneakers angrily. If you want to eat it, pick it up and eat it yourself. As soon as she said this, she realized something was wrong. After all, this meatball. She was suddenly embarrassed, and a blush crept up her snow-white neck. It was the first time that Shen Yuan saw a school beauty like this. She was so beautiful. The two were silent for a while. Shen Yuan swallowed and leaned forward subconsciously. Yi Xiene turned around gracefully and returned to the dining table with a lack of appetite. Shen Yuan looked at the almost untouched food and changed the subject. How about we go out to eat together outside the school? Somehow, Yi Xiene touched her hot face and agreed as if possessed by a ghost. Okay, then consider it as compensation for my meatballs. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 10. Users please note, the first level mall for favorability is open. The current cash exchange ratio is 1 to 10,000. Each time you consume one favorability point, you will get one chance to draw a prize. When the favorability reaches 100, upgrade to the second level mall. Exchange favorability points for cash? 1 point equals 10,000 yuan. Shen Yuan's fingers were trembling slightly as they hovered above the screen, his breathing becoming rapid. If this is true. Chapter 3 Extracting Panamera. Ding! Congratulations! Your account has received 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 101,250 yuan. Shen Yuan counted the string of zeros over and over again. 10 points of favorability were actually exchanged for 100,000 yuan. He tried to calm his pounding heart. He got another chance to draw 10 times in a row, and then he had an idea. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining S-level skills in mastering driving. It's like sending a pillow when I feel sleepy. Shen got his driver's license the summer after he took the college entrance examination, but unfortunately he has never driven a car since then. I used to be hesitant about whether to drive, but now that I have mastered driving, I can rest assured. In an instant, countless driving experiences came flooding in like a tide. From F1 cars to heavy trucks, all control techniques are clear. Shen Yuan straightened his collar and the smile on his face deepened. It's time to go to the school gate to pick up the Porsche Panamera. He quickly took out his phone and opened the WeChat group chat. White Horse Club 44. Second brother at all members. Seeing no response, Shen Yuan curled his lips and slid his thumb quickly. Second brother, WeChat red envelope, congratulations on your prosperity and good luck. Almost in an instant. Third brother has received your red envelope. Brother has received your red envelope. The fourth one has received your red envelope. You are too slow, the red envelopes have all been distributed. Big brother, holy shit. 200? Big brother at second brother, did you win the lottery? Or are you being kept by a rich woman? Third brother, horrified. Third brother, second brother, you are not going to make arrangements for your funeral, are you? Old 4, do you need help calling the police? Second brother, light a cigarette, eat something good, brothers. After sending the message, Shen Yuan put his phone in his pocket, hiding his achievements and fame. Then he stood up from his seat and walked out of the cafeteria side by side with Yi Xiene. As expected of a school beauty, the rate of people turning back to look at her is too exaggerated. Walking on the campus, Shen Yuan felt something was wrong and he couldn't help but click his tongue. This is not walking, this is clearly walking on the red carpet. Along the way, students kept stopping and saluting. Some people even took out their cell phones to secretly take photos. I believe that it won't be long before I will be posted on the campus forum. Yi Xiene was accustomed to this kind of scene. She casually tucked her long hair behind her ears and said half-jokingly, "Do you now understand what it feels like to be a school beauty pendant?" Shen Yuan turned his head to look at her, the afterglow of the setting sun shining on her delicate profile. The fine hairs are clearly visible, like a peach, naturally beautiful. If someone else said this, he might not believe it. Coming from Yi Xiene's mouth, she does have the capital to be confident. Gate number 4 of Yancheng University is close to the student dormitory and there is a snack street at the entrance. It was very lively with people coming and going, and there were students dressed fashionably everywhere. As soon as Yi Xiene appeared, it was as if she had her own spotlight and she instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Many boys stopped and stared with their eyes wide open. The already crowded road became even more congested. At this moment, Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. He saw a brand new Porsche Panamera parked on the side of the road. The volcanic gray paint has a cool metallic luster, and the smooth body lines make it look luxurious. Shen Yuan had just taken 2 steps when he caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures in the crowd. Lin Shui and Yang Ming were walking one after the other. At this moment, Yang Ming's greasy face was full of frustration. In order to please Lin Shui, he gritted his teeth and bought the latest iPhone as a gift. Even so, Lin Shui still did not allow him to have any intimate behavior in public. He inherited his father's Mediterranean baldness and beer belly. He walked like a stupid penguin, breathing heavily. Lin Shui walked in front, her beautiful figure swaying gently with her steps. She suppressed the feeling of nausea if it weren't for the coveted new phone. She would never agree to date this fat pig. Yang Ming swallowed behind her and stared at her buttocks. His lustful little eyes flashed with lewd light and he licked his thick lips. I was thinking about whether I should buy another bag after my living expenses arrive next month. See if there is a chance to take her down in one fell swoop. Shen Yuan's 1.8-meter tall figure stood out in the crowd. The silhouette of broad shoulders and narrow waist attracted the attention of the female college students passing by. Lin Shui recognized this figure from a distance. She bit her lip and walked forward quickly. What a coincidence, Shen Yuan. Have you eaten? Shen Yuan said in a neutral tone, yeah, I've eaten. They were together for a while, and Lin Shui took his virginity by taking the initiative. He put one hand in his pocket and his eyes lingered on her deliberately leaning forward posture. I sneered in my heart, this woman is really thick-skinned. Yang Ming panted and caught up, and saw Shen Yuan appear. He ignored Lin Shue's resistance and placed his greasy hands on her waist, proudly saying, "Hey, Shen Yuan? We're not eating in the cafeteria today." Lin Shue's body visibly stiffened. There was a flash of disdain in her eyes, but she forced a smile. Shen Yuan looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel sad for Yang Ming. "Eat something good once in a while," he replied meaningfully. Just then, the sweet scent of gardenia wafted over. Yi Xiene trotted to catch up with Shen Yuan, stamped her feet and said angrily, "Wait for me, why are you walking so fast?" She pouted slightly, and her delicate look stunned the boys around her. Yang Ming's eyes widened and his thick double chin trembled. School beauty Yi Xiene? How could she be with Shen Yuan? Looking at the intimate interaction between the two, it seems that they have a good relationship? He was a little confused because he hadn't gotten the class beauty yet. Shen Yuan immediately started playing with the school bell? Yang Ming looked at the elegant and refined Yi Xiene, and unconsciously loosened his arm around Lin Shui. He suddenly felt that the class beauty in his hand was no longer attractive. Especially when his eyes swept over Yi Xiene's pair of slender black silk legs. He couldn't help swallowing and looked like a pig. You are Yi Xiene, right?" Yang Ming asked stutteringly, the fat on his face trembling with excitement. Yi Xiene nodded coldly without even looking at him. This did not affect Yang Ming's enthusiasm at all. He rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, "Hello? Hello? I've heard a lot about you." Lin Shue's expression on the side became increasingly ugly. I couldn't believe that the school beauty would speak to Shen Yuan in such a coquettish tone. "Shen Yuan, when did you become so familiar with the school beauty?" She couldn't hide the sourness in her tone. Shen Yuan and Yi Xiene standing together looked like a perfect couple. She glanced at the greasy Yang Ming beside her, clutching her new iPhone tightly, her knuckles turning white. "I really can't tell." Lin Shui straightened her back to show off her figure, but she pales in comparison to Yi Xiene's extraordinary temperament. She glanced at Yi Xiene and spoke to Shen Yuan in a sarcastic tone. "Where are you two going?" "In the supermarket, do some shopping." Shen Yuan answered meaningfully, with a playful smile on his face. Lin Shui didn't understand his hidden meaning. I thought that Shen Yuan was still as poor as ever and could only buy discounted items in the supermarket. She thought of this subconsciously, feeling very superior. Yang Ming also quickly puffed up his beer belly and casually swung the Audi car keys in his hand. "How about I give you a ride? It's so hot, walking must be tiring." A pair of small eyes squeezed into a slit by fat blinked at Yi Xiene deliberately. Shen Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, chuckled, and pointed casually to the side of the road. "Don't bother, we have a car." Yang Ming looked in the direction he was looking in and saw a row of yellow shared bicycles neatly arranged. He suddenly laughed out his double chin. "Ha ha ha. That's right, low-carbon travel is green and environmentally friendly." As he said this, he patted his bloated belly proudly. Seeing this, Lin Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, finally regaining some face. "I thought the school beauty was just like this." The next second, drip drip. The crisp sound of vehicle unlocking suddenly rang out. Shen Yuan pressed his finger lightly, and the car lights flashed twice gracefully. He walked straight to the back of the shared bicycle and got into the low-key and luxurious Porsche Panamera. Even though Yi Xiene didn't know much about cars, he could tell that this gray coupe was different from other cars. She blinked in surprise, then followed Shen Yuan into the passenger seat. With a low engine sound, the Porsche started smoothly. The tires made a slight friction sound with the ground, leaving behind a faint wisp of tail smoke. Yang Ming stood there dumbfounded, the fat on his face trembling. The Porsche that Shen Yuan drives? Where did he get the money? Lin Shui was stunned, she regretted it so much. She chose Yang Ming because he was rich, but she didn't know that Shen Yuan actually drove $1 million luxury car. What's even more infuriating is that he never said anything, causing me to miss out on a rich husband. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Seeing that Lin Shui was in a bad mood, Yang Ming licked his face and came over to comfort her. Eat, you big-headed ghost." Lin Shui pushed his greasy hand away and ran away angrily. "I can't wait to throw my new iPhone away." Chapter 4: Yi Xiene's Bet. The Porsche Panamera drove smoothly in the night. The car was filled with Yi Xiene's faint scent of gardenia. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 1020100. Shen Yuan held the steering wheel with a smile on his face. Sitting in the passenger seat was Yi Xiene, the school belle who was the goddess of all the boys in the school. This alone was enough to make him feel secretly happy. What's more, she has already earned 200,000 yuan for herself. Beep beep. The seatbelt device in the car made a sound. Shen Yuan immediately pulled over and felt something in his heart moving. He turned sideways, his eyes fell on the seatbelt buckle beside Yi Xiene, slowed down his movements, and reached out to grab it. The distance between the two people gradually shortened to less than 10 centimeters. Yi Xiene was slightly startled, and when she raised her eyes, she met Shen Yuan's handsome face, which was very close to her. Under the night sky, he has clear features, deep eyebrows and eyes, and an indescribable charm. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she held her breath unconsciously, feeling a little nervous. Shen Yuan noticed her reaction and the smile on his face deepened. Yi Xiene looked away in panic, her fingers pinching the edge of her pleated skirt. Your car is really clean. She glanced over the spotless center console and couldn't find any debris in the cup holder. She was born clean, and her liking for Shen Yuan increased slightly. I just bought a new car. Shen Yuan's voice tightened and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. His eyes fell on Yi Xiene's crossed black silk legs. The movement of fastening the seatbelt suddenly became slow. What are you looking at? Yi Xiene's eyes suddenly widened and her knees suddenly turned to the right. When she found out that Shen Yuan was just dazed and not being deliberately frivolous, there was a hint of secret joy at the same time as the shame and anger. It seems that my charm is still undiminished. Due to her girlish modesty, she still put on airs and snorted coldly. She frowned and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. You just said you were going to the supermarket? Yi Xiene asked with some doubt, her hair swaying gently in the breeze. Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He thought of the store exploration blogger he had seen on short videos recently. Those seafood buffets filled with king crab and Boston lobster. As an ordinary college student, he could only swallow his saliva through the screen when he saw the luxurious meals with a per capita cost of 4 figures. Don't worry. He caught a glimpse of Yi Xiene's slightly pouting red lips from the corner of his eye. You'll know in a moment. Shen Yuan increased the speed of the car and sped along the direction of the navigation, driving towards the restaurant he had secretly kept for half a month. What are you doing? You're so mysterious. Yi Xiene couldn't help but look at Shen Yuan's handsome profile as he focused on driving. The Hai Tian Grand Banquet is brightly lit, and crystal chandeliers hang in the hall. Yi Xiene was wearing high heels and was stunned as soon as she got out of the car. She looked up at the gilded sign with the 4 big characters Shanghai Tian Shenzhen and unconsciously tightened her bag in her hand. Are we sure we want to eat here? She had only seen this restaurant, which is known as the ceiling of Yangzhou seafood, on the internet. Shen Yuan put one hand in his pocket and shrugged generously. Yeah, it looks good. He deliberately didn't say it in advance because he wanted to see the surprised expression of the campus beauty. The store manager came over quickly with a professional smile and looked Shen Yuan up and down. Seeing him wearing step shoes and casual sportswear, I felt a little confused. The moment he saw Yi Xiene clearly, his pupils shrank slightly, and he felt relieved instantly. The girl's pleated skirt outlines her slender waistline, and her porcelain white skin is delicate and smooth. The waiter behind her was even more astonished, and the ordering tablet in his hand almost slipped. Please come in, both of you. The store manager did not show any negligence and warmly invited the two to enter the exclusive private room. After the two of them sat down, she handed the menu on the table to Shen Yuan. Sir, what would you like to eat? Shen Yuan looked at the featured king crab on the cover. Give me 10 of these king crabs first. The waitress behind them looked startled, and the store manager looked at the two of them with some suspicion. Especially Xiene, her slender figure is probably enough for 2 of them. She kindly reminded Shen Yuan. If you can't finish it, you have to pay the original price. No problem. As a sports student, Shen Yuan has been good at nothing but eating since he was a child. And these mantis shrimps, give me 10 of them. Such a big one. The store manager stretched out his hand and gestured, then continued. Can we really finish it? Yi Xiene reached under the table and pinched his thigh, indicating that it was too much. Shen Yuan turned his head and looked at the beautiful schoolgirl, and his appetite suddenly came. He then added. And 10 more of these Boston lobsters. Then I ordered sea urchin, caviar, and tuna sashimi. He was going to teach the manager a lesson and let her see the strength of the male university athletes. Finally, the order was taken and the waitress behind me was busy writing it down. He leaned lazily in his seat, his eyes leisurely scanning the box. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and quickly opened the curtains. Outside the window, the night view of Yangcheng Airport Road is in full view. With the constant flow of traffic and tall buildings rising up, he felt very happy. "Hey, Shen Yuan. You ordered so much, we won't be able to eat it later," Yi Xiene said anxiously. She felt a little panicked when she heard the store manager say compensation at the original price. Shen Yuan turned around, walked slowly to her, and suddenly leaned closer. "Can't afford it?" he said in a low voice with a wicked smile. "Then I'll keep you here to wash dishes and pay off your debt." "You!" Yi Xiene looked at Shen Yuan's mean expression and her cheeks turned slightly red with anger. "If you can't finish it later, don't ask me." "Yeah?" Shen Yuan rested his hands on the back of her chair, his eyes burning. "How about a bet? If I eat it all." Yi Xiene's heartbeat quickened due to his sudden approach. She turned her face away and crossed her arms stubbornly. Whatever you want." As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter brought in the cold Muzang King durian that had just been taken out of the refrigerator. "Sir, your durian," she reminded quietly, placing the ice tray in the center of the table. Shen Yuan looked at the durian with a cut on it and gently broke it open. The rich sweet fragrance instantly filled the box. Yi Xiene's eyes lit up. She really loved eating durian. Shen Yuan picked out 2 large pieces of fruit pulp and placed them on Yi Xiene's plate. She didn't show any disgust, she just started eating with her little mouth full and enjoying the food. Shen Yuan supported his chin and looked at her cute cheeks puffing up and down, and his heart couldn't help but soften. After Yi Xiene finished eating a petal, she looked up and found Shen Yuan staring at her with a doting look on his face. She wiped her mouth somewhat embarrassedly and handed the remaining petal to Shen Yuan. "Here, this piece is for you to eat." Then, the waiter pushed the food cart and brought up the seafood feast in large and small plates. The king crab was meticulously cut up. The snow-white crab legs are neatly arranged on the crushed ice, and the orange-red crab shell is filled with plump crab roe. The crystal-clear meat of New Zealand lobster is arranged in the shape of petals, dotted with emerald green lemon slices and bright red caviar. Yi Xiene couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take pictures. Shen Yuan picked out the crab leg meat and handed it to her like a gentleman. Yi Xiene took it gracefully and dipped it in the special sauce. The moment she put it in her mouth, the sweet taste made her eyes light up, and she tried her best to maintain her ladylike demeanor. "Have a piece of watermelon to relieve your greasiness." Shen Yuan suddenly came closer and handed a piece of pink watermelon to her mouth with chopsticks. Yi Xiene was in high spirits, so he didn't doubt it and took it with his head slightly raised. Ugh! She suddenly widened her eyes and realized that she had been fooled. It was the belly of a tuna. "Shen Yuan, you are lying." Shen Yuan dodged nimbly, picked up a lobster and put it on her plate, jokingly saying, "Who said we can't finish it? I see someone eats as much as I do." Yi Xiene realized belatedly that they had enjoyed the meal very much. Before she knew it, the crab shells piled in front of her were much more than a normal meal. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 10, current 3100. Another $100,000 in hand, so cool. Together with the previous 10 consecutive draws, there are a total of 20 draws. However, my luck this time was average. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the A-level item Swift Pill. Swiftness Pill, after taking it, the speed will be doubled and the physical strength consumption will be doubled, limited to 30 minutes. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think of some special use. He stared at the school beauty who was wiping the corner of her mouth. The crossed black silk legs were dangling, and the high heels seemed about to fall off. Shen Yuan's eyes were filled with an irrepressible heat. Chapter 5 Teacher Su's Apology. Shen Yuan quietly moved closer to Yi Xiene, and the seat made a slight friction sound. Yi Xiene was keenly aware of his approach. My fingers unconsciously clenched the napkin and my breathing suddenly became rapid. What are you going to do?" She pretended to be calm and dodged to the side, but there was a hint of panic in her voice. "I'm warning you, don't mess around." Shen Yuan rested one hand on the back of the chair behind her, his hot breath brushing against her neck. "Remember who just said, I can do whatever I want after you finish eating?" Yi Xiene froze in place. She clearly felt the heat coming from Shen Yuan's chest. She stood still and turned her face away in panic. Shen Yuan stared at Yi Xiene in front of him. Her delicate face was faintly flushed, like clouds dyed by the sunset. The first 2 buttons of the white shirt were unbuttoned at some point, revealing a hint of snow white. Her breathing was slightly rapid, her long eyelashes drooped, and she didn't dare to look Shen Yuan in the eye. Shen Yuan's eyes inadvertently swept across the delicate skin and his breathing paused. He never thought that the school beauty who usually looked cool and slender actually had such proud curves. Shen Yuan's gaze stayed on it for a short while before he quickly looked away, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He leaned closer and stroked the teardrop mole at the corner of Yi Xiene's eye with his big hand. The next second, Shen Yuan couldn't help but gently kiss her on the cheek. Feeling her body trembling, Shen Yuan knew that the system had not lied to him. Then his thick lips moved over her tempting lips. Yi Xiene suddenly came back to her senses and placed her open palm against his chest. She frowned slightly. This was her first kiss and she felt very uneasy. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, and his voice was a little cold. Okay, are you satisfied now? Yi Xiene's green fingertips were trembling, her eyes were red, and the makeup at the corners of her eyes was smudged. She pushed Shen Yuan away, turned around, and walked outside without looking back. The slender back looks very stubborn. Ding! You received an A-level character intelligence. Yi Xiene is about to have a car accident fracture. Just when Shen Yuan was still regretting whether he was too impulsive, the sudden voice of the system came, and he suddenly woke up. Grade A? That's so serious. Shen Yuan immediately switched to the god's perspective and saw that Yi Xiene had already gotten off the elevator and walked to the door. This girl is running pretty fast this time. Shen Yuan stood up and ran out. At the elevator entrance, people were waiting in groups of 3 or 4. Shen Yuan had a headache. If he continued like this, he would definitely not catch up. He quickly ran towards the stairs. On his way down the stairs, he suddenly remembered the A-level item he had just obtained, the Swift Pill. He immediately took it out from the system space and stuffed it into his mouth. As a member of the school basketball team, he ran 100 meters in 12.6 seconds, but in an instant he accelerated to 6.3 seconds. Going down the stairs is as fast as jumping off a building. A gust of wind blew, and the store manager only saw a figure rushing out and then disappearing at the door. What the hell is going on? She muttered to herself. Shen Yuan switched the perspective again. At this moment, Yi Xiene was walking on the sidewalk with his head down. An electric vehicle was coming towards her from the opposite direction, and it seemed to be only 100 meters away from her. Shen Yuan rushed downstairs in a hurry. The double physical exertion made him breathe heavily uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and ran forward with heavy steps. Xiene, watch the road. Yi Xiene raised her head when she heard that, and the electric bike was right in front of her. Ah! When the collision was about to happen, Shen Yuan caught up from behind. He hugged Yi Xiene from behind and pushed her to the side. When she landed, she was finally safe with Shen Yuan acting as a cushion. Shen Yuan's back hit the ground, he groaned, his face distorted. Yi Xiene was held in Shen Yuan's arms, and he didn't care at all. She quickly stood up and looked at Shen Yuan's painful expression, feeling deeply moved. Are you okay? She looked at Shen Yuan with clear eyes, feeling very complicated. Ouch. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be angry. Shen Yuan had a stitch in his lungs and couldn't speak for a while. He felt inexplicably distressed when looking at Yi Xiene in front of him. Yi Xiene turned around and looked at the owner of the electric bike in front of him, feeling very angry. She shouted without caring about her image. Do you know how to ride a bike? Do you know if you are riding against the flow? Shen Yuan looked at the delicate Yi Xiene, who actually stood up for him, with that dashing figure. At this moment, she is no longer a tool for him to gain favorability. Shen Yuan quietly began to desire to possess her. You know, while gaining Yi Xiene's favor, my own favor towards her is also increasing. When the owner of the electric bike saw that she had hit someone, she quickly parked the bike and walked forward anxiously. Shen Yuan leaned against the wall to catch his breath. He glanced at the car owner and was immediately shocked. Teacher Su? This new counselor has become well known in the School of Architecture these days. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also top-notch. The elective course she opened, Intimate Relationships, directly caused the school's course selection system to collapse. How many students would even spend money to buy a place in her class just to catch a glimpse of her beauty? Shen Yuan? The school sports meet was to be held in a few days, and Su Wanqing met Shen Yuan. She had just graduated from college not long ago, and although she had only been there for a short time, she was impressed by the young and handsome Shen Yuan. She hurried forward and helped Shen Yuan up from the ground. In an instant, Shen Yuan felt his arm sinking into something soft. He stood up and looked at Teacher Su, who looked like he had made a mistake. He sighed helplessly and said jokingly, "Hey, it seems that Teacher Su doesn't want me to bring honor to the School of Architecture." He originally represented the School of Architecture in the school sports meet. Seeing that Shen Yuan was still in the mood to joke at this time, Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. "What are you talking about? I'm thick-skinned and it's nothing, just relax." After recovering, Shen Yuan checked his body and found that there was nothing wrong. That's good, that's good." Su Wanqing nodded repeatedly. If something really happened to the students, it would be troublesome. She stretched out her hand to check Shen Yuan's injuries. "Do you want to go to the school doctor?" I felt Su Wanqing's hands wandering on my body. Shen Yuan felt indescribably comfortable, and he tried his best to control himself. He jumped on the spot for a while. "It's all right now." Seeing that Shen Yuan was determined, Su Wanqing had no choice but to nod. "Your girlfriend is quite pretty." She looked at Yi Xiene beside her and said with a wry smile, "He's a good person, cherish him." Yi Xiene, who was originally so angry that her eyebrows were raised, blushed immediately after hearing this. What she just said to Su Wanqing made all her elegance disappear. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. "That's a must." Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Xiene's shy look. "You're going to die." Yi Xiene stared at Shen Yuan with a murderous look in her eyes. "Then I'll go back first." Su Wanqing looked at the interaction between the two lovers, especially Shen Yuan's lively appearance, and immediately felt relieved. "Remember to contact me if you have any questions." After saying goodbye to Su Wanqing, Shen Yuan smiled and shook his head. The next second, Yi Xiene's low voice came to my ears. "Thank you, Shen Yuan." Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 10, current 4100. Chapter 6, Conquer the Four Seas. The system's prompt made Shen Yuan happy. He looked at Yi Xiene, who was standing in front of him. Thinking back to how she had stood up for him without hesitation, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. Shen Yuan couldn't help but stretch out his big hand and hold her soft and boneless hand forcefully yet gently. He could even feel a thin layer of sweat on his palms, which made Yi Xiene's pretty face flush with embarrassment. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but Shen Yuan held it firmly. After several failed attempts, she gave up struggling and allowed her hands to be tightly wrapped by Shen Yuan's warmth. For a moment, her heart beat rapidly and her full breasts rose and fell violently with her breathing. Shen Yuan exhaled heavily. He was actually more nervous than Yi Xiene. After quickly exchanging the favorability, the original 300,000 yuan in the account has not been spent yet, and now there is an extra 100,000 yuan. Is this the trouble of rich people? Shen Yuan thought about it, curled up the corners of his mouth unconsciously, and continued to draw 10 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations on getting the S-level item, a limited-time cashback card for physical consumption. Note, this item will automatically disappear after 30 minutes. After use, you can get double cash back according to physical consumption. Usage restrictions 01. Limit the number of uses? And it must be physical consumption. Shen Yuan thought about it in his mind as he pondered. A light bulb went off in my head, and I suddenly had an idea and laughed out loud. Yi Xiene beside him glanced at him and asked, "Why are you so silly? Who wouldn't be happy if they could hold the school beauty's hand?" Shen Yuan quickly glanced at the time. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. He said to Yi Xiene, "School beauty, how about you accompany me to the mall?" Snort! Yi Xiene gave Shen Yuan a coquettish look, her little hand still being held by Shen Yuan. He could only nod and follow Shen Yuan into the Porsche. The two drove towards the nearest shopping mall, Modern World. There are still a lot of people walking in the square on Saturdays and Sundays. Passers-by looked sideways at Yi Xiene. This made Shen Yuan's desire to change his image even more profound. There is only one level of favorability mall now, according to the introduction given by the system. To reach level 2, the character's favorability must reach 100. Not only will there be special gifts, but you will also be able to exchange for more money. Shen Yuan held Yi Xiene's hand and walked into the mall. If he remembered correctly, there was a Vacheron Constantin store on the first floor of this shopping mall. Shen Yuan looked around, found the store, and ran straight in. Fortunately, there was no one in the store except for 2 waitresses. Come to think of it, a store like this wouldn't have any business in a day. Yi Xiene followed behind Shen Yuan, somewhat surprised. But thinking about what Shen Yuan said about accompanying him for a walk, just to take a look, he felt relieved instantly. Hello, do we have the Vacheron Constantin overseas model here? Shen Yuan went straight to the point while talking to a middle-aged woman in the counter. The middle-aged woman looked Shen Yuan up and down, looking quite impatient. Look for yourself. She had just sent away 2 men who came to join in the fun. She knew at first glance that Shen Yuan, who looked like a student, was not the buyer. Especially the step shoes on his feet, which were so badly worn out, but he still wore them. Out of professional ethics, she spoke slowly and indifferently. Yi Xiene witnessed the woman's contempt the whole time. She frowned, feeling very unhappy, and said loudly, Shen Yuan, let's go, this store is too expensive. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would actually encounter such a thing. He gently squeezed Yi Xiene's hand with his big hand to comfort her. Shen Yuan was in a hurry now, so he immediately turned around and looked at another girl who was dressed neatly. Seeing Shen Yuan looking at her, the girl walked around the counter opposite and came to him. Sir, which version of Across the World do you want to see? The powerful sister Lu always likes to take advantage of others, and Chi-Chi knows it very well. Only after seeing her give up this guest did she have the opportunity to receive him. Chi-Chi knew in her heart that Shen Yuan would most likely not buy it, but she still introduced it enthusiastically. These are the hottest ones at the moment. 4500V blue dial, 7900V dual time, 5500V chronograph? You look very young. You can try this sporty style. Shen Yuan listened to the girl's introduction and couldn't help but look at her again. She has fair skin, a good figure and a sweet voice. Shen Yuan nodded and looked at his phone. It was now 9:20 and there were only 10 minutes left. He knew that delay would lead to changes, so he spoke quickly. The budget is within 300,000, please help me pick one. The girl's eyes widened slightly and she confirmed again. Sir, are you sure you want to try this one? She quickly put on her gloves and took out this 5500V chronograph with a large diameter of 42 millimeters. Shen Yuan has a tall stature, and the mask fits him perfectly when he puts it on. He shook his wrist, and Zheng Hengsahai sparkled under the light. He liked it very much in his heart. Great, this is it. Looking at this watch that costs as much as 280,000 yuan, he said to the girl cheerfully. Pay the bill. Yi Xiene, who was standing next to him, was shocked when he saw the price. She thought Shen Yuan was just browsing around, but she didn't expect that he actually wanted to buy it. It's not that she doesn't believe in Shen Yuan's ability. After getting in that handsome sports car and having an expensive dinner, no matter how dumb she was, she could sense that Shen Yuan was either rich or noble. Yi Xiene was from an ordinary family, and when he thought about buying such an expensive watch, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him spending money indiscriminately. This is enough for several large meals. Shen Yuan smiled and shook his head. What? You're starting to be frugal now. Hearing Shen Yuan say this, Yi Xiene felt ashamed and angry. Humph. I don't care. You have money, spend it however you like. The girl glanced at Yi Xiene and suddenly her eyes widened in shock. What a beautiful girl. Chi-Chi has a new understanding of Shen Yuan's strength. She quickly took Shen Yuan to the cashier to pay and issue an invoice. The man in front of me was so generous that it was as natural as buying breakfast. Just from the commission for this order, I can get 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a month's salary. Are all rich people so plain and simple? She looked at Shen Yuan with a look of shock in her eyes. His eyes swept over the t-shirt Shen Yuan was wearing, which was so washed out that even the logo was worn out. I secretly guessed, is this some high-end luxury brand? The middle-aged woman behind Chi-Chi was also shocked. She never expected that the man in front of her would pay the bill so easily. In the blink of an eye, I missed a big order. Looking at the raised corners of his mouth, he seems very happy. She now wanted to slap herself twice. The feeling of missing out on 100 million yuan made her feel extremely bitter. She felt extremely upset and looked at Chi-Chi with some jealousy. Seeing Shen Yuan's eyes sweeping over her, she turned her head away with an embarrassed expression. The next second, the system's voices rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations on your successful spending of 280,000. Cashback card 11. Ding. The cashback for this purchase is 560,000 yuan, and the account balance is 581,000 yuan. Ding. If the user's deposit exceeds 500,000, the system will reward 10 consecutive draws skill only. Chapter 7: The Temptation of a Twin Room. Shen Yuan looked at the skill limitations and fell into deep thought. As soon as he thought about it, the box suddenly burst into light. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the B-level skill, Sewer Unclogging Technology. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the C-level skill, Claw Machine Operation Technology. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the C-level skill, Tie Shoelaces in Seconds. Permanent. Shen Yuan looked at the white and green light, and the skills that appeared made him laugh and cry. The system is really thoughtful. Although it is small, it is indeed quite practical. If I continue like this, it won't be long before I know everything. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the S-level skill, Fighting Master. Advanced version. In the last of the 10 consecutive draws, a purple stream of light appeared again. Advanced version of Fighting Master, now the martial arts aspect is guaranteed. Shen Yuan looked at the dazzling array of shops in the mall. I thought that since I was already in the mall, I might as well buy a couple of decent sets of clothes. In this realistic society, your clothes often determine other people's attitude towards you. What happened just now is the best proof. Shen Yuan held Yi Xiene's hand tightly and said softly, "Come with me to pick out some clothes." He does not intend to pursue luxury brands, as the premium of tens of thousands is not worth it. Let us wait until the mall's favorability improves and we have sufficient funds. I only have more than 500,000 yuan on hand now, so I still have to spend carefully. Shen Yuan then walked into the Nike store and started to select carefully. Finally, two simple and elegant combinations were selected. A pure white t-shirt with gray overalls and 2 pairs of AJ sneakers. After putting on new clothes, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. You really get what you pay for. The shoe has a good wrapping feel, and the midsole is soft and comfortable with rebound, which is indeed a level better than Tebu. After putting it on, my whole temperament has improved a lot. Yi Xiene, who was standing aside, looked at Shen Yuan, who was standing in front of the fitting mirror. His eyes lit up and he chuckled. You know what, it's really handsome. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Shen Yuan looks like a male model in this outfit. Yeah. Shen Yuan straightened his clothes and stood tall, and even the waiter couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. Yi Xiene noticed the girl's gaze and looked at Shen Yuan and joked. Shen Yuan smiled slightly, met the girl's gaze, and pointed at the old clothes he had taken off. Please help me pack these up. The girl blushed and shyly stepped forward to take it. She ran to the warehouse in a panic and took out cardboard boxes to pack them up. Yi Xiene saw Shen Yuan's ear-to-ear grin and the smug look on his face. She suddenly felt unhappy and pinched his arm hard. Don't laugh. Ah. Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. It seems this girl is jealous. He couldn't help but put on a playful smile and joked to Yi Xiene. Why, you even want to control my laughter? Yi Xiene saw Shen Yuan getting closer and closer, almost touching her face. She immediately turned her face away, her heart beating faster. Who cares about you? Laugh if you want or not. She glanced at Shen Yuan's deep eyes and felt a little at a loss. Shen Yuan felt completely softened when he saw her saying one thing and thinking another. He chuckled and rubbed the top of her head. Okay, I'll only smile at you from now on, okay? Yi Xiene was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and said nothing. This was the first time she was treated so intimately by a boy. He killed me by touching my face and head. Her cheeks were flushed and her heart was in turmoil, but she did not reject him at all. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but pinch Yi Xiene's delicate little face again. After the two walked out of the Nike store side by side, Shen Yuan noticed that Yi Xiene's eyes lingered on him. Following her line of sight, she saw a row of claw machines with flashing colorful lights. In the most eye-catching machine, the pink Sakura limited edition strawberry bear is very cute. Shen Yuan didn't expect that Yi Xiene, who looked cold and aloof, would actually have a girlish heart. The corners of his mouth raised a smile unconsciously. Want to try it? Shen Yuan naturally took her hand and they both came to the claw machine. Yi Xiene finally came to his senses and realized that he had been staring at the doll in a daze. She was a little embarrassed. I just think the design is very special. Shen Yuan smiled without saying anything, and called up the skill bar in his mind. Current skills: Fighting Master, Pen Spinning Skills, Sewer Unblocking, Claw Machine Master. He scanned the code to pay confidently, then turned to Yi Xiene and winked. Watch carefully, I'll show you a unique skill. The joystick turned flexibly in his hand, and the mechanical claw fell accurately, firmly grasping Strawberry Bear's ear. Under Yi Xiene's surprised gaze, the doll slid out along the passage. Here, your spoils. Shen Yuan bent down and took out the Strawberry Bear, took out the doll, and tapped Yi Xiene's head lightly. Yi Xiene looked at Shen Yuan in admiration, her eyes flickering and her long eyelashes fluttering. She took the doll and buried her face in the soft fur, saying in a muffled voice, "Thank you." She clung to the doll's arms, betraying her delight. As the two of them walked out of the mall, Shen Yuan looked at Yi Xiene beside him somewhat absent-mindedly. She lowered her head, holding her cell phone, typing non-stop. Shen Yuan noticed that her screen was a little cracked, and couldn't help but move forward. Why is your phone screen broken? Maybe he accidentally got crushed when he fell just now. Shen Yuan nodded, and he caught a glimpse of Yi Xiene chatting with his roommate. Is it your roommate? Why is he urging you to go back so anxiously? Yeah. It's already past 10 o'clock, and the dormitory has to close at 11. Yi Xiene looked at Shen Yuan and said, the two of them spent the night inadvertently. It's almost too late, let's go back now. Staying out overnight at school is a serious violation of school rules. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yi Xiene usually dresses freely and confidently. Shen Yuan gradually realized that Yi Xiene was actually very disciplined. It turns out that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Shen Yuan was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a character guide of the dormitory manager. He quickly switched to a bird's-eye view and saw several dormitory managers gathered together to play mahjong. Good guy. Shen Yuan was immediately delighted. You don't have to go back. He looked at Yi Xiene and said slowly. Auntie won't check the dormitory tonight. Yi Xiene was stunned, and looked up at Shen Yuan. How did you know? Shen Yuan smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, I have special information. Yi Xiene narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Could it be that you and the dorm aunt have some unspeakable secret? What are you thinking about? Shen Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her long hair and raised his eyebrows proudly. So tonight. Stop. Yi Xiene interrupted him with a red face. It's too late to go back now. Shen Yuan looked at his watch and thought that he should be in time. He just felt reluctant to leave Yi Xiene. Can't we just get a double room? Yi Xiene frowned. She felt that what Shen Yuan said made sense. Pulling her hand out from Shen Yuan's palm, her hands intertwined, she suddenly fell into a dilemma. Chapter 8, Guaranteeing Not to Take Advantage. Shen Yuan looked at her conflicted expression and realized that perhaps he should give her some room to recover. He seemed to have thought of something, a cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he decided to find something to distract Yi Xiene. Help me get it to the car. Shen Yuan casually stuffed two heavy shopping bags and car keys into her hands. Wait. Where are you going? Yi Xiene subconsciously took the initiative to grab his hand, and when her fingertips touched his warmth, she let go as if she had been electrocuted. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Shen Yuan said briskly, turning around without waiting for her response. Yi Xiene looked at Shen Yuan's hurriedly leaving figure, unable to figure out what he was thinking for a moment. The evening breeze outside was chilly, so she drew up her collar and walked out alone, carrying her bag. She suddenly felt a little melancholy. It was not until she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat that she saw Shen Yuan jogging after her in the rearview mirror. Her drooped brows relaxed, she felt inexplicably happy in her heart, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Shen Yuan got into the car, turned his head to look at the smile on her face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He never thought that the cool and aloof school beauty with black stockings would stand up for him so many times. Not only did she get angry at Su Wanqing for him, but she also rudely retorted when the clerk looked down on her. He felt that Yi Xiene was not as cold and untouchable as she appeared to be, but rather she possessed a delicate and gentle nature. Shen Yuan couldn't help but fall in love with this campus beauty. He looked at Yi Xiene sitting in the passenger seat, holding the Strawberry Bear in his arms and rubbing it against his chest. She was so childishly happy, not even a bit like the aloof senior schoolgirl she usually is. Is a strawberry bear so happy? Yi Xiene waved Strawberry Bear's plush paw and patted Shen Yuan. As if protesting his teasing, it says you're stupid. She hugged the Strawberry Bear to her chest and rested her chin on the bear's head. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Yuan, his tone somewhat childish. And it said, it's only friends with me, not with you. Shen Yuan looked at Yi Xiene in front of him lovingly and laughed softly. Did it tell you that its new owner is particularly cute now? Taking advantage of the red light, Shen Yuan suddenly reached out and pinched Yi Xiene's face. Yi Xiene's face turned red, and she immediately held the Strawberry Bear in front of her as a shield. Shen Yuan drove the Porsche to Fangyuan Hotel, which is considered a high-standard hotel in Yangcheng. After stopping the car, he slowly took out a mobile phone box from behind him, which contained the latest Apple phone. On the way Yi Xiene came out, he bought 2 top-of-the-line models in just 3 minutes. This operation surprised and delighted the store clerk who received him, who exclaimed, "This shift was not in vain. See if you like it." Shen Yuan slowly handed the phone box to Yi Xiene. You've been with me all night. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Xiene looked at the phone that Shen Yuan handed over and felt a little flattered. For me? Her eyes widened and she pointed at herself. This is too expensive, I can't take it. She waved her hands, wanting to refuse. Shen Yuan grasped her fair and tender little hand, which was as delicate as silk, and he couldn't help but caress it. Yi Xiene looked flustered and didn't know what to do. Shen Yuan gently pulled her towards him and kissed the back of her hand. Your phone screen is broken like that. Shen Yuan said seriously, in a gentle tone. If you continue to use it, you will lose your status as the school beauty. Yi Xiene was amused by Shen Yuan and chuckled. Seeing this, Shen Yuan forcefully stuffed it into Yi Xiene's hand. Okay, let's go check out the hotel. Yi Xiene pursed her lower lip and nodded, feeling very happy. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 10, 5100. Looking at the pop-up window, Shen Yuan was very happy. The two walked to the hotel front desk side by side. A young man who just graduated is working the night shift. Hearing footsteps coming from the lobby, he hurriedly stood up to greet the guests. When his eyes swept over Yi Xiene, his heart was suddenly shocked. This girl is so pretty. The young man turned his face away somewhat embarrassedly, not daring to look any further. He thought to himself, I have studied for many years, but I have never seen such a beauty. Hello, is there any room available? Shen Yuan asked politely. There is only one deluxe king-size room left. The young man said truthfully that business was indeed better on weekends, especially at this time. It's better to cancel the reservation, otherwise there will be no room left. Ah, so that's it. Shen Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this, and pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, It seems that we can only forget it. He then turned his head to look at Yi Xiene and spread his hands. Yi Xiene was very tired after walking around with Shen Yuan in high heels all night. She pursed her lips, feeling a little hesitant. Shen Yuan stood aside without saying anything, patiently waiting for Yi Xiene's thoughts. Saying the wrong thing at this time will greatly reduce your favorability. He never forces anyone. At this time, as luck would have it, another middle-aged couple walked into the hotel. Yi Xiene became anxious, as she would have nowhere to live later. How about you let me inconvenience you for a while? Shen Yuan gave a timely way out. He raised his hands in a gesture. I promise I won't take advantage of you. Yi Xiene took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Okay. The young man immediately started to operate in a hurry. He said to the middle-aged couple who came in. Sorry, we're fully booked. Oh. They had no choice but to leave with regret. Are you ready? Yi Xiene's sweet voice sounded like the sound of nature to the young man. Okay. He came to his senses, stretched out his hand tremblingly and handed over the room card. He didn't even dare to touch Yi Xiene's hand, for fear of desecrating this goddess. Seeing the two people walking away, he looked at the empty lobby, thinking in despair. If I could have such a gentle and beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to live 10 years less. The two walked into the room and met at the entrance. Shen Yuan thought of the scene just now and couldn't help but joked. You are really charming. Humph. Then you always make me angry. Yi Xiene paused when she heard this and raised her snow-white chin proudly. I don't know how to cherish it. Under the warm yellow light in the room, Shen Yuan looked at her proud appearance. I couldn't help but look her up and down. Yi Xiene looked elegant in her high heels. The sight of the straight and slender legs in black stockings made Shen Yuan's heart flutter, and he stood there in a daze. He stretched out his big hand and supported the wall beside her ear, trapping her between himself and the wall. Then how can I cherish it? Shen Yuan lowered his voice and his eyes fell on her slightly trembling eyelashes. That's it. His big, broad hand gently stroked Yi Xiene's blushing cheek. The other hand suddenly grasped her waist and pulled her into his arms. Still the same. Yi Xiene unexpectedly bumped into his arms, and the strawberry bear was squeezed out of shape against his chest. She was about to explode when Shen Yuan's smiling voice rang in her ears. How about, senpai, teach me? Shen Yuan's hot breath sprayed on her sensitive earlobe. Yi Xiene, who had been so arrogant just now, was instantly confused. My ears turned red and trembled slightly as if they had received an electric shock, and I felt a strange tingling sensation. She pushed Shen Yuan away in panic, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. You must keep your word. Chapter 9. I'm not going home tonight. The temperature gradually rose in the narrow entrance. Yi Xiene tried to break free with a red face, but it was in vain. She pouted her seductive lips and said with some complaints. You just said you wouldn't take advantage of me. Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled and he suppressed the heat in his heart. He leaned over and kissed her lightly on the side of her cheek, then let her go. The current favorability is far from that level. If he were to act tough, even if it wasn't for the sake of popularity, he would feel bad about it. Humph. Yi Xiene shyly slipped away from his arms. Shen Yuan looked at her back as she fled into the bedroom, shook his head and laughed. He turned and walked into the hotel's living room and looked around. This business king room, which costs 1,000 renminbi a night, is spacious, bright, clean and tidy. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the brilliant night view of the city, and he was very satisfied. Shen Yuan then took out his cell phone and sent a message in the group. Explain that you are not planning to go back and inform your roommates so that they don't worry. He leaned lazily on the leather sofa in the hotel suite. White Horse Club. Second brother, I won't be going back tonight, don't worry. As soon as the message was sent, the eldest brother's reply popped up. Big brother, don't be so pessimistic. Shen Yuan looked at the anxious words on the screen and quickly raised his phone. I took a panoramic photo of the hotel and sent it over. Message alerts started ringing. Third brother? Third brother, I guess you have finally come to terms with it. Big brother, is this an executive suite? Big brother, you have made great progress. Old 4, what the hell? What is this? Then, the third brother suddenly threw out a screenshot of a zoomed-in part of the hotel. Old 4, screenshot.jpg. Old 4, remember to take safety measures. Shen Yuan was a little confused, and he looked at the photo carefully. At the edge of the lower right corner, a slender foot wearing high heels was revealed. He accidentally slapped Yi Xiene's foot into it. What is this microscopic look from the sharp-eyed third brother? If you have this much enthusiasm for the college entrance examination, you can definitely get 20 more points. He held his forehead inside, while quickly withdrawing the picture. He doesn't have such messy habits, just as he was operating his mobile phone. There was a slight sound behind him, and Yi Xiene stood behind him without him noticing. Shen Yuan was startled, and when he turned around he heard her say shyly. Shen Yuan, I want to take a shower. Yi Xiene was born with a sensitive physique. When exposed to heat, she would sweat, not just on her palms. Because of this, her skin is as white and tender as a peeled hard-boiled egg. At this moment, a thin layer of sweat was sliding down her swan-like neck, and her skin looked as smooth as a peach. Her collarbone was faintly visible under her collar, which was slightly transparent due to beads of sweat. After walking around in the evening, she felt sticky with sweat. She pays special attention to personal hygiene and must take a shower before going to bed. Shen Yuan looked straight at Yi Xiene and licked his lips. His breathing became heavy, and he felt somewhat confused. Just take a shower? Why do you have to tell me? Are you hinting at something? Just as he was daydreaming, Yi Xiene saw the strong desire in his eyes. She was suddenly a little scared, with an innocent look in her eyes, and said timidly. You must not let your imagination run wild. Shen Yuan's burning gaze made her skin hot. Okay, I understand. Yi Xiene's skin turned a light pink, and her voice became quieter and quieter. I just want to inform you. Which man can withstand such a test? Shen Yuan couldn't help laughing, lying on the sofa and teasing slowly. I thought you wanted me to help you adjust the water temperature. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiene almost ran away. The bathroom door slammed shut, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. In the bathroom, Yi Xiene was taking a deep breath in front of the mirror. I poked my red face in the mirror with my finger. Idiot, why did you tell him specifically? Shen Yuan played with his newly bought Apple phone for a while. He lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, feeling a little sleepy. Only then did he remember that he still had 10 points of favorability that he hadn't used. He immediately exchanged 100,000 yuan and got another chance to draw 10 times in a row. As soon as he thought about it, colorful lights overflowed from the cracks in the box. However, we were not so lucky this time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the B-level item's secret bubble. After using it on a character in the illustrated book, obtain her most real thoughts at the moment 03. Get ideas? 3 times only? Sounds good. After reading the introduction of the props, Shen Yuan changed his mind. Prepare to try it on Yi Xiene later and see what happens. Girls take a really long time to take a bath. As the sound of water in the bathroom disappeared, he became worried as he saw that no one had come out yet. It's not easy to go there directly, even if it's not because of the favorability reward. He also didn't want to give Yi Xiene the impression of a voyeur. He quickly clicked on Yi Xiene's character guide and switched to the bird's eye view. This. In the mist, crystal dewdrops slid down her slender shoulders to her waist. She turned her back, and her perfect waist and hip curves were exciting. This made Shen Yuan, a 1.8-meter tall athlete, feel dizzy. My whole body suddenly felt hot and I reacted unconsciously. He couldn't help but compare himself with Lin Shuo in his mind, which was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. After confirming that Yi Xiene was safe, he tried to suppress his thoughts. But his eyes were still fixed on the screen, and even blinking became difficult. I couldn't stop thinking about that figure in my mind. Squeak! The sound of the bathroom door suddenly opening brought Shen Yuan back to his senses. In the hazy mist, Yi Xiene was wrapped in a snow-white bathrobe, with water droplets dripping from the ends of her hair. She was barefoot in the hotel's pink slippers, and her long, beautiful legs were faintly visible under her bathrobe. The fair and smooth skin was faintly flushed because it had just been bathed. Yi Xiene walked quickly past Shen Yuan, bringing with her a scent of shower gel. She secretly observed Shen Yuan's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Shen Yuan lowered his head like a gentleman. It doesn't matter where you look at it. He then used secret bubble on Yi Xiene 1-3. The next second, a pink bubble gently burst in front of him. This guy is so obedient. He won't peek if I tell him not to. Is my charm ineffective on him? No, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. As the school bell, Yi Xiene's innate confidence and pride would not allow such a thing to happen. She bit her lower lip, feeling annoyed for no apparent reason. I just plucked up my courage and walked out in my bathrobe. She looked down at the snow-white collar of her bathrobe, wanting to see Shen Yuan's reaction. Cough. She turned suddenly, and the hem of her bathrobe fluttered with her movement. Do you want to take a shower? She pointed at Shen Yuan in a delicate voice, with a hint of anger that she herself was not aware of. Shen Yuan then looked up, his eyes falling on her fingertips that were trembling with nervousness. He raised the corner of his mouth. Just now someone seemed to tell me to stop imagining things? Yi Xiene's face flushed and her neck turned crimson. In her panic, she stepped on the belt of her bathrobe and fell forward. Chapter 10: The Beauty in the Hotel. Oh! Yi Xiene let out a low cry, his feet slipped, and he fell backwards. He was about to fall onto the wooden floor of the room. Shen Yuan was quick to move and stepped forward to grab her. He firmly held Yi Xiene's slender waist with his other hand and pulled her into his arms. After coming out of the bath, Yi Xiene's hands were even smoother and her skin was whiter, which was very pleasing to the eye. Shen Yuan held it in his hand, reluctant to let go. Yi Xiene pressed her body against his, making him suddenly understand what it meant to be as gentle as jade. You, let me go. Yi Xiene's face turned red, and she spoke in a slightly panicked tone. Are you sure? Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Xiene in front of him. At this moment, the two of them looked like the poster image of the movie Gone with the Wind. Shen Yuan bent over almost 90 degrees, and he couldn't help but sigh that women's thoughts were really contradictory. Obviously, the secret bubble has confirmed her duplicity. Shen Yuan had no choice but to let go of Yi Xiene's hand temporarily. Ah! Yi Xiene's scream came again. She quickly grabbed Shen Yuan's arm and begged for mercy. Quick, quick, pull me. Shen Yuan then slowly helped her up. You picked it, senior. Unexpectedly, the next second, Yi Xiene stood up and his expression changed instantly. Humph. She turned around arrogantly and wrapped her bathrobe tightly around herself. She put the strawberry bear on the bed and lay on it, revealing her proud figure. He caught a glimpse of the Apple phone on the bedside table, picked it up, and started to open it with great joy. Her raised calves swayed gently in the air, revealing a section of her fair ankles under her nightgown. Shen Yuan's heart beat faster as he watched the explosive scene. This girl really has no sense of propriety, and so do I. If it were someone else, no one would be able to endure this and would have forced themselves on him long ago. Shen Yuan walked up to her and asked tentatively. By the way, where should I sleep tonight? Yi Xiene played with her new phone by herself. It's all right. Shen Yuan looked at her defenseless appearance and slowly untied the Zhong Hongxi high bracelet on his wrist. He came to the French window in a good mood, with a lot of emotions in his mind. When I have enough money, I will buy a luxurious house like this one. Then he drew the curtains and turned off the lights in the room. Leave a faint ambient light under the bed to create a charming atmosphere. Shen Yuan turned around and saw Yi Xiene lying quietly on the bed. She was immersed in the joy of her new mobile phone, her mind focused and her legs swinging alternately. I told my roommate that I won't be going back tonight. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the screen while she spoke to Shen Yuan without even raising her head. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but become bolder and slowly walked forward. A pair of big hands directly stroked Yi Xiene's jade feet. The rosy white heels are extremely tender, and the light blue veins are clearly visible. The nails are trimmed very neatly, like 5 crystal pearls. Shen Yuan stretched out his broad palm and gently lifted it up, somewhat reluctant to let it go. The next second, he kissed Yi Xiene's instep as if possessed by a ghost. Feeling the warmth coming from the back of his feet, Yi Xiene trembled slightly as if he had been electrocuted. Shen Yuan, what did you just do to me? Only then did she come to her senses belatedly. She pulled the quilt over her body and curled up her toes shyly. There was a gurgle sound, and Shen Yuan's throat sounded as he swallowed saliva. It is particularly clear in the quiet room. Yi Xiene couldn't help but smile. You seem like a pervert. In the dim light, Shen Yuan looked at Yi Xiene again. There was a mixture of light and dark in her eyes, and her smile was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Shen Yuan couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart at all and pounced forward fiercely. His thick lips kissed Yi Xiene's 2 tempting red lips. The big hands began to wander uncontrollably from the slender waist. Yi Xiene was a little frightened by his sudden enthusiasm. She quickly stretched out her slender little hands and held them in front of her body, but it was of no use. She seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed in Shen Yuan's arms. Just when she was about to suffocate, Shen Yuan finally let her go. Yi Xiene's heart was pounding. She was not ready for this yet. Taking advantage of this gap, she opened her beautiful eyes and quickly made a humble request. Wait a minute, I feel a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Shen Yuan felt nervous. Did you get internal injuries from the collision? Yi Xiene quickly searched for a usable excuse in his mind. She looked at Shen Yuan with a cunning eye, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. I have a mouth ulcer today, my ankle is sprained again, I ate something bad and have diarrhea all the time. Then I got my period and had a cold and a runny nose. By the way, she paused and stretched out her hand before adding, my hands are a little sore too. Shen Yuan's eyes widened, and he felt like the sky was falling after hearing this. Wow, it turns out it comes with anti-armor, and it's stacking buff on me. Who could not believe the lies Yi Xiene made up? Even so, Shen Yuan still found the flaws in her words. Staring at the child's bowl in front of him, the implication is very obvious. What are you looking at? Yi Xiene noticed Shen Yuan's malicious gaze, and immediately crossed his arms and said in a somewhat reproachful tone. I can't even breathe because of your kiss. Shen Yuan calls up the system's favorability 5100. Hey, 50 points of favorability is not enough. Not giving up, he used the secret bubble on Yi Xiene again. Ding! Secret bubble used successfully 2-3. The next second, a translucent bubble suddenly appeared above Yi Xiene's head, revealing her true thoughts at the moment. No, I can't do that. How can I reject him? We just met for the first time today. Is it really possible to do something like this before marriage? What if I get pregnant? By the way, it seems like the marriage school gives extra credits. No, absolutely not. Shen Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Xiene to have such a wacky idea. He then couldn't help laughing. My school beauty, what are you thinking about? Yi Xiene had no idea that her true thoughts were clearly seen by Shen Yuan. At this moment, she is still pretending to be calm. What are you laughing at? I'm just thinking about life. Don't worry, I'm not that beastly. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows, lowered his voice, moved closer to her, and spoke in a very gentle tone. Friend, I will make you fall in love with me wholeheartedly and without reservation. Listening to Shen Yuan's passionate confession, Yi Xiene's heart trembled. She whispered, Are you telling the truth? Shen Yuan nodded heavily, then with a wicked smile, he got into bed with her. In the night, a breeze blows outside the window. Xiene snuggled in Shen Yuan's arms and put her hand down obediently. Chapter 11 Unlocking the Best Teacher. The next day, early morning. Xiene let out a soft hum and opened his eyes drowsily. She nestled herself in Shen Yuan's arms, her back pressed against his strong chest. She could hear his even breathing in her ears. Compared to usual, she slept quite soundly last night. Xiene got up quietly, afraid to wake him up. After a simple wash, she returned to the bed. With the dim light coming through the curtains, he looked at Shen Yuan. A high-nose bridge, deep eyes, and a well-defined jawline. He was obviously still sleeping soundly, but his handsome face looked particularly charming in his dream. Anyway, he's asleep. Xiene couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She moved closer to Shen Yuan and gave him a sweet kiss. Unexpectedly, the next second, her wrist was grabbed by Shen Yuan. Want to run away after the secret kiss? Shen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and grabbed her. He placed his palm against the back of her neck and held her against him with a low laugh. The girl trembled all over and said shyly, You're pretending to sleep. Then Xiene seemed to have thought of something. She raised her watery eyes and looked at Shen Yuan. You said, what is our relationship now? Hearing Xiene's words, Shen Yuan looked at her with burning eyes. He grabbed her little hand and said in a loud voice, Xiene, will you be my girlfriend? After hearing this, even though Xiene was mentally prepared, she still buried her head in Shen Yuan's chest embarrassedly. She stammered, Then you are not allowed to bully me anymore. Shen Yuan smiled and moved closer to her, rubbing his nose against her cheek. I will bully you for the rest of my life. You! Yi Xiene pinched his waist angrily. Shen Yuan hissed in pain, Ouch, murdering your husband? He then lifted the quilt and stood up. After seeing the black stockings scattered on the ground, he kindly picked them up and handed them to his friend. But Xiene stamped her feet in shame and waved her hands. No, no more. She was exhausted last night, using her hands and feet until she was numb. Shen Yuan couldn't help laughing and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Suddenly I heard a system prompt sound in my mind. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 1060100. This girl. He smiled at the mirror while holding the toothbrush in his mouth. Ding! The user's current balance is 681,000 yuan, and he gets a chance to draw 10 times in a row. Shen Yuan rinsed his mouth and had an idea. The system interface suddenly flickered, and a dazzling purple light flashed across. The last time I drew a Porsche Panamera, it was purple. Before he could react, the purple light instantly turned into a brilliant red light. Oh my god! Shen Yuan almost spit out his mouthwash. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully unlocking the SS level character Su Wanqing. OL Uniform Teacher. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 95 points D+. Favorability, 30. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. Su Wanqing in front of him was wearing a slim professional suit, showing her intellectual beauty. The beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are more plump and rounder than those of Xiene. There is a hint of abstinence in her charming eyes. That proud D+ figure makes the white shirt stretch tight. What? Teacher Su was 0 times. Shen Yuan widened his eyes and looked at the figure appearing in front of him. He recalled Su Wanqing's profile on the school bulletin board. Born in 1999, graduated with a bachelor's degree in 2021 and a master's degree in 2024. This year, that is, in 2025, I came to Yangcheng University to teach and serve as a lecturer in the School of Architecture. She continued to study all the way and finally came to teach at the best university in Yangcheng. Shen Yuan nodded secretly, reasonable. In the bedroom, the phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up. Jean picked it up and saw that it was a message from her best friend Xiaolu. Are you coming back today? Don't forget you have classes in the morning. She stole a glance at Shen Yuan, who was putting on his coat, and quickly replied. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. After Shen Yuan had packed up, the two of them walked out of the hotel hand in hand. The breakfast shop next door wafts with delicious aroma, and it looks like business is pretty good. How about we go back after breakfast? Jean gently shook their clasped hands. Shen Yuan looked at her expectant eyes and nodded. After a night of intimacy, their relationship progressed rapidly. After finding a seat by the window in the breakfast shop. Try this? Shen Yuan pointed at the menu on the wall, his eyes lit up. Sea cucumber porridge is good for your stomach just by looking at it. Jean took a closer look at the price and exclaimed in a low voice. 98 per bowl? She immediately smiled sweetly again. Yeah, let's eat this. Shen Yuan has now achieved food freedom, so this expense is nothing to him. He smiled and pinched Jean's cheek. I'll let you have a taste of something new today. After a while, 2 bowls of steaming sea cucumber porridge were brought in. The plump sea cucumbers are faintly visible in the thick porridge, exuding an enticing aroma. Jean picked up the spoon and tasted it carefully. Wow, it's really delicious. The two finished their meal quickly. Just as Shen Yuan was about to scan the code to pay, Jean suddenly held his hand. Let me do it this time. She took out her phone with determination and persistence. Just think of it as celebrating our first day together. Shen Yuan was slightly startled, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He couldn't help but think of his ex Lin Shui. When they were together, he always paid the bill, and Lin Shui never even bought him a cup of milk tea. Looking at his friend who was carefully scanning the code to pay, his eyes softened unconsciously. Okay, let's go. When the sweet voice of Jean came, Shen Yuan couldn't help but hug her in his arms. He placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Afterwards, Shen Yuan drove back to school. The campus was quiet and peaceful in the early morning. The two of them strolled to the fork in the road leading to the dormitory area, and the faint fragrance of the wisteria corridor wafted over. Wait. Shen Yuan glanced at the Zonghang Sihai on his wrist. He stopped and grabbed Jean's wrist. My eyes fell on the corridor covered with wisteria not far away. Right here. Before Jean had time to react, he took her hand and led her into the flower corridor. It's still early, will you sit with me for a while? The campus was exceptionally quiet just after 7 o'clock. Occasionally, a few students who were reading in the morning passed by, all in a hurry. Dense bushes surround the corridor into a private space, isolated from the outside world. Jean nodded with a slightly red face, her pleated skirt fluttering in the wind, and she subconsciously closed her legs. Shen Yuan's eyes were fixed on her smooth and white legs. A pair of big hands were placed on it uncontrollably, and Jean's body trembled slightly. Last night, the two slept in each other's arms, but no actual relationship occurred. Shen Yuan did not get angry or blame her. On the contrary, he was very gentle and patiently tolerated her. Now, the two are boyfriend and girlfriend. I asked him to touch his legs and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with them. Thinking of this, Jean tacitly agreed to Shen Yuan's actions. Shen Yuan sensed her indulgence and began to become more bold. The restless big hand began to move slowly up along the inner thigh. Jean then subconsciously tensed her body, bit her lower lip lightly, and grabbed the edge of her skirt with her slender hands. The adults taught her when she was very young. When someone touches your thigh, you should say, no. When someone touches your private parts, you should say, stop. She quickly said in a tender voice, no. Stop. Ding. You received a B-level character intelligence. Su Wanqing is experiencing workplace harassment. Shen Yuan quickly stopped what he was doing. I heard the sound of hurried high heels in the distance. He looked up and saw Su Wanqing walking towards him quickly in high heels. The slim-fitting OL suit outlines the graceful body curves. There was obvious impatience in her charming eyes. Teacher Su, please listen to me. Following behind her was a male teacher named Song Hao with a greasy face and powdered hair. At this moment, he was approaching shamelessly. There is an academic exchange meeting this weekend. Teacher Song, I said I'm not interested in this kind of activity. Shen Yuan exchanged glances with Yi Xiene and adjusted his collar under Yi Xiene's tacit gaze. He stood up and greeted Su Wanqing with a smile. Morning, Teacher Su. Su Wanqing was very depressed. Song Hao had been following her all the way, but he kept trying to find something to talk about. She hated this way of chatting her up. After hearing Shen Yuan's voice, it was like he had found a savior. Shen Yuan? She walked towards Shen Yuan, feeling relieved. Shen Yuan was standing tall and straight, and his new clothes made her take a second look. She opened her eyes slightly and said, "You look very energetic. You got up so early today." Nowadays, it is good enough for students to be able to attend class on time. I didn't expect Shen Yuan to get up so early, and I couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards him. Don't you have classes in the morning? Get up early and get ready. Shen Yuan lied without blushing or beating his heart, and his words made Su Wanqing tremble with fear. She rolled her eyes at Shen Yuan and said angrily, "You're just talking nonsense." The teachers and students in front of me were chatting with each other. Taking advantage of the gap in their conversation, Yi Xiene quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to be alone like this, she was really afraid that she would not be able to withstand Shen Yuan's attack again. If any passing classmate saw the school beauty like this. That. Yi Xiene stood up awkwardly. She smiled apologetically at Su Wanqing and said to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan. I'm going back first. Shen Yuan finally came to his senses and, regardless of the presence of Teacher Su, went straight to Yi Xiene. The warm breath sprayed on her ear, and he said in a low voice. Yeah, see you tonight. A flash of crimson crept up Yi Xiene's snow-white neck. She fled away. It was still the best in the student days. Su Wanqing squinted her eyes and looked at the young couple in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Song behind him followed him without giving up. He was stunned when he saw his soulmate passing by. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful girl in Yangcheng University. He suppressed his thoughts and slowly walked in front of Shen Yuan. This student. Song Hao frowned, pretending to be a teacher. My 8-minute class is about to start. Do you still have time to chat here? His words reminded Shen Yuan. The morning class is Su Wanqing's. Without even raising his eyelids, Shen Yuan turned his head and said to Su Wanqing slowly. Yes, Teacher Su, let's go. Su Wanqing immediately nodded in understanding. The two walked towards the teaching building in tacit understanding. Chapter 12, The Hobbies of Young Women. Su Wanqing glanced at Shen Yuan with gratitude. She took a few steps closer without leaving a trace, and walked side by side with Shen Yuan, keeping just the right distance. Song Hao, who was 10 steps away, looked at the two people's backs as they left, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. With Shen Yuan by his side, he had no reason to continue following Su Wanqing. In the end, Song Hao could only bear this loss in secret. It's so annoying. He kicked a stone on the roadside hard and turned to walk in the opposite direction. The stone fell squarely on the head of the dean who was passing by. The dean touched his bald head and said gloomily, Teacher Song, please come over here. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the campus gradually became lively. On Wutong Road, students in 2s and 3s were hurrying to class with their textbooks in their arms. Thank you, Shen Yuan. Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly with a faint smile on her lips. Shen Yuan could feel the envious looks from the boys around him. He touched the back of his neck uncomfortably and whispered. Nothing, just something that happened by accident. He raised his wrist inadvertently, and the platinum dial sparkled in the sunlight. Vacheron Constantin travels all over the world, calm and restrained, yet sharp. Su Wanqing's gaze suddenly stopped. She has seen this watch before. Last month, my family arranged a blind date for me, and the chatterbox rich second-generation guy was wearing the same thing. He spent the whole meal bragging about how expensive his watch was and how nice his car was. How do you know my watch is not cheap? And my car, it's not expensive, maybe $1 million or so. Memories flooded into her mind, and she couldn't help but frown slightly, quietly looking at Shen Yuan in front of her. He dropped his wrist casually, looking normal, as if it was just an ordinary watch. A faint smile flashed across Su Wanqing's eyes. Your watch is quite beautiful. Really? I just bought them yesterday. 28 of them. Shen Yuan turned his wrist nonchalantly and spoke very lightly. The tone is casual, like discussing today's weather. Su Wanqing smiled when she heard this and naturally understood it to be 28 yuan. She covered her mouth and chuckled coquettishly, with the corners of her eyes curved into a beautiful crescent shape. I thought to myself, this shop has really good craftsmanship, and the workmanship looks quite exquisite. The same style, worn on Shen Yuan's bony wrist, is more elegant than that of the ostentatious rich second generation. Su Wanqing liked it more and more, and suddenly said, "Can you buy me one later?" She then added, somewhat embarrassedly, "I'll give you money." As she said this, she subconsciously adjusted the ends of her hair, and the hair with a faint jasmine scent brushed past Shen Yuan's nose. The perfect body curve wrapped in the OL suit is faintly visible in the morning light. Shen Yuan was shocked. He had never expected this. Teacher Su always rides a pink electric scooter around the campus. Not only in front, but also behind is so powerful. Okay. Shen Yuan paused, then agreed. It's just running an errand for her. Maybe I can even gain some favor from her. Soon, Su Wanqing stepped onto the stairs of the teaching building in her high heels, followed closely by Shen Yuan. She was dressed in a standard OL teacher outfit today. It has a protruding front and a curved back, yet it is very harmonious and natural. You can tell it's the real thing at a glance. Under the hip skirt is a pair of thin flesh-colored stockings that perfectly outline the curves of the legs. The trembling giant made Shen Yuan behind him suffer from gigantic monster phobia. He couldn't help but look up and take a few more glances at the plump and round body wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. I didn't quite understand, could this be the favorite of young women? Those candid photos on the forum are not misleading. Teacher Sua's figure is indeed very good. Ouch, I'm so tired. This staircase is really... Su Wanqing slowed down her pace and complained while breathing slightly. As she moved, the buttons on her shirt seemed to be under pressure that they shouldn't have been under, and they were stretched tight. Shen Yuan subconsciously glanced at the waves, his emotions fluctuating. He quickly looked away and chased after him at the speed of a gentleman. He took Su Wanqing's bag and said, "Teacher Su, let me carry it for you." Su Wanqing glanced at him sideways, her lips slightly raised, so attentive? Shen Yuan laughed dryly twice, but silently glanced at the system prompt in his heart. Su Wanqing's favorability 3100. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to gain Teacher Su's favor. He must keep working hard. The two walked into the classroom together, with 10 minutes left before class started. The lecture hall was already full, and the students from the School of Architecture began to whisper to each other when they saw Su Wanqing coming in. The students are all very happy that Teacher Su is their teacher. They enjoy treatment that is often seen, while students from other colleges can only see them in open classes. This alone is enough for students to attend class seriously. Second brother. This way. A rough voice was heard. Shen Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw his dormitory elder brother Lu Zhuang waving at him. He sighed helplessly and walked away with a look of despair. "Brother, how many times have I told you not to call me second brother?" He was speechless, since he was ranked second in the dormitory. "Okay, Dick." Lu Zhuang grinned, revealing his two fangs. This big brother, who is only 1.68 meters tall but has the aura of a 1.8 meter tall, is short and stocky. He patted the seat next to him and asked in a low voice with concern, "What happened yesterday? Did you feel bad and went to see a lady?" "Shoo." Shen Yuan almost choked on his saliva, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Keep your voice down." The third guy in the front row immediately perked up when he heard the word miss. He turned around abruptly, his ears pricked up. "Tell me in detail." He leaned half of his body forward, with his neck twisted 180 degrees. "It's nothing, actually." Shen Yuan didn't want to mention anything about the hotel in front of his brothers. He rubbed his temple, took out the Porsche key from his pocket, and placed it on the table openly. "I picked up a Panamera yesterday." The third brother curled his lips and took out a key-shaped lighter like a magician. He moved his hand, and a flame popped out with a pop. "That's it? That's really boring." Seeing this, Shen Yuan smiled without saying anything, put away the key, and said nothing more. "It's not a bad thing to be low-key, and I'm just stating a fact." He looked towards the podium, where Su Wanqing was adjusting the projector with her back turned. The perfect waist and hip curves outlined by her hip skirt are breathtaking. The boys in the back row straightened their backs at the same time, and some of them even stood up. As the bell rang, Su Wanqing slowly turned around. A beige OL suit with a white silk shirt underneath. The 5-centimeter nude pointed high heels made a thudding sound on the floor, highlighting the beautiful lines of her legs. The teacher's professional image is displayed just right, and his intellectual charm is revealed in his every move. This class is the art of architecture. Today we will talk about the three elements of architecture: solidity, practicality, and beauty. Su Wanqing makes the boring course lively and interesting. Shen Yuan couldn't help but change his opinion of the new teacher Su. I was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that there was really ink in teacher Su's slightly bulging belly. That's how solid and practical the building is. As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, the next second, she stopped in front of Shen Yuan's row of tables in her high heels. This classmate. She leaned forward slightly, and the scent of jasmine in her hair wafted away. The pale pink fingernails tapped lightly on his desk. Can you tell me what is beautiful in your eyes? Shen Yuan was stunned and confused. He didn't expect to be called out suddenly. He didn't even bring his textbooks today, and his desk was empty. A burst of whispers suddenly broke out around him. He pondered for a moment, his eyes sliding from Su Wanqing's delicate eyebrows to her slightly pursed red lips. Then he took a deep breath and looked at her with a serious look. I believe that beauty should never be limited to architecture. He paused, and continued in front of everyone's surprised gaze. For example, Miss Su's outfit today perfectly illustrates what beauty means. He currently has over 500,000 yuan in savings and drives a Porsche. His overflowing confidence gave him the courage to say these words. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the classroom fell into a brief silence. The next second, all the students were shocked. Good fellow, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Awesome. He went straight to A. Everyone is just talking, but you are serious. Ding. Su Wanqing's favorability plus 10. 4100. The system prompt sounded in Shen Yuan's mind. After saying this, he was still a little scared and was about to use the secret bubble to find out what Su Wanqing was thinking. Now it seems that there is no need for it, so it is better to save it for important moments. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, the big brother next to him started clapping like a fool. Unexpectedly, it mobilized all the students in the classroom. Su Wanqing's gaze stayed on Shen Yuan's face for a few seconds. A pair of autumn water-like eyes sparkled with complex light. She twisted her extremely sexy waist gently, turned around silently and walked back to the podium. Shen Yuan, come to my office after class. Chapter 13: Su Wanqing's past. Why do I need to go to the office after my favorability has increased? Shen Yuan, who was named, was slightly stunned and muttered to himself. The old man patted his shoulder vigorously and grinned. Sure thing, kid. The third one in the front row also turned around and said with a wink. This opportunity is rare, so you must seize it. As the bell rang, the morning class ended and the crowd dispersed instantly. Several students gathered around Su Wanqing, under the pretext of asking her questions. Everyone knows it, but is too embarrassed to point it out. Are you asking a question? After hesitating for more than 10 minutes, the last boy finally moved away reluctantly. Teacher Su, I'll come and ask you for advice next time. Finally, he said goodbye to Su Wanqing, fantasizing about their next meeting. Shen Yuan wanted to laugh when he saw his pretentious look. He knew this boy. He was in Class B of Architecture, and was nicknamed Sa Nan. He is average-looking but mysteriously confident, and his skin is thicker than a city wall. He has chatted up all the pretty girls in the architecture department, but unfortunately he is still single. Shen Yuan walked to the podium and saw Su Wanqing rubbing her temples. He asked with concern. Teacher Su, are you bothered by all these guys? Su Wanqing was slightly startled, then shook her head and smiled. It's okay. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to be so attentive that he could actually sense her fatigue. Come on, sit in my office. After class, Su Wanqing was gentle and approachable, and she spoke in a soft tone. There are a lot of people in the cafeteria right now, so it's a good time to take shelter. She then added, sorting out the lesson plan. The two walked out of the classroom side by side and came to the elevator entrance. Shen Yuan pressed the down button naturally, and the elevator door opened with a ding. He moved sideways like a gentleman and invited Su Wanqing to go in first. Su Wanqing smiled faintly and walked into the elevator with elegant steps. Just as Shen Yuan stepped in. Ding. You received intelligence about a C-level character. Ding. Su Wanqing is about to face a minor elevator malfunction. Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Can't you be more timely? But the system came just as the two of them entered, and he couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, The elevator had only been running for a few seconds. Suddenly there was a loud bang and it stopped abruptly. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and leaned towards Shen Yuan subconsciously. Although she is a teacher, she is, after all, just a young girl who has just graduated. She had never experienced such an emergency before. Fortunately, Shen Yuan was mentally prepared and quickly steadied himself. He felt Su Wanqing holding his arm tightly. The tip of my nose could smell the faint scent of jasmine from her hair. The elevator has now stopped running, and the small, enclosed space has suddenly become oppressive. Su Wanqing felt a little uneasy. She stood very close to Shen Yuan, her voice trembling. Shen Yuan, what should we do now? Shen Yuan quickly glanced at the equipment in the elevator and calmly comforted her. Don't worry, it's just a glitch. With quick movements, he pressed the buttons for all the floors and quickly sounded the emergency alarm. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called the emergency number on the wall. After doing all this, he turned to look at Su Wanqing with a smile, his tone gentle. Don't worry, today's elevators have multiple safety protections, so nothing will go wrong. However, the next second, the elevator shook violently again and Shen Yuan put away his smile. Ding! C-level character intelligence has been upgraded to a level. I'm really impressed. He thought to himself. Why does this system only give bad news, and even has temporary upgrades? The emergency line always had a busy tone. Shen Yuan was speechless. The elevator maintenance in this building was just for show. Ah! Accompanied by Su Wanqing's scream, the elevator fell again. She no longer cared about her modesty and threw herself into Shen Yuan's arms. Shen Yuan reacted quickly, hugged her and squatted in the corner to protect her. He dialed 119 with one hand and said calmly, Fire department? We are trapped in Yangcheng University. The long wait for rescue. Shen Yuan felt a pair of slender hands around his waist. Looking at the snow-white area in front of Su Wanqing that was deformed due to being squeezed. The scorching temperature made Shen Yuan's heart beat faster. He lowered his head and gently patted Su Wanqing's slightly trembling body with his big hands. It's okay, I called and someone will be here soon. Shen Yuan's voice was a little tense, he wanted to ease the heavy atmosphere. He joked in a light-hearted tone. Do I need to go to your office later? Su Wanqing's brows relaxed when she heard this, and she said with a wry smile. I don't know if there is still a chance. As she laughed, she suddenly realized that their posture was too ambiguous. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly let go of her hands and struggled out of Shen Yuan's arms. The two of them squatted in the cramped corner of the elevator car, staring at each other. Teacher Su, you haven't had a boyfriend yet, have you? Shen Yuan continued to ask following Su Wanqing's words. He thought that he might as well take advantage of this great opportunity to get to know Su Wanqing better. The elevator suddenly became quiet. Su Wanqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to ask this. In the dim light of the elevator, the lines of her beautiful face appeared particularly soft. Actually, if I really want to talk about it. She pursed her lips and her voice was so soft that it seemed to come from far away. When I was in junior high school, I had a very innocent and simple time. Shen Yuan noticed that she suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her speech. He didn't rush, just waited quietly. There's a boy in my class who always likes to tease me. Su Wanqing smiled slightly and said nostalgically. The most intimate thing we did at that time was to secretly hold hands for a while on the way home from school. As she spoke, her voice suddenly lowered, a little embarrassed. Later, the naughty boys in the class gave me a nickname, calling me the big female cow. Her slender fingers unconsciously wrapped around herself. It seems like I have returned to the age when I was always hunched over and full of low self-esteem. Finally, the boy said to me with red eyes. Su Wanqing smiled bitterly and shook her head, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. He couldn't stand people always looking at me strangely. Do you know? Shen Yuan said softly and firmly after listening to it. I really want to travel back to be with you at that time. I'll protect you well. Su Wanqing looked up in surprise, and Shen Yuan's words made her feel warm in her heart. The next second, Shen Yuan stared at Su Wanqing's full and upright breasts and blurted out. He is simply wasting God's gifts. After Su Wanqing heard this, she gently patted his chest and said in a reproachful tone. You are just talking nonsense. Su Wanqing's slightly raised eyes were charming and attractive, unable to conceal her inner joy. But you're right. Su Wanqing straightened her back and gathered her long hair confidently. I realized when I grew up that this is a gift from God. Why should I care about what others think? Shen Yuan accidentally caught a glimpse of her bulging profile, and a surge of heat rose up in his heart. With a smile in his eyes, he said, "This is my teacher Su." Suddenly, Shen Yuan's cell phone rang. He quickly picked up the phone, and the firefighter's calm voice came from the other end. "Students, we are already outside the elevator. Please step back and be careful." A few minutes later, the elevator door slowly opened under the operation of professionals. Thank you. Su Wanqing sincerely bowed to the firefighters to express her gratitude. This accident caused a subtle change in her mentality. Especially after the close contact with Shen Yuan, she felt a sense of love. Shen Yuan took a deep breath of fresh air and looked at Su Wanqing at this moment. Her hair was a little messy, but her eyes were brighter than ever. "Shen Yuan," Su Wanqing suddenly said to him, "let's have lunch together at noon." She pointed in the direction of the teacher's cafeteria. There shouldn't be many people here at this time. The two people who escaped the disaster felt the same way and had a lot to talk about. It's past 1 in the afternoon and it's past lunchtime. There were only a few latecomers in the cafeteria for teachers. Shen Yuan got the food and, holding the plate, glanced across the almost empty restaurant. Finally, he landed in a corner by the window and sat down. After sitting down, Su Wanqing noticed that there was only one vegetable on Shen Yuan's plate. Shen Yuan was very full after eating sea cucumber porridge in the morning and now he is not hungry at all. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up the braised pork from the plate and gave it to Shen Yuan. "Eat more. I was in the elevator just now thanks to you." He was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, "Thank you, Teacher Su. From now on, not in the classroom." Su Wanqing paused, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "Just call me by my name. I'm not much older than you." After hearing this, Shen Yuan felt hot inside, and lowered his head to take a bite of rice to hide his discomfort. "Okay. Sister Ching." Chapter 14 Xiao Zhao's True Identity. Su Wanqing nodded in response to Shen Yuan's intimate words, "Yeah." Perhaps it was because of the elevator accident that made her start to re-examine Shen Yuan. The sunny and handsome boy in front of her gave her a much warmer and more down-to-earth feeling than those blind dates. His broad shoulders outline a beautiful contour in the sunlight, and his deep eyes have a charming charm. "That pretty little girlfriend of yours must be the school beauty." Su Wanqing's chopsticks unconsciously poked the rice, making a soft sound. "It's okay to have a relationship, but don't let it interfere with your studies." She couldn't help but feel a little upset, and a trace of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Shen Yuan blinked, somewhat confused. When did Sister Ching start to care about Yi Xiene? And why does the tone sound so much like jealousy? Sister Ching is also very beautiful. Shen Yuan blurted out without thinking, and then added, "If our school were to select the most beautiful teacher, it would definitely be Sister Ching." "You're so smooth talking. Do I really need you to come to my office?" Su Wanqing complained on the surface, but her eyebrows were curved into crescents, and she looked very happy. Seeing this, Shen Yuan deliberately moved closer and lowered his voice. "If telling the truth is wrong, then I am willing to be punished." Su Wanqing reached out and gently touched Shen Yuan's forehead. "Is that how you tricked the school beauty into getting your hands on her?" This intimate action made both of them stunned. Su Wanqing withdrew her hand in a hurry, only then realizing that it was a bit inappropriate. The meal was served in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Shen Yuan waved his hand only after he walked Su Wanqing all the way to the teacher's apartment building. Looking at Sister Ching's attractive figure, his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and he reluctantly looked away. Ding! Su Wanqing's favorability plus 1050100. On the way back to the dormitory, system prompts sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the user for reaching 100 cumulative favorability. Su Wanqing's character illustration has a favorability level of 30 as soon as it is unlocked. The 10 points in class, plus the 10 points now, make it 50 points. Current character favorability, Yi Xiene 6100 Su Wanqing 5100. Ding! The second level favorability mall is open. 1. The exchange rate is increased to 1:20,000. 2. Added the function of direct purchase of props. First, the favorability exchange ratio became 1 to 20,000, which doubled. The consumed favorability points could previously only be used for lotteries, but now they can also be used to directly purchase items. Shen Yuan then clicked into the secondary mall and was dazzled by the various props therein. Suddenly, he was attracted by an icon flashing golden light in the corner of the mall. Lucky Star Limited Purchase 01. The caption glowed purple. Lucky Star, after use, the chance of winning a prize will be permanently doubled. Required favorability, 50 points? Shen Yuan took a deep breath and hesitated with his finger hovering above the screen. The favorability points I just earned haven't even warmed up yet, and in the blink of an eye, I have to give it all away. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Thinking about the double probability, Shen Yuan gritted his teeth. He quickly exchanged 50 points of favorability for 1 million yuan. At this moment, his account balance has reached 1.58 million. Congratulations to the user for successfully redeeming Lucky Star, please use it in time. Ding. Detected that user deposits exceeded 1 million. Ding. System rewards 10 consecutive draws. Skills only. Ding. Congratulations to the user for obtaining S-level skills Esports King. Timmy. After lunch, my roommates had no classes in the afternoon, so they decided to play a few rounds of Honor of Kings. Darkness covers everything, and I will be the last ray of light in the darkness. The third brother suddenly jumped up from his chair and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. The eldest brother slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Fuck you. Get on the bus." The third child was suffering from a serious case of chinibyu and kept muttering. That year, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Shen Yuan logged into the game with a smile, and the familiar pink avatar in the friend list just lit up. Her ID name is Xiao Xiao, and she is a girl I randomly matched with through people nearby a month ago. Since separating from Lin Shui, the two of them have often played games together in the past month. After clicking on her homepage, Shen Yuan knew nothing about her except that she was a female. Can someone help her? Shen Yuan hesitated and sent out the invitation, but he didn't expect the other party to enter the room in seconds. After gathering 5 rows of teams, everyone quickly entered the game. Shen Yuan flexed his fingers. His S-level esports skills made his muscle memory extremely sharp. After a simple trial run, the roommates were amazed that Shen Yuan could perform so well. In the last round, Shen Yuan used his favorite character, Lu Bu. If you don't like games, you can skip the long text without affecting your reading experience. The echo of victory was still ringing in their ears. As soon as the game started, everyone felt the deep malice from the matching mechanism. Where's my red? The eldest brother's Jing jungler wailed in the jungle. 30 seconds into the game, he found that his jungle was completely counter-emptied. The opposite Dongwang swaggered past him with punishment, arrogant as hell. The bottom lane was even more miserable. The third brother's Sikongjin made a few tricks, but was successfully counter-pushed by the second skill of the opposite Xiao Luban, and gloriously gave away the first drop of blood of the team. My. The third brother was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground. The fourth brother's mage also met the opposite jungler on the way to support. The eldest brother had no choice but to eat the 3 lanes of soldiers. The economy of his side was gradually crushed by the opponent, and the big and small dragons were also handed over. 20 minutes later, the high ground of the 3 lanes was broken, and the third brother took the lead in surrendering. Shen Yuan can accept failure, but he will never give up. This is his principle, whether in games or in life. He kept an eye on the economic panel and took a look at his own record. Lubu 000. In the face of a huge headwind, his economy still did not fall behind. The number of last hits was perfectly matched with the time. The last bit of blood of each soldier was turned into gold coins under the precise slash of his Fong Tianhua Ji. Even the river crabs were captured by him at the refresh time. The Storm Dragon King has been defeated. Just when the opponent took down the Storm Dragon King and was about to rush to the high ground, a team battle began. The one-sided battle was simply unbearable to watch. The only one left on his side was Lubu with a weapon enchantment and a low health auxiliary rushing back to the fountain. Seeing the 5 people on the opposite side gathered together, constantly returning to the city to taunt, Shen Yuan moved. He used a big move to drop from the sky, but it went to one side, and the fourth brother shook his head when he saw it. Second brother, your ultimate move is even crooked than my hook. As the top king, the eldest brother was finally relieved when he saw this scene. However, Shen Yuan did not use the conventional flash to adjust his position. Instead, he slashed horizontally first, and then used flash again. The golden light cut through the battlefield, abruptly changing the trajectory of the skill. The eldest brother narrowed his eyes slightly, and he seemed to have sensed something wrong. This is a big flash. Not only does it require extreme hand speed, it is extremely difficult to grasp the opportunity in actual combat. He now understands why Shen Yuan's previous big move was so biased. Fuck! The third brother shouted suddenly, "Second brother, you are a professional player." But it's not enough. Shen Yuan chose to output his equipment, so his body is relatively fragile, and he can't withstand the concentrated fire attack of the 5 opponents. Everyone stared at the screen, their faces suddenly changed. Oh no! Shen Yuan's fingers were about to leave an afterimage on the screen. The moment the blood demon changed to the resurrection armor, he had already pre-ordered the famous sword, and then the famous sword changed to the golden body in seconds. The 3 were stunned. Is this an operation that a human can perform? Wow, this is a great show from my second brother. The third brother thought he couldn't do it, so he shouted. Just assumed that you were secretly practicing your skills behind our backs. After killing 4 people, the only one left on the opposite side was a figure fleeing in a panic. At this moment, Shen Yuan no longer had any ability to pursue, his skills were on cooldown, and his equipment was exhausted. Go on. A gentle and charming voice suddenly sounded in the microphone. Xiao Xiao was seen controlling the assistant to refresh Shen Yuan's ultimate move. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed and he waved his Feng Tianhua Ji. With the sound of a pentakill, they finally won the team battle. The roommates spoke up. 666. Replay the screen recording immediately. This time, you are my god. Shen Yuan smiled and was about to quit the game when his finger suddenly stopped on the exit button. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the small private chat window. I almost died just now, thanks to you. Xiao Xiao's reply came quickly. Don't tell me, I almost died today too. Shen Yuan frowned slightly and sent a question mark in confusion. I almost had an accident while riding the elevator today. I'm still scared when I think about it now. When Shen Yuan saw the small new message pop up, his pupils suddenly contracted. He was shocked. Something happened to the girl, the people nearby, or the elevator? He quickly clicked on Su Wanqing's character picture and switched to a bird's eye view. So, Xiao Xiao is Sister Cheng? Chapter 15 Tempting Photos. Shen Yuan never expected that during the month when he was depressed. The girl who had always accompanied him in playing games was actually Su Wanqing. He glanced at the microphone nervously. Luckily it was not turned on, so she probably didn't recognize him. What happened next? Shen Yuan asked tentatively while typing. I almost cried. Luckily I had a friend by my side. A small reply popped up on the screen. In the past month, they have only communicated with each other through text in the game to talk about the game. They never talked about their real lives. Friends? What kind of friends? Shen Yuan's finger paused on the screen and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. He hurriedly asked, is it a boyfriend like friend? Why are you acting weird today? Xiao Xiao quickly replied, are you suddenly so concerned about my personal affairs? Shen Yuan took a deep breath and typed slowly. Nothing, it's just. I've encountered similar things before, and I can relate to them. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking the question. Do you like him? The dialogue box was silent for a few seconds, and then Xiao Xiao sent a message. I can't really say. He's a handsome boy. At first I thought he was just an ordinary friend. After meeting him a few more times, I find him more and more charming, especially today. Su Wanqing's message continued to come. He hugged me in the elevator, and that felt really reassuring. Shen Yuan stared at the screen, reading each word over and over again. So, how do you think he compares to me? How can we compare this? Xiao Xiao quickly replied. We are just simple gaming partners. After seeing these words, Shen Yuan felt weird. He was actually jealous of himself. So? He hesitated and typed the last line. You still like him more? Su Wanqing looked at the message sent by Shen Yuan. She fell into deep thought, thinking of Shen Yuan's cool school beauty girlfriend, who was beautiful, generous, and considerate to Shen Yuan. In comparison, my identity as a teacher was destined to be separated from Shen Yuan by an insurmountable gap. Shen Yuan quietly switched to Su Wanqing's God's perspective. The light from the phone shone on her furrowed brows, and her slender fingers repeatedly tapped and deleted on the screen. Shen Yuan saw the deleted words, but he has a girlfriend. There was no response in the dialogue box, and the small avatar quickly went dark. Seeing this, Shen Yuan had no choice but to quit the game. A ripple appeared in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Wanqing had such deep feelings for him. The favorability of the friend is also 50, and the two of them have already. If there were no restrictions on identity, and if there were no soulmates, there might be more to the relationship between him and Su Wanqing than this. He glanced at his watch. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I suppressed my thoughts and thought of my date with my friend tonight, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously rose. He went into the bathroom again, washed himself carefully, put on new clothes, and stepped on AJ. Shen Yuan in the mirror looked radiant. He picked up the gel water borrowed from the third brother and sprayed it on his hair. Simply grab a shape with your hands, it looks casual and refreshing. Yeah, not bad. He raised an eyebrow at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. As the first official date with my soulmate, today must be taken seriously. Hey, second brother, what's going on? The third brother's teasing voice came from behind. When Shen Yuan turned around, he found that 3 pairs of eyes in the dormitory were staring at him. Although the eldest brother and the fourth brother did not say anything, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Boys rarely praise each other in person, they can't help but curse in their hearts. MD, why is this guy getting more and more handsome? Suddenly, the third brother grabbed Shen Yuan's wrist and opened his eyes wide. Fuck. This watch. He recognized the Vacheron Constantine Overseas watch, but he didn't think it was authentic. The third brother made an exaggerated expression. This workmanship is too realistic, isn't it? The eldest brother also came over, stared at the watch for a few seconds, and exclaimed. You know what, second brother, this watch looks really real on you. Shen Yuan shook his wrist gently and smiled without saying anything. He turned and walked out of the dormitory when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. When he opened it, he saw that it was Lin Shui calling, and his brows unconsciously frowned. What does she want from me? Shen Yuan muttered to himself, and his finger moved towards the reject button without hesitation. Before he could put his phone back into his pocket, the ringtone rang again. Shen Yuan took a deep breath and pressed the answer button impatiently. Hello? Yuan. Lin Shui's deliberately sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I bought too much fruit, and I happened to be passing by your dormitory building, so I thought of bringing some over to you. Yuan, this nickname was given by her to Chen Yuan, but it sounds very harsh now. We have nothing to do with each other anymore, don't contact me anymore. Chen Yuan said this coldly and then hung up the phone. He walked down the stairs quickly, thinking about his past with Lin Shui. It had been sweet, but it didn't last long. Ha! Shen Yuanzi laughed. Why was I so blind that I didn't see through her materialistic face earlier? As I walked to the door of the dormitory building, the phone in my pocket vibrated again. The lock screen displayed Lin Shui's carefully edited short essay, which was more than 1,000 words long. It records the process of 2 people getting to know each other and falling in love. The words are full of her affected lyricism, and she describes her throbbing feelings for Chen Yuan in an explicit manner. Shen Yuan thought, it seems that this woman has put a lot of thought into this. Messages popped up on the phone screen one after another. Yuan, I didn't let Yang Ming touch me. I swear. I took a shower today, and I'm very clean. You are allowed not to. I want to bear your child. Shen Yuan felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a moment. The Lin Shui in my memory was so arrogant, I didn't expect that she would be so humble and fawning. Shen Yuan felt both strange and sad. As my first woman, Lin Shui did teach him many advanced skills, but she didn't teach him how to be ruthless in letting go. He sighed, and finally compromised. Decided to make things clear in person and not give her any hope. Arriving at the gate of the boys' dormitory, Shen Yuan leaned against the wall and observed through the gap in the iron gate. Lin Shui had obviously dressed up carefully today. She deliberately put on heavy makeup, bright lipstick, and dressed up gorgeously. She fiddled with her hair from time to time and took out a small mirror to check her makeup. Chen Yuan tentatively sent her a message on his phone. Is everything you said true? When Lin Shui saw the message, her eyes suddenly lit up and she felt that the opportunity had come. Of course it's true. She hurriedly opened the camera and took several selfies of herself. Just as she was about to send it, she suddenly remembered the girl who stood next to Chen Yuan last night. She found out from Yang Ming that it was the school beauty Yi Xiene. How can such an ordinary photo compare to? She bit her lip, made up her mind, and quickly opened the encrypted photo album in her phone. Carefully selected a few of the most attractive, with text. Yi Yuan, you are the one I love the most. Seeing her passionate confession, Shen Yuan smiled slightly. Well, I believe you, so I have to confess to you too. I rented that luxury car specifically to pick up the campus beauty. Lin Shui stood there, looking forward to Shen Yuan's appearance. When she saw the message, she immediately looked at the apple in her hand with joy. The next second, her expression froze and she looked inside the door in panic. After confirming that Shen Yuan had not followed her out, she immediately fled the scene at high speed in her high heels. She bravely came to the door of the boys' dormitory, risking being seen by Yang Ming. If she was discovered, she would lose both her money and her life. Shen Yuan walked out slowly from behind the wall, looked at her hastily fleeing back, and shook his head gently. Chapter 16: The Campus Beauty Who Was Hitched. The girls' dormitory in the afternoon. As soon as Yi Xiene stepped through the door with her long, beautiful legs, she was caught by Xiaolu. Her gossipy heart was burning. Oh, our school beauty finally decided to come back? Xiaolu rushed forward, circled around Xiene, and looked back and forth at her. When she saw Xiene's smooth and flawless legs and the black stockings she wore when going out were gone, her eyes suddenly lit up. Xiene threw her bag on the bed, her silky black hair swaying slightly. Are you checking on me? That's a must. Xiaolu leaned close to her ear and lowered her voice but couldn't hide her excitement. Where did you go last night? Your stockings are all gone. Stop it. Jean's cheeks turned slightly red, and she pinched Xiaolu's waist with her backhand. Who was the one who stayed out for 3 consecutive nights last week? Ha! Xiaolu dodged flexibly and jumped to the upper bunk with a playful smile. How can it be the same? You are a celebrity in our school. She then joked, the posts about you on the forum could be published as a serialized novel. Jean picked up the pillow and threw it at him, and the two of them burst into laughter. At night, Xiaolu looked at her friend who was putting on makeup in the mirror and couldn't help but move closer. Jean was wearing rose-colored lipstick, looking seductive, her lips were like dew-covered petals, and the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Who is the lucky one? Xiaolu looked at the scene in disbelief. I was a little shocked, it seems that Jean is really in trouble. Jean stood up, picked up the perfume and tapped it on her wrist. Xiaolu rolled her eyes, and when she turned around, she quietly grabbed her coat and followed her out. Ding! You received intelligence about a C-level character. Yi Xiene has been shortlisted for the top 10 singers preliminary round. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows. It seems that this information is not all bad news. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Shen Yuan stood tall with one hand in his pocket, looking very dignified. As the class flower, he is already handsome and his charm has reached its peak at this moment. A petite girl passed by and accidentally met Shen Yuan's gaze when she was stealing a glance at him. Her steps were hurried, her heart was beating fast, and she ran away dizzy, covering her chest. She was almost fainted by his handsomeness. 10 minutes late. Shen Yuan glanced at his watch, and the wide dial reflected a platinum light. This girl is a little unpunctual. As the scent of gardenia wafted over, Shen Yuan looked up and saw his friend jogging towards him. There was still a little moisture on the ends of her hair, obviously she had just finished taking a shower and hurried downstairs. The thought of punishing her for being late suddenly disappeared. Jean's slender legs were wrapped in brand new stockings, shiny and smooth under the light of the street lamps. The black suspender skirt swayed gently with her movements, blooming into a lily of the valley in the evening breeze. It is obviously a sexy combination, but she somehow exudes a pure and lively feeling. The wonderful temperament of pure desire intertwined made Shen Yuan immediately distracted. He walked forward and put his big hands around Jean's slender waist. I'm sorry. When Jean saw Shen Yuan looking at his watch, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly came forward, raised his face and stretched out his hand, speaking in a soft voice. I used the curling iron for so long that I burned my hands. Today she wore a full and exquisite makeup. She has red lips, white teeth and curled eyelashes, which is very beautiful. Shen Yuan subconsciously held her smooth fingers. Let me see, don't leave any scars. Her skin was as white as jade, without any signs of burns. Shen Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but he heard a chuckle from the beauty in his arms. Hee, idiot. When Jean saw that Shen Yuan did not pursue her lateness, she winked slyly and started to act coquettishly. At this time, several boys in basketball uniforms came towards us, talking and laughing. Hey, brother Yuan. The leading boy was the first to see Shen Yuan and immediately raised his arm to greet him warmly. Several other teammates also smiled and shouted, "Brother Yuan." When they caught a glimpse of the school beauty Yi Xiene standing in Shen Yuan's arms, the men were shocked. "You look at me, I look at you," both filled with envy. The boy who was usually the most naughty mustered up the courage to shout to Yi Xiene, "Hello, sister-in-law." This shout made Xiene so embarrassed that she cried out and buried her face in Shen Yuan's chest. The little hand held on to the corner of his clothes tightly. "Get out of here!" Shen Yuan cursed and laughed as he waved at them, and the teammates ran away happily. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn around and give Shen Yuan a thumbs up. This affectionate scene between the two was seen by Xiaolu, who was hiding in the carport nearby. She stamped her feet in annoyance. If that scene was filmed, it would definitely cause an uproar among her sisters. It turns out that the school beauty Xiene is not aloof at all. At this moment, she curled up in the arms of the boy in front of her, as shy as a kitten. I have to say, Xiene's boyfriend is really handsome. Xiaolu looked at Shen Yuan's broad shoulders, narrow waist, and charming long legs, and licked her lips unconsciously. It seemed that the school hunk was outshined by the boy in front of him. Her eyes were so dry that she sighed inwardly. Why didn't I notice this kind of person in the school before? Shen Yuan held Xiene's hand and suggested softly, "Shall we go to the movies?" Xiene's phone kept vibrating, and group messages from the music club popped up one after another. She bit her lower lip in embarrassment. It might be too late today. How about we walk around the school? Seeing Shen Yuan frowning slightly, she suddenly moved closer to Shen Yuan. The warm breath brushed past his ears, and the breath was as fragrant as orchid. "Why, are you unhappy?" Xiene took the initiative to change her gestures, and her slender fingers gently traced on his palm. Finally, he opened his 5 fingers, stepped forward, and interlocked his fingers. This intimate little gesture softened Shen Yuan's heart, and he immediately lost his temper. Walking on the stone road in Lover's Forest, the shadows of the trees are swaying. Shen Yuan suddenly thought of Lin Shui, the woman who dragged him to the hotel on the night they confirmed their relationship. He had just turned 18 at that time, was as green as a fool, and had lost his innocence in a muddle. "You haven't eaten yet? Are you hungry?" Passing by the commercial street, Shen Yuan looked at the brightly lit shops and said, "I'll just have some fruit." Xiene's eyes lit up and he pointed at a fruit shop. "By the way, I still have a coupon." She looked proud and clever. This thriftiness made Shen Yuan couldn't help but imagine her busying around in the kitchen in the future wearing an apron. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Shen Yuan ruffled her hair and said, "I'm going to buy some Odin next door and we'll be back soon." When Shen Yuan came back again, through the glass door, he saw a thin boy circling around Xiene. "You are Yi Xiene." Xiene glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Well, what's wrong?" At school, people would chat with her from time to time, and she was used to it. The boy suddenly became excited, and he said boldly, "School beauty, can I add you on WeChat?" The boy rubbed his hands, waiting for a reply. Xiene took the fruit salad from the shop owner and waved to the boy. "Inconvenient." The boy still didn't give up. "Just make friends, I promise not to disturb you." Shen Yuan frowned, ready to go forward to see what was going on. After seeing the boy clearly, his eyes suddenly turned cold. This man is the same lewd guy who was still harassing Su Wanqing after school. After disturbing teacher Su, now you come to chat with Xiene? This guy seems to be afraid of offending me. Shen Yuan is 180 centimeters tall, and when he stands there, he feels very oppressive. He turned his back to his friend and stretched out his hand. She immediately understood and gently placed her soft little hand on his. Shen Yuan glanced at Sa Nan calmly. "Senior sister is already taken." Sa Nan suddenly froze in place. He recognized Shen Yuan in front of him. Not only is he a celebrity on the basketball team, he also dares to openly flirt with teacher Su in class. What shocked him even more was that Yi Xiene, the school beauty that everyone said was aloof, was actually snuggling up to Shen Yuan obediently at this moment. "Brother Yuan." The man smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "I really don't know. After all, we are all in the same profession, and we will see each other sooner or later." Shen Yuan didn't want to embarrass him, so he nodded expressionlessly and left with Xiene. Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away, Sa Nan felt angry. Why? It's fine that the class beauty Lin Shui took the initiative to talk to him, but now, even the school beauty has been won over by him. I can't even find a girlfriend. How can I have the youth of a girl? Why is it so difficult? In the corner, a sneaky figure recorded everything and forwarded it to a group of girlfriends. Commercial Street, fruit salad, the new school hunk domineeringly protects his wife. Chapter 17, The Impulse in the Equipment Room. The fragrance of gardenia wafting from the friend's hair mixed with the evening breeze makes people feel relaxed and happy. Shen Yuan couldn't help but stretch out his big hand and put his palm against her slender waistline through the thin suspender skirt. The two of them walked on the playground, chatting from time to time, and the atmosphere was harmonious. As the breeze blew, Shen Yuan quietly enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 1060100. After the flower protecting incident just now, Xiene's favorability towards him increased again. The current exchange rate is 1:20,000, and 10 favorability is 200,000. After exchanging the favor, Shen Yuan's account balance reached 1.78 million. His mind moved, and he started to draw 10 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully unlocking the A-level character Lin Shui class beauty. Unexpectedly, he drew Lin Shui this time, and Shen Yuan immediately opened the character illustration. Name, Lin Shui. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 82 points B. Favorability, 50. Charge times, 66 times. Character information, none. Shen Yuan stared at Lin Shui's 66 charging times and fell into deep thought. He counted on his fingers and found that he had done it at least 50 times. I remember that at the beginning, the two of them were like conjoined twins, sticking to the bed all day long, and the charging head was almost sending out sparks. Favorability 50? Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's been so long, and I just lied to her and said the car was rented. I didn't expect that she still had such a good impression of me. It seems that Lin Shui's obsession with looks is even higher than her obsession with money. Shen Yuan quickly exchanged 50 points of favorability, and 1 million was deposited into his account just like that. The account balance suddenly jumped to 2.78 million. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes. This is too exaggerated. In an instant, an idea flashed in his mind, and the character illustrations of the dormitory manager and the cafeteria auntie suddenly came to his mind. He suddenly shuddered and shook his head quickly. No, this is too much money to earn. Just imagining that scene made him feel a little bit unacceptable. He quickly stopped thinking about it and went to the second-level favorability mall. See if there is anything worth exchanging besides the lucky star you got before. In the mall, he saw a secret bubble that required 20 favorability points. The dazzling array of goods in the mall prompted him to look carefully. Fate coin, after use, if the front side is facing up, the character's favorability will be plus 10, otherwise 10. Favorability consumption, 30. Heart-beating chocolate, after use, the next time the target person's favorability towards you will be doubled. Favorability consumption, 30. Dream invasion pillow, you can enter a character's dream and specify that you will appear in the target character's dream that night. Consumption of favorability, 30. Forced confession potion, after use, the target person will fall into a state of fanatical affection for a short period of time, lasts for 2 hours. Favorability consumption, 50. Shen Yuan looked at the forced confession potion with fiery eyes. The effect description surprised him a little. 50 favorability points for 2 hours of frenzy? Some indescribable images began to emerge in his mind. The 50 points of favorability in his hand seemed to be tempting him to go all in. Fortunately, reason prevailed. I'm afraid this thing is a double-edged sword. It sounds very tempting, but if you don't use it properly, you might end up losing more than you gain. His eyes moved between heart-beating chocolate and dream invasion pillow. The chocolate is steady and the pillow can sneak into dreams, which is also very attractive. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Exchange for heart-beating chocolate first, and use the remaining 20 points for 20 consecutive draws. Ding! It is detected that the user has lucky star bonus, and the chance of winning the lottery is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the A-level item, Dream Invasion Pillow. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the S-level item, Forced Confession Potion. Amidst a pile of blue sky and white clouds, purple light overflowed from the cracks in the box. Sure enough, the lucky star of 50 favorability was not exchanged in vain. Shen Yuan looked at the two props shining in the system space. He rubbed his hands happily and raised the corners of his mouth. If I had known that the lottery was so exciting, I wouldn't have been so hesitant just now. Now that's good, I finally got the dream pillow and confession water that I had been longing for. Shen Yuan was in a good mood. This wave of money is huge. Yi Xiene tilted her head, looking at Shen Yuan, who suddenly smiled foolishly beside her, feeling puzzled. She gently poked Shen Yuan's cheek. Idiot, what are you laughing at? You're like a fool. Shen Yuan finally came to his senses, and he took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket like a magician. Xiene, come and try this? The gold foil packaging of the chocolate is luxurious and elegant, and you can vaguely see the flowing filling inside. Wow! So beautiful. Xiene took it from Shen Yuan with surprise. As she took small bites, the silky chocolate melted on her tongue. There is a subtle throbbing in the sweetness. Xiene ate while looking at her phone, and the screen showed. Congratulations to Yi Xiene for being shortlisted for the preliminaries of the top 10 campus singers. She looked surprised and excitedly grabbed Shen Yuan's arm. I made it to the preliminaries. However, Shen Yuan knew it before her. He looked at his friend's excitedly flushed cheeks and acted with great acting skills. Really? My soulmate is so amazing. Jean's cheeks turned red at his exaggerated praise, but she couldn't help but smile. Idiot, disgusting. Suddenly, a drop of rain hit Shen Yuan's face and thunder suddenly sounded. Before he could react, heavy rain poured down. The playground suddenly became chaotic, and everyone ran to the dormitory with their heads in their hands. Xiaolu, who had been following the two of them, had no choice but to flee back to the dormitory in a panic. Oh no, I didn't bring an umbrella, Xiene said anxiously. Her suspender skirt was instantly soaked and her hair stuck to her face. She took Shen Yuan's big hand and ran hurriedly towards the dormitory. However, at this moment, Shen Yuan seemed to have thought of something. Follow me. He gave Xiene a reassuring look, motioning for her to follow him. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Xiene didn't understand, but out of trust in Shen Yuan, he nodded. Shen Yuan pulled Xiene and ran to the equipment room under the rostrum. As the main player of the basketball team, he clearly remembered that the door key was hidden above the bay window. By the time the two men ran to the door of the equipment room, they were soaked like drowned rats. Shen Yuan stood on tiptoe and groped along the windowsill, and heard a click. The door opened and a smell of rubber and wood filled the air. After entering with his soulmate in his arms, Shen Yuan closed the door. The small room was filled with all kinds of equipment. Basketballs and dumbbells were scattered on the ground in a mess. This was originally a small warehouse, which was converted into a sports equipment room. There are walls all around, with only a little light coming in through the tall bay windows. Shen Yuan, it's so dark here. Jean's voice was a little trembling, and she felt a little cold after being wet by the rain. Woo, I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid, I'll turn on the light right away. Shen Yuan walked forward and pressed the switch. The light bulb flickered twice and then went out. There were lightning and thunder outside the window, raindrops were crackling outside the door, and the atmosphere in the dim space was a little depressing. The flickering lights made Xiene a little overwhelmed. She was so scared that she threw herself into Shen Yuan's arms, her shoulders shaking. Shen Yuan patted her back to comfort her while groping in the dark for the unopened yoga mat in the corner. After tearing open the package with a swish sound, Shen Yuan spread the mat on the ground. Let's sit here for a while until the rain stops. After hearing this, Xiene did not let go and continued to hold him tightly. The two of them sat down hugging each other. After a while, Shen Yuan's eyes gradually adapted to the darkness. He used the faint moonlight outside the window to look down at the stunning school beauty in his arms. Jean's black suspender skirt, wet by the rain, clung to her body, making her look very seductive. You can vaguely see the snow-white skin inside, and it feels cold to the touch. There were still drops of water hanging on Jean's eyelashes, and her body was trembling slightly from the cold. The lipstick on her lips spread and stained the corners of her mouth. Her frail appearance made Shen Yuan unable to help but stretch out his big hand to wipe it for her, with extremely gentle movements. The other hand went into her hair and caressed it. Xiene couldn't help but feel a little confused. She moaned softly, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Shen Yuan's neck. Chapter 18, Tie Your Hair Up. The rain outside was getting heavier, but the temperature inside was rising. The two hugged and kissed each other, and Shen Yuan could even feel the sweetness of the chocolate. His big hands involuntarily wandered over Jean's plump breasts. The yoga mat beneath him had already been rubbed askew. Ji-Yin's face flushed, his breathing became more rapid, and his chest heaved violently. She pushed Shen Yuan's chest lightly, a little breathless, but it seemed more like she was trying to resist but also to welcome him. Shen Yuan could no longer suppress the strong desire in his eyes, and he turned over and pressed Ji-Yin under him. The burning body temperature was transmitted through the cold and wet fabric. Ji-Yin's messy hair was spread on the ground, and her eyes were filled with tears. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the corner of the wall. Ah! Ji-Yin's short scream was particularly clear in the dim room. She trembled all over, panicked, and lost her composure in panic. Shen Yuan gasped in pain and subconsciously covered his mouth. When I licked it with the tip of my tongue, I actually tasted a hint of blood. This girl is really ruthless. He lowered his head and glared at the beauty in his arms, feeling both angry and amused. Are you born in the year of the dog? Why do you bite people? I'm scared. Jean knew she was in the wrong, so she started to act coquettishly in a soft voice. She shrank into Shen Yuan's arms, not daring to move. However, the sound had not completely disappeared and appeared again. I'm ruining my business, I'll take care of it. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth and made a move to stand up. Shoo! Stop talking nonsense. Jean grabbed his wrist and lowered her voice nervously. It can understand. What are you afraid of? It's just a mouse. How can it become a spirit? Don't go. Jean held Shen Yuan tightly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. What if it bites you? When she said this, her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head and dared not say a word. I thought to myself, that's right. The mouse has not bitten anyone yet, but it's letting itself be bitten first. Shen Yuan couldn't help laughing and sat down again. He hugged his confidante tighter, patting her body soothingly with his big hands. Okay, as long as it doesn't make trouble, I'll spare its life. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, the tiny noise actually stopped and the warehouse became quiet in an instant. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. This little thing is quite human. After a moment's silence, Shen Yuan gradually felt the warmth of the person in his arms and reacted unconsciously. He was just one step away from success, but was ruined by a mouse. He was unwilling to accept this. Never give up, that's a real man. Shen Yuan wanted to continue, but Ji-Yin gently rested her head on his chest and shook it. Once the atmosphere was broken, her nervous feeling returned, and at this moment she had no intention of doing anything. How about, let's go back first? She suggested in a low voice, her eyes wandering, still worried that something might suddenly jump out. Shen Yuan stood up slowly, his eyes fixed on Ji-Yin. Her slightly messy hair, wrinkled suspender skirt, flushed cheeks, and those shy eyes are simply pure and lustful to the extreme. This broken warehouse is really not the right place. Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he suppressed his inner restlessness, but he had no intention of letting his friend go so easily. He leaned over to his confidante's delicate profile and whispered in a low voice. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Ji-Yin's little face instantly turned red, and even her neck was stained with crimson. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, she felt so humiliated. Just now, Ji-Yin had already decided in her heart to completely give herself to Shen Yuan. She was interrupted by this sudden accident, and she felt both annoyed and helpless. Ordinary intimacy seems to no longer satisfy Shen Yuan's desire. Looking at the faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Ji-Yin's heart softened. After hesitating for a moment, she clenched her slender hands, bit her lower lip, and nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. She then raised her hand to gather her scattered long hair and tied it neatly into a ponytail. 10 minutes later, the sudden rain stopped. The two walked out of the equipment room one after the other, and the humid air was mixed with the freshness of earth. Shen Yuan held her considerately, his big hand gently brushed the corner of her mouth, and picked up a strand of hair stuck to her lips. You are so bad. Ji-Yin hurriedly took out the small mirror she carried with her. Seeing her slightly swollen lips, her pretty face felt hot, and she was afraid that someone would notice something. Shen Yuan was amused by her shy look and rubbed the top of her head lovingly. Thanks a lot. If this matter can be compared to softball, then I am only one step away from hitting a home run. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel his Adam's apple rolling, his heart burning with anticipation for the final battle. As the two left, the door of the dim equipment room closed again. Inside the house, only a faint scent of heather remained, slowly drifting in the air. As the night deepened, Shen Yuan held Ji-Yin's hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Along the way, passing Lover's Hill, we saw couples forgetting themselves in the darkness. Shen Yuan's heart was aroused again. He slowed down his pace unconsciously, tightened his palm slightly, and rubbed his fingertips gently on the back of his friend's hand. What's wrong? Yi Xiene raised her head, met Shen Yuan's gaze, and frowned. Just now, wasn't that enough? Seeing this, Shen Yuan said with a bit of disappointment, yes, of course it's not enough. Yi Xiene thought of the scene where the two people were interrupted in the equipment room. Looking at his face pretending to be depressed and looking like he had no place to use his strength, I burst out laughing. There is sly sweetness in the glances of her eyes. All right. Yi Xiene stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around his neck like watergrass. The sweet breath sprayed in his ears, and the breath was as fragrant as orchid. Idiot, next time we meet, you can do whatever you want to me. Yi Xiene has already made up his mind secretly. After saying this, even though her face turned red, she stubbornly did not avoid Shen Yuan's gaze. Friend, what I want is for everything to happen naturally and with your mutual consent. Shen Yuan lowered his head and gently placed it against her forehead, rubbing his nose against her hot cheek affectionately. Did you hear that, baby? Under the bright moonlight, Shen Yuan had a handsome face, deep eyebrows and eyes, and spoke seriously. Sensing his true feelings, Yi Xiene nodded obediently. Shen Yuan's serious look is more attractive than when he acts like a hooligan. Finally arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yi Xiene quickly pecked him on the cheek, then turned and ran away in panic. After a few steps, she turned back on the stairs and blinked at him reluctantly. Looking at her brisk steps, Shen Yuan smiled like an ant. He now enjoys every minute with his soulmate. Ding! Heart-beating chocolate takes effect. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 2080100. After exchanging another 400,000 yuan, Shen Yuan's deposit reached 3.18 million. He looked at this huge fortune and fell into deep thought. In Yangchang, this amount of money is enough to buy a 100 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. We can move out together, so that every day. As he thought about it, he casually opened the system mall. 20 points of favorability really can't buy anything. Shen Yuan absent-mindedly made 2 10-draw combos. Just as he was casually preparing to exit, a blinding red light suddenly burst out from the box. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the SS level item, Crisis Transformation Card. Effect: when negative character information below SS level appears, it can be converted into positive character information of the same level. Shit! Shen Yuan's eyes widened suddenly, and he froze in place. This is the first time he has drawn an SS level item. This is simply a life-saving talisman. He returned to the dormitory humming a song happily, and was surrounded by his roommates as soon as he entered the door. Second brother, you are famous. The third brother put the phone directly in front of him. On the screen were intimate videos of him and Yi Xiene in front of the girls' dormitory and in the fruit shop. The number of likes has exceeded 1,000, and the comment section is filled with wailing. What? The campus beauty is being pursued by a junior from the Department of Architecture? Who is this guy? I want to battle with him. Shen Yuan didn't expect that the school beauty actually had a lackey following her around. Chapter 19: Invasion of Little Dreams. Brother, you have changed. He actually got together with the school beauty without telling anyone. That's it. You even hid it from your brothers. That's really mean. The roommates spoke in a sour tone. The third brother was startled, slapped his head, and turned around at this moment. He grabbed Shen Yuan's wrist and stared at the watch that was flashing white light from left to right. Also, this watch seems more and more real the more I look at it. The dormitory suddenly became quiet and the brothers looked at each other. They all recalled Shen Yuan's recent abnormality. Generous red envelopes, the latest mobile phone, Porsche car keys, and this watch. Fuck. The third brother slapped his thigh fiercely. Brother, did you win the lottery? Shen Yuan looked at his brother's fiery eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He would not easily expose the system's affairs, so he straightened his collar. I'm going to show my cards now. Then, under everyone's breathless gaze, he paused. Actually, I'm a rich second generation. My dad told me yesterday that he is worth over 100 million. How much? Over 100 million? The boss was also shocked at this moment. Yang Ming's father next door runs a small factory. He is worth tens of millions and is always showing off. I didn't expect that the second child I live with day and night is actually hiding so deeply. I'm so angry. The third brother was completely stunned and it took him a long time to utter a word. I'll find an opportunity to torture my dad and see if he is telling me the truth. The fourth brother standing aside was feeling turbulent inside and was thinking silently. Second brother. You are so unkind. You usually eat fried egg noodles with us and pretend to be poor. Do you think you are experiencing life? The third brother stepped forward, pretending to be angry, and lightly strangled Shen Yuan's neck. He looked sourly at the Zonghang Sihai on Shen Yuan's wrist. No wonder the school beauty is so attracted to you. It's not that I don't have feelings for you, it's that you don't drive a Porsche. What a sin. The brothers laughed and started playing. Shen Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and took out his phone. All right. 1,000 per person as hush money. Shen Yuan casually transferred 1,000 yuan to each of his brothers, and everyone gradually calmed down. No wonder you were so abnormal yesterday. You scared us to death. The eldest brother, who had recovered from his shock, said with lingering fear. The third brother looked at Shen Yuan, who went to the bathroom to wash up. He rushed forward, holding the freshly prepared foot washing water, and cleared his throat. Technician number 3 is happy to serve you. As he said this, he bowed in a pretentious manner. Seeing that Shen Yuan was amused, he immediately went behind Shen Yuan and pinched his shoulders awkwardly. Brother, is this strength still enough? Do you want to try harder? Shen Yuan just yawned lazily, and the fourth brother immediately understood what he meant. Not wanting to be outdone, she crept over to his bed and handed him the unopened new pillow with both hands. Brother, sleep on my pillow. I promise you'll have a good dream with my memory foam pillow. Sweet dreams? Shen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered the dream invasion pillow rewarded by the system. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he finished washing up in no time. He put on his loose pants, jumped onto the bed, and quickly pulled the blackout curtains. Brothers, go to bed early. I'm going to sleep first. Behind the bed curtains, Shen Yuan couldn't wait to take out the dream pillow from the system space. The pillow surface feels cool and silky, and you can vaguely see the strange patterns flowing inside. He carefully placed it behind his head, and immediately a tingling sensation spread from the back of his neck to his entire body. Dream Invasion Pillow. You can enter a character's dream and specify that you appear in the target character's dream that night. Character illustrations unlocked: SSS Yi Xiene 8100, SS Su Wanqing 5100, a Linshue 5100. It's decided to be you. After hesitating for a while, Shen Yuan used it on Su Wanqing. Shen Yuan's previous good impression of Lin Shui had long since vanished. There is only a thin barrier between me and my soulmate, and I believe there will be no more obstacles soon. As for the dormitory ant and the cafeteria ant, he couldn't help but shudder. The scene was too beautiful to even imagine. When he thought of Su Wanqing, the corners of Shen Yuan's mouth couldn't help but rise. He couldn't help but switch to the god's perspective and held his breath for a moment. Su Wanqing was lying on her side on the bed, a silver halo illuminating her sleeping face. The lavender silk pajamas outlined her proud curves. Even without makeup, her fair face is still charming and attractive. Even when she's asleep, she looks so pretty. Shen Yuan looked at her with gentle eyes, his heart softened. Soon, a wave of sleepiness came over him like a tide, and Shen Yuan's consciousness gradually became blurred. At the last moment before he closed his eyes, he saw Su Wanqing turned over unconsciously. The hem of her silk pajamas was lifted generously. The snow-white skin and slender waist formed a perfect proportion, and it was dazzlingly white under the moonlight. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Shen Yuan followed the crowd out of the school. Even in his sleep, he was still conscious. Just when he was wondering why he was here, a petite figure suddenly bumped into his arms. Shen Yuan looked down and was stunned. Isn't this Su Wanqing? But she was half a head shorter than she was in real life. The thin branches have already produced fruits, and even the slightly loose school uniform cannot hide their extremely immature appearance. There is a well-known Sangshan named Kong, with a baby face and big breasts, which is visualized at this moment. Shen Yuan secretly thought that the impressive figure that did not match her age. Sorry, are you okay? She shrank her shoulders timidly and looked at Shen Yuan with evasive eyes. Shen Yuan suddenly understood that Su Wanqing had dreamt about many years ago. Something happened. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly covered his chest, staggering a few steps exaggeratedly. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. As he said this, he deliberately fell slowly to the ground. Ah! This sudden change scared Su Wanqing badly. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Then what should we do? Should we go call the teacher? Seeing her panic-stricken appearance, Shen Yuan's heart softened and he felt a little guilty. He patted his butt and stood up quickly. Just kidding. My name is Shen Yuan. What's yours? My name is Su Wanqing. She blinked her watery eyes, paused, and came back to her senses. Everyone calls me Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao? Shen Yuan was shocked. Isn't this Su Wanqing's game ID? The sun shone through the leaves onto her face, and Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire her sincerely. Xiao Xiao, you are so beautiful. He gave a warm smile. Can I be your friend? Okay. Xiao Xiao's eyebrows suddenly curved, and she took out a box of coconut juice from her school bag and stuffed it into his hand. As if to make up for her earlier recklessness, she said, "Here, drink it." Shen Yuan looked at the coconut juice branded by Su Dongdong in his hand and couldn't help laughing. So it started from this time, no wonder. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long. An accidental encounter established a deep friendship between the two. One weekend, Shen Yuan pushed Xiao Xiao to sit on the swing. They all don't like me, why? She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, swung up and down, lowered her head, and spoke in a muffled voice. But I didn't do anything wrong. Shen Yuan stood behind her and gently rubbed the top of her head. His fingertips ran through her delicate hair, soothing it gently. That's because they are jealous of you. Shen Yuan said with a smile, his tone firm. Really? Xiao Xiao raised her face, with a hint of grievance in her eyes, waiting for Shen Yuan's reply. Of course it's true. Shen Yuan squatted down, looked at her at eye level, and looked at her seriously. When did my brother lie to you? Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, rubbed the ground with her toes, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice. Then, will brother like Xiao Xiao? She gripped the swing rope tightly with her fingers, her eyes flickering slightly, afraid to hear a negative answer. Shen Yuan smiled and reached out to gently pinch her delicate face. Of course, I like Xiao Xiao the best. In an instant, the haze in her eyes was dispelled, and she became confident and bright. Wow! That's so many! Xiao Xiao was holding a big bag of beautiful girl dress-up stickers, her eyes sparkling. Her little face flushed slightly with excitement, and the corners of her mouth were raised high. And more. Shen Yuan smiled and took out a few exquisite picture albums from behind with a doting look on his face. Xiao Xiao took the colorful picture book. Above are poetry in distant places, the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, the Great Wall, the pyramids. Brother is the best. She cheered, stood on tiptoe to take the album, and quickly moved closer to Shen Yuan. With a chirp, Shen Yuan's face was touched lightly. Before Shen Yuan could react, Xiao Xiao blushed and stretched out her little finger, shaking it in front of his eyes. Hand in hand. I will marry my brother in the future. Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh, but he couldn't bear to break her innocent fantasy. He gently hooked his little fingers together. Have you really thought about it? Yeah. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously and shook her hooked fingers. Then stamp it solemnly and finish it all. She immediately buried her face shyly in Shen Yuan's arms. Her long eyelashes trembled and she didn't dare to look up at him. The days passed like turning pages of a book, and Xiao Xiao grew up unknowingly. She always thought that her brother would always stand behind her and accompany her. On this day, as usual, my brother suddenly disappeared. She ran through all the places in her memory. The swings by the lake, the convenience store on the way home from school, the small park they often go to. I couldn't find my brother. Sometimes, she would see a similar figure on the street corner and her heart would skip a beat. It wasn't until I caught up with him that I realized it was just a stranger. Gradually, she finally understood. Her brother really disappeared from her world. She carefully put away the memories of the past and hid them in the softest corner of her heart. Chapter 20: Unlocking the Soft and Cute Schoolgirl. The next day, Shen Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly woke up from the dream. He subconsciously glanced at the system interface. Strange, Su Wanqing's favorability hasn't changed. The noisy voice of the third brother was heard in his ears, which scared Shen Yuan, who was still in a daze. Good news! Good news! Great news! Everyone, check the group. Shen Yuan took out his phone in a daze, and the number of group messages from the School of Architecture had reached 99 plus. Click on the latest notification. Dear students, please note that at 1 p.m. today, Teacher Su will lead a team to a neighboring city to conduct an architectural research activity. Special note, this activity is jointly carried out with the School of Special Education of the North Campus. Please actively cooperate. Afternoon classes are cancelled. I can still go out with Goddess Su. The third brother raised his arms and cheered, "It's so cool." An online form then popped up in the group. Team arrangement table. Each student from the School of Architecture needs to form a team with a student from the School of Special Education to help each other during the research process. The third brother has sharp eyes and can spot the eldest brother's teammates at a glance. "Fuck, bro. The person you're traveling with is a girl." He widened his eyes, pointed at the phone screen and screamed. Suddenly, there was unstoppable laughter coming from the fourth brother's bed, and the bed frame was shaking. "What the hell are you laughing at?" The third child pulled back the fourth child's blanket and said, "You single dog." Before he could finish his words, the fourth brother raised his phone with a gloating look. "Third brother, look at your partner first." The third brother lowered his head suspiciously. "Oh? Zhongyang Architecture Class A, Chao Mengbiao Special Education Class A. Chao Mengbiao?" The third brother, Zhang Yang, read out each word slowly, and the expression on his face gradually froze. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Ha 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 ha. The fourth brother finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Third brother, you are trying to survive under the stick." Third brother, the eldest brother, poked his head out from behind the bed curtain, frowning slightly. "Students at the Special Education Academy are somewhat inconvenienced." "It's not nice of you to say that." "Oh, I was just joking." The third brother scratched his hair, his tone full of grievance. "If you can choose, who wouldn't want to take care of a cute schoolgirl?" Shen Yuan smiled and shook his head, continuing to look through his phone. "Second brother, who are you in the same group with?" The third brother came over and placed his last heart on Shen Yuan. "Shinji Yun." Shen Yuan inadvertently pronounced the name. Judging from the name, it should be a girl. The dormitory suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds. "Wait. Who are you talking about?" The third brother snatched the phone and raised his voice suddenly. "Shinji Yun?" The fourth kid, who often visited campus forums, was just curled up in bed when he quickly got up. "The freshman girl from the North Campus? The one who's catching up with Nian Ning?" He leaned halfway over the bed. A drone captured her bare-faced photo at the opening ceremony, and the forum went viral. Everyone is still discussing whether this picture is photoshopped or not, saying that she doesn't look like a real person. The third brother staggered back, holding his chest, his heart broken. "This is unscientific. Why does my second brother always get all the good things?" He rushed to Chen Yuan's bedside and said to him flatteringly, "Second brother, you know, I have been a soloist for almost 20 years. How about we switch?" Chen Yuan looked at his expectant expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Okay." Just then, a new notification popped up in the group. Important reminder. The team list involves the privacy protection of disabled people. It is strictly forbidden to change it privately. Violators will be severely punished. The third brother's smile froze on his face, and his whole body wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Yuan and his elder brother exchanged glances and sighed at the same time. The fourth child patted the third child's shoulder to comfort him. "Just accept your fate. Maybe your classmate Chao Mengbiao." "Stop talking." The third brother wailed and buried his head in the bed. "I want to be alone. F4 is out. Start bombing the streets." After dinner, the third brother couldn't wait to pack up and the group was ready to go. In front of the School of Architecture, several school buses with Yangcheng University printed on them are lined up neatly. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind the crowd. "Fuck! Goddess Su is here." Su Wanqing came riding a pink electric scooter. The purple tulle dress fluttered in the wind, and the faintly visible curves attracted the attention of the boys. "My sister said purple is very charming." The third brother stared with his eyes wide open and hummed a song unconsciously. Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. The loose dress can't hide her graceful figure, especially her proud bust. "Are all the students here?" Su Wanqing said in a gentle voice. "Everyone please get on the bus according to the grouping table." "Teacher, I have my own car. I'll apply for a self-driving car to drive over there." Yang Ming looked gloomy when he saw Lin Shue's name on the list. This woman who treated him like an ATM and kept him hanging was in the same car with him. However, when he saw that his new partner was a girl, his hope was rekindled. Su Wanqing checked the list and nodded. Sure, be safe. As Yang Ming drove away, Su Wanqing began to organize the students to get on the bus in an orderly manner. When Shen Yuan walked past her, her eyes flickered. This back view, this familiar feeling. It overlapped with the brother who gently protected her in her dream last night. Shen Yuan. Su Wanqing subconsciously called out to him, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Please stay for a while. Ding. Su Wanqing's favorability plus 1060100. Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. I didn't do anything, so why did my favorability suddenly increase? Did she recognize him? No, that shouldn't be possible. The system has a fuzzy processing mechanism for dream memories, and the other party will only have a sense of déjà vu at most. After the last classmate got on the bus, they were the only two left in the empty space. Su Wanqing took a few steps closer, and the faint scent of jasmine lingered at Shen Yuan's nose. Qing, Sister Qing, what's wrong? Shen Yuan tentatively addressed Su Wanqing as she requested. What happened yesterday? Su Wanqing pretended nothing had happened and lowered her head to straighten her not-so-messy skirt. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Come to the teacher's apartment after the survey. My mom sent me an old duck. I'll make soup for you for the next meal. Shen Yuan looked at the elegant and mature Su Wanqing in front of him. No one would ever imagine that she was the little girl who timidly called him brother in the dream. Shen Yuan didn't even think about it and responded softly, okay. The school bus slowly drove out of the campus and headed towards the North Campus. Prepare to meet up with students from the Special Education College. Shen Yuan found his seat by the window and sat down. He closed his eyes and called up the system interface. Exchanged another 200,000 yuan, current balance, 3.38 million yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the user for exceeding 3 million in deposits. The system rewards S-level random skill 1. Are you sure you want to open it? Confirm cancel. S-level? Shen Yuan's eyes lit up, sure. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level skill Diamond Indestructible Kidney. Active skill, enter a state of absolute wakefulness in some aspect lasts 1 hour. Passive effect, metabolic efficiency increased by 300% permanent. Ahem. Shen Yuan cleared his throat tactically. Although I have absolutely no problems in some aspects, who would refuse to become a perpetual motion machine? After equipping the skills, he had an idea, system, draw a lottery. While the good luck was still there, he decisively carried out the lottery. As the seam of the box trembled, a blinding red light suddenly exploded. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the SS level character Shinji Yun. A cute school girl. Chapter 21 Heartbeat on the school bus. Shinji Yun? Isn't this girl my teammate today? Shen Yuan immediately called up Shinji Yun's character panel from the system. Name, Shinji Yun. Age, 18 years old. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 95 points. Favorability, 0. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. As a freshman at North Campus, she's been very popular recently. How come she's in the School of Special Education? Shen Yuan thought, we'll know when we meet later. The scenery outside the car window was rapidly receding, and Shen Yuan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. My cell phone suddenly vibrated, and I saw it was a message from my best friend. Did you miss me today? Would you like to go out for a walk together tonight? Now, Jian's whole heart is thinking about Shen Yuan. Like most men and women in love, they want to be together all the time. Shen Yuan smiled lightly and was about to reply when his fingers suddenly stopped. He had just promised Su Wanqing that he would go to her teacher's apartment for dinner tonight. Shen Yuan suppressed his inner restlessness and replied carefully. I have to go out to investigate the activities of the Architecture Institute right now. How about tomorrow? As he spoke, he took a photo of the interior of the car and sent it over. Jian's reply came quickly. Wow, that's great. I'm so envious. Shen Yuan looked at the message and couldn't help teasing her. Yeah, it's a pity that we can't bring family members. Jian was silent for 2 seconds. What family members? Bah! Bah! Ha ha ha! Shen Yuan could almost hear her embarrassed and angry voice through the screen and couldn't help laughing out loud. The two of them chatted casually. "Oh, that's fine. Remember to think of me." Shen Yuan stared at the screen with a smile on his face, thinking about their date tomorrow. The school bus was on the road, and Su Wanqing was calling the roll in the aisle to make sure every student was on the bus. For some unknown reason, the vehicle in front suddenly stopped. When she walked to Shen Yuan, the school bus driver braked suddenly without warning, and the tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. The huge inertia of the sudden stop caused the entire car to shake. "What the hell? What's going on?" Several students who were not wearing seatbelts almost hit the front seats and screamed in surprise. Shen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his right hand had already reached into the system space. The moment his fingers touched the adversity conversion card, several thoughts flashed through his mind. Car accidents often happen in a split second. You can get props again, but you can't get your life back. He changed his mind and realized that Su Wanqing was in the same car with him. The fact that the system does not provide any character information means there is no danger. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Oh. The next second, Su Wanqing lost her balance and fell on him. Shen Yuan quickly reached out to catch it, and his hand instantly sank into it, and he was shocked. Sister Qing looks quite plump, but she doesn't feel heavy at all when I hold her. Rather, she feels soft. He held the front seat armrest with one hand and put his other arm around Su Wanqing's waist. The scent of jasmine from her hair was refreshing. Shen Yuan was somewhat immersed in it and didn't let go of his hand for a long time. Su Wanqing's face was flushed, and their postures were too ambiguous. He tidied up the hair that was scattered on his forehead and tried to get up. "Shen Yuan, are you okay?" She looked around and luckily everyone was busy packing up and no one was paying attention to this side. "No." Shen Yuan's voice hadn't yet fallen. The school bus started moving, and there was another bumpy ride, and Su Wanqing fell back again. This time, her hand pressed precisely on Shen Yuan's special spot. Hiss. Shen Yuan took a breath and looked at Su Wanqing in front of him in shock. Feeling the warm touch, his heart was moved and he reacted unconsciously. Su Wanqing looked at him strangely, and the two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ahem. Shen Yuan quickly became serious. "Sister Qing, are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Su Wanqing jumped away quickly as if she had been electrocuted, and walked to the back row without even raising her head. "I'll go see the other students." The driver drove more carefully for the rest of the journey. The atmosphere in the car gradually relaxed and the students began to chat freely. The school bus drove smoothly all the way to the North Campus of Yangchang University. "Students, we have arrived at the North Campus." Su Wanqing stood at the front of the car, her voice gentle but clear. "You can go to the bathroom now, and we will set off after the other teammates get on the bus." As soon as she finished speaking, the students stood up and couldn't wait to get off the bus to get some fresh air. Some of them were stretching, while others were rubbing their numb legs. There were still a few girls who were still in shock. They gathered together and discussed in a low voice the unexpected incident that had just happened. Shen Yuan deliberately fell behind last and stood up slowly. When passing by Su Wanqing, he stopped for some unknown reason. While no one was around, he lowered his voice and said, "Sister Qing." With an inexplicable impulse in his heart, he suddenly stepped forward and held Su Wanqing's slender wrist. The warmth from his palm made his heart tremble. "Are you thirsty? I'll go buy you a bottle of water." Su Wanqing was stunned, her body stiffened, and she subconsciously tried to pull her hand away. Seeing Shen Yuan's concerned eyes, she immediately weakened her strength, bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. "Yeah." Su Wanqing's acquiescence made Shen Yuan bolder. Shen Yuan took her arm around her waist and could clearly feel her rapid breathing through the thin purple dress. Su Wanqing was trembling slightly and tried to push him away but failed. Shen Yuan's palm seemed to carry an electric current, causing her to feel numb wherever it passed. Unlike what happened just now, which was sudden, this time Shen Yuan's actions were delicate and gentle. She felt a strange feeling growing in her heart and she suddenly felt dizzy. Shen Yuan looked at Su Wanqing, who was so close to him, and his heart was burning with excitement. Staring at her moist lips, his Adam's apple rolled and he unconsciously moved closer. Su Wanqing closed her eyes in panic, her eyelashes trembled, and her breathing stopped. Cough, cough, cough. A cough came from the driver's seat, startling both of them. Only then did Shen Yuan realize that the driver had not gotten out of the car at all. I don't know if he saw those little moves just now. Su Wanqing opened her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and pushed Shen Yuan away violently. Only then did she realize how ridiculous the two of them had just been. She put on a stern teacher's attitude and raised her voice unconsciously. Shen Yuan, get out of the car. I don't know whether I was angry at his insolence or annoyed at my own loss of composure. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Okay, Teacher Su. Shen Yuan's gaze reluctantly moved away from Su Wanqing. Anyone can see the loneliness in his eyes. The words Teacher Su made her heart seem to be tugged at. There were only two of them in the carriage, but he still called out in such an official way. Wait! Su Wanqing shouted at him. When she saw Shen Yuan looking back in surprise, she immediately panicked again. He quickened his pace and passed by Shen Yuan, then got out of the car through the middle door as if escaping. Only a wisp of jasmine scent remained in the air. It's 1:30 now, meet here in half an hour. Su Wanqing stood next to the school bus, her voice returning to her usual capable tone. Okay. The students responded in twos and threes and dispersed. Shen Yuan stood at the edge of the crowd, following the beautiful figure with his eyes. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the emotions surging in his heart. Just now in the car, I was too impulsive. The North Campus was much larger than he had imagined, and Shen Yuan wandered around aimlessly for a while. When I was about to go back, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a small campus supermarket next to the girls' dormitory building. Shen Yuan paused, pushed the door open and walked in, ready to buy 2 bottles of water. While waiting in line to check out, he saw a beautiful figure. The girl was wearing simple cotton pajamas, but her extraordinary temperament could not be concealed. The short hair was neatly attached to the back of the neck, revealing a piece of porcelain white skin. At the moment, I was in a state of awkwardness as I couldn't pay for a long time due to unpaid cell phone bills. Classmate, how about? The cashier lady hesitated to speak. Shen Yuan stood behind her and glanced at the watch on his wrist. There are still 5 minutes left. I have to speed up the time. The things the girl bought were not expensive, just some daily necessities, and there was also a pack of sanitary napkins that she secretly put underneath. It seems that she is not very well off. Shen Yuan stepped forward and pointed at his 2 bottles of water and the girl's things. How much, including what she has here? The aunt gestured and said 88. Shen Yuan quickly scanned the code to pay, and then turned around and left in a hurry. The girl's cold eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful face. Is this boy giving himself alms? He didn't even look at her. Chapter 22, Shinji Yun is carsick. On the way back, Shen Yuan saw his elder brother walking with a girl. The girl looked very quiet, but her legs and feet seemed to have some inconvenience. What surprised Shen Yuan was that his carefree elder brother was now particularly attentive. He walked on the outside of the girls, extending his hand to support them from time to time, and moved very carefully, for fear of bumping into them. Second brother? The eldest brother looked up and saw Shen Yuan, his old face turned red and he smiled embarrassedly. Shen Yuan was so happy in his heart, wow! Big brother also has such a gentle side. After seeing Su Wanqing had already started directing everyone to gather. Shen Yuan quickened his pace and walked to Su Wanqing, handing her the water in his hand. She took the water, turned her head quickly, and deliberately distanced herself from Shen Yuan. Is everyone here? Shen Yuan stood there, feeling a little depressed. At this point, he still wanted to find a chance to save the situation and opened his mouth to explain. Su Wanqing noticed his thoughts and said, "Get in the car first, we'll talk later." She was also very conflicted and didn't know what to do. After all, she is just a girl who has not experienced the world. Shen Yuan was puzzled when he saw this. Is she angry? Or? He nodded heavily, holding onto the handrail helplessly and preparing to get on the bus. Ding! Su Wanqing's favorability plus 1070100. The system prompt sound almost made Shen Yuan miss a step. He paused, a little confused. Could it be Sister Ching? He really couldn't understand Su Wanqing's thoughts. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I turned my head and glanced at her back in the purple suit. She looked intellectual, gentle, and charming. Shen Yuan was touched and decided to have a deeper discussion when they met in the evening. Inside the school bus, the double seats were neatly arranged, and Shen Yuan walked along the aisle. The previously empty seats are now occupied by teammates from the North Campus. Shen Yuan slowly walked towards his window seat. Next to his seat, the figure of a girl in the aisle came into Shen Yuan's sight. He paused, his eyes unconsciously drawn to her. The girl had long, smooth black hair that fell lightly on her shoulders, making her skin look as white as snow. The soft and cute big eyes seemed to be able to speak, light and lively. She was chewing gum gently, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing shallow dimples, which made her look particularly cute. Her petite body is as delicate as a porcelain doll, making people want to protect her. Shen Yuan thought, this should be Shinji Yun, right? No wonder people say she is so beautiful that it seems unreal. Shen Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. The girl seemed to notice his gaze, looked up and blinked. Shinji Yun didn't expect that her teammate would be such a handsome boy. She subconsciously put her legs together, leaned to one side, made room for Shen Yuan, and motioned for him to come in. Shen Yuan smiled at her politely and then sat back in his seat. His thoughts had already drifted far away, and his mind was full of Su Wenqing's shadow. My eyes unconsciously fell on the receding scenery outside the window, and my heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. The sunlight outside the window shines directly through the glass, which is a bit dazzling. Shinji Yun narrowed her eyes slightly and turned her head to look at Shen Yuan beside her. The light outlines his angular profile, and his deep eyes are slightly melancholy, which is very charming. Her heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously held her breath. I didn't expect there were such beautiful people in the world. After a second of silence, she came to her senses and gently raised her hand. He pointed in the direction of the window and motioned Shen Yuan to help draw the curtains. Shen Yuan didn't notice her subtle movements and continued to stare out the window in a daze. Shinji Yun had no choice but to stretch out her tender white little hand and wave it in front of him. What's wrong? Is there anything outside? Shen Yuan finally realized what was happening, looked in the direction of her finger, and asked in a low voice. Shinji Yun didn't say anything, she just lowered her head and fiddled with her phone, tapping the screen with her fingertips. Shen Yuan waited for a few seconds, and seeing that she had no intention of explaining, he felt a little puzzled. She was the one who disturbed me first, why is she ignoring me now? Even though she was cute and beautiful, Shen Yuan didn't want to make himself look bad. He withdrew his gaze indifferently, looked out the window again, and let the silent atmosphere spread. Shen Yuan thought that he still had 10 points of favorability that he hadn't used, so he chose to exchange them without hesitation. Ding! 200,000 has been credited to your account, and the balance is 3.38 million. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the A-level item Fresh Pills. Xingxing Pills refreshing, detoxifying, and anti-fatigue. Immediate effect. Shen Yuan looked at the introduction of Xingxing Pills and nodded, thinking, it seems not bad. Suddenly he felt the girl next to him gently touching his shoulder. What's the matter? He turned his head, frowned slightly, and asked patiently. Shinji Yun keenly noticed his irritability and shook her head hurriedly. I handed over the phone with the edited text, and the screen read. Sorry to bother you, I can't speak. Could you please close the curtains? Shen Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and his movements suddenly became lighter. He didn't expect that Shinji Yun, who looked like a beautiful girl, was actually a mute girl. He was shocked and felt a little guilty about his attitude just now. I'm sorry, I don't know your situation. Shen Yuan said sincerely, reaching out to pull up the curtains. Is this all right now? Shinji Yun nodded in gratitude and smiled gently at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan then realized that students in the School of Special Education all had some physical disabilities. He was absent-minded just now and mistook Shinji Yun's silence for arrogance. Now that I think about it, the system's rating of her was not at SSS level, so this is the reason. Can you hear me? Shen Yuan suddenly remembered the saying that 9 out of 10 deaf people are mute, and quickly typed on his phone to ask. If she even has hearing problems, wouldn't my apology just now be in vain? Shinji Yun saw the words on the screen and smiled sweetly. She took the phone and typed quickly with her slender fingers. I am aphasic. Carbon monoxide poisoning damaged my language center. My hearing is completely normal. I see. Shen Yuan nodded, but felt a sense of regret in his heart. Such a smart girl, but she can't speak. It's really a pity for beauty. As the school bus bumped along, Shinji Yun hurriedly took out a piece of chewing gum from her pocket and threw it into her mouth. After noticing Shen Yuan's concerned look, she hesitated and handed him a piece. Shen Yuan was about to thank her when he saw her leaning uncomfortably against the back of the front seat, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. After seeing this scene, Shen Yuan felt an indescribable pain. Or, just lean on me and feel more comfortable. He patted his shoulder and motioned Shinji Yun to come over. When Shinji Yun heard Shen Yuan's words, her earlobes instantly turned red. She shrank her neck shyly, but ultimately didn't dare to come over. Forget it, let's not embarrass her. Shen Yuan thought silently in his heart, holding the Qingxing pill he had just drawn in the palm of his hand. The word detoxification in the system description flashed through his mind. I just don't know if it works for motion sickness? As her teammate, I also have the obligation to protect her. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan moved closer to Shinji Yun and stretched out his hand. Take one, my medicine is very effective. Shinji Yun waved her hands. She was embarrassed to accept things from strangers. Shen Yuan was really troubled. This girl protects herself too well. He rolled his eyes, covered his forehead, and pretended to be in pain. I suffer from motion sickness more severely than you do. I just took this to get better. Shinji Yun widened her eyes slightly and pointed at the pill in his hand with doubt. Yes. That's it. Shen Yuan handed over the Qingxing pill with a firm tone. Try it, it will work immediately. Shinji Yun hesitated for a moment, and finally took it carefully. It felt slightly cool to the touch and melted in her mouth. She pursed her lips gently, a little surprised that the taste was so sweet. Come, drink some water. Shen Yuan handed over his unopened bottle of water, his voice softening unconsciously. It will be more comfortable this way. Shinji Yun did not refuse this time. She held the water bottle in both hands and drank it in small sips. The water droplet slid down her snow-white neck, leaving a watermark on her collar, making her skin look even more crystal clear. Shen Yuan looked at the tempting scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 1010100. Chapter 23 Su Zhiyun's first kiss. Shen Yuan looked at the system prompt, with a smile on his face. 10 points of favorability in exchange for 200,000, directly increased his savings to 3.58 million. He rubbed his hands. System, draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the A-level skill photography mastery. Taking photos? This is a magical skill. Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire him. He had been scolded many times for taking photos for Lin Shui before. That's great, I can graduate directly. Finally, I won't be called a straight guy when I take photos for girls in the future. He picked up his phone and tried it, and the scene in the viewfinder was clear to him. The composition, lighting, and angle are all automatically combined in my mind. In the following time, students can visit freely. Remember to take care of each other. The signal here is not very good, everyone please be careful. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bus slowly stopped at the Shifang Art Lake District on the outskirts of Yangzhou. Here are gathered the masterpieces of dozens of top international architectural masters. It is a must-visit pilgrimage site for students of the Department of Architecture, and it is also a good place for the School of Special Education to organize a relaxation every year. Surrounded by green mountains, rippling clear water, and under blue sky and white clouds, the entire lake area is like a paradise. Gather at the original location of the school bus at 6 p.m. Don't forget. Su Wanqing stood at the front of the car and raised her voice to give another reminder. The students got off the bus in groups of 2 or 3, excitedly, and quickly dispersed and walked into this world of art. Shen Yuan was the only one who didn't move in the car. His eyes were fixed on Su Wanqing, unwilling to look away for a moment. After Su Wanqing finished speaking, her eyes inadvertently swept over Shen Yuan and met his burning gaze. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly turned her face away, quickly following the other teachers and pretending nothing had happened. Seeing this, Shen Yuan could only look away in disappointment. This feeling of being close yet distant made him feel tight in his chest. It was like being pulled back and forth by a thin thread, torturous and astringent. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Tonight, I must express my feelings to Su Wanqing no matter what. Whether you succeed or fail, don't continue to suffer like this. Shinji Yun specially changed into a JK uniform today, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps. After taking Qingxing pills, her complexion improved significantly, and her big eyes became moist and lively. Shen Yuan was on the school bus and at first thought she looked like an exquisite doll. Now that we were standing side by side, I could truly feel her petite figure. She was 1.58 meters tall, but her height barely reached his shoulders. Thinking of her special physical condition, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little pity. Take good care of her first. Shen Yuan secretly adjusted his mood, opened his mobile phone, and looked at the geographical location map sent by the college. He jerked his chin at her, toward the nearest building. Shinji Yun immediately understood and trotted to catch up with him. There are two figures in the sunlight, one big and one small, giving the impression of a rich girl with a personal bodyguard. Shinji Yun ran briskly towards the nearest building called Mist. Shen Yuan quickly caught up with her, gesturing with two fingers, meaning for her to slow down. The next second, Shinji Yun burst into laughter, as sweet as a silver bell. Shen Yuan was suddenly startled and stared at her. Shinji Yun quickly turned on her cell phone. Just speak directly, it's not like I can't hear you. After a pause, she added. Of course, I can laugh too. It was Shen Yuan's first time to come into contact with an aphasic person, and he didn't understand many things. The two walked into the fog, the design of which was as magical as its name. The interior of the huge building is full of twists and turns, like a big maze. Shinji Yun ran back and forth in the corridor where light and shadow intertwined. Looking at her innocent and lively appearance, Shen Yuan's depressed mood because of Sister Qing's matter suddenly relaxed a lot. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Shinji Yun, immersing himself in it with her. Shen Yuan was not paying attention and was at the next corner. In the blink of an eye, Shinji Yun suddenly disappeared. Shinji Yun? Shen Yuan looked around and suddenly felt a little strange. It was quiet in the fog, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing. Where is she? Shen Yuan quickly called her name. Shinji Yun. Ziyun. Even though he knew she wouldn't be able to respond, Shen Yuan still called out to her again and again. I hope she can notice the location of the sound and follow. Shen Yuan stood still and gradually calmed down. In the empty building, even the sound of footsteps suddenly disappeared. He thought of Shinji Yun's frail figure. If she met a bad guy. The thought sent chills down his spine. Suddenly he remembered the system. He had Shinji Yun's character picture book, so he quickly switched to the god's perspective. Soon, he discovered something was wrong. Shinji Yun secretly hid behind a large stone pillar not far away. From time to time, he would stick his little head out and steal glances at Shen Yuan. It seemed like it was hidden on purpose, and Shen Yuan felt relieved. He thought to himself, this girl is totally lawless. Is this something you can joke about? Shen Yuan decided to punish her secretly. He walked silently around behind Shinji Yun. Then he leaned down quietly and got behind her. A faint fragrance from her body came to my nose. Shen Yuan subconsciously took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said nothing. Only then did Shinji Yun realize that there was no trace of Shen Yuan. She felt a little surprised, and walked straight forward, looking around. I tried to speak but only groaned. Only then did he realize that he had lost Shen Yuan. Oh no, it looks like I've hit the jackpot. Shinji Yun was suddenly panicked and wanted to send a message but found that she was in the suburbs and the signal was poor. Is it because we are in the house? So she quickly turned around and ran outside. The next second, soft hair brushed across Shen Yuan's face, and a milky scent wafted in his face. Shen Yuan only felt a warm little mouth covering his thick lips. In the quiet space, Shen Yuan could even hear his own heartbeat. He simply closed his eyes and carefully felt the sweetness from the girl. Shinji Yun looked at Shen Yuan, who was leaning against her cheek. His eyes widened instantly and his whole body froze in place. It took him a while to react. Her face was blushing, she was panting, and she tried hard to push Shen Yuan away. Shinji Yun stomped her feet in anger and pointed at Shen Yuan. "Mm. Mm. She seemed anxious to speak. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly lowered his head and started typing. Shen Yuan looked at her typing hard. What, you stole the chicken but lost the rice? Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Shinji Yun felt embarrassed and angry. She wanted to turn around and leave the fog. Before he could move, he found his shoulders were restrained by Shen Yuan's big hands. Mm. Mm. Listening to Shinji Yun's frustrated voice, Shen Yuan couldn't help but joked. Now you know you're in a hurry? Shen Yuan's low laughter continued to ring in her ears. Weren't you happy when you were hiding from me just now? Shinji Yun turned her face away, her earlobes flushed, and she looked very angry. Shen Yuan saw that she was really embarrassed and angry, so he stopped making things difficult for her and immediately let go. Okay, follow me closely and stop running around. After regaining her freedom, Shinji Yun quickly jumped away, turned her back, and her little hands were typing on the phone. He quickly edited the text and then put the screen in front of Shen Yuan. I'm angry, and the consequences are serious. Shen Yuan saw the entire process of her typing from a god's perspective. So I deliberately looked away and raised my head not to look at the phone. Shinji Yun stood on tiptoe anxiously, patting Shen Yuan's shoulders with her hands. Show me now. Ding. Shinji Yun's favorability plus 10. 2100. Chapter 24, Improper Clothing. Shen Yuan felt the movement on his shoulder gradually stop. Looking down, Shinji Yun's angry little face was particularly vivid under the light. His heart softened, and a strong desire to protect him came over him. Shen Yuan grabbed Shinji Yun's soft hand with his big hand and patted his chest twice. Is this okay? I've avenged you. Shinji Yun looked at the boy in front of her who had taken away her first kiss. I thought to myself, how strange. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. She didn't have a very deep understanding of Shen Yuan. At this moment, she felt the relaxing and comfortable feeling of the spring breeze on her face, and she was enjoying it very much. Only then did she let Shen Yuan go, and the two walked side by side to the next building. Along the way, Shinji Yun walked excitedly in front, her long, smooth hair fluttering. Shen Yuan put one hand in his pocket and followed her slowly. With her illustrated guide, there is no chance of getting lost. After exchanging 200,000 for 10 points of favorability, the savings in hand reached 3.78 million. This made Shen Yuan feel a little sense of accomplishment. You have to know that every penny of this money is earned through hard work and goodwill. Character favorability: Yi Xiene 8100, Su Wanqing 7100, Lin Shui 5100, Shinji Yun 2100. Shen Yuan did a quick calculation in his mind and the total was 220. There are still 80 points of favorability needed to upgrade to the third level favorability mall. According to the principle of shortcomings, it is obvious that he now needs to make up for Shinji Yun's favor. The two of them passed through a dense forest and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. A lake the size of a football field lies there quietly. The sky is blue and the clouds are white, and the scenery is picturesque. Shen Yuan still wanted to appreciate the beautiful scenery, but Shinji Yun beside him had already rushed out. She seemed to have thought of something. He took out his cell phone from his bag and started taking pictures of himself. After taking the photo, she pouted and looked dissatisfied. His fingers typed quickly on the screen and he handed the phone to Shen Yuan. Well, if you help me take 2 satisfactory photos, I won't be mad at you anymore. Shen Yuan took the phone and almost laughed out loud when he saw it written on the back. You need to capture the long legs. You need to capture the entire lake. It needs to be natural and not contrived. Shen Yuan looked her up and down and said teasingly. You short legs are making things difficult for me. Shinji Yun made a face at him. Stop talking nonsense and take pictures. Shen Yuan took Shinji Yun's phone and found thousands of selfies in the album. You can see she loves taking photos. Shen Yuan casually turned on the photo mode, nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The A-level skill photography mastery in my mind is automatically activated. His fingers slid quickly across the screen, adjusting exposure compensation and color balance, his movements as skillful as a professional photographer. Stand in that beam of light by the tree. Shen Yuan commanded, yes, right there. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on Shinji Yun's already fair skin. The little face is so delicate and tender, with a glimmer of crystal light. She performed different movements in coordination with the trees and lakes in the scene. With Shen Yuan's superb photography skills, beautiful pictures come one after another. Photoshopping? There is no such thing. What you see is what you get. As the picture froze, Shinji Yun trotted over and saw the glowingly beautiful photos on the phone. She suddenly narrowed her eyes, looked up and down at Shen Yuan suspiciously, and typed. Do you often take photos of other girls? With such great skills, he must be a sea king. Scumbag. Shen Yuan was completely stumped by her amazing logic and was completely confused. No. Is it a sin to take good photos? He directly stuffed the phone back into Shinji Yun's hand. Okay, go ahead and take the photo yourself, miss. Shinji Yun ran to the lake angrily. Humph. I can take good pictures myself. To prove herself, she stood on tiptoes and posed in various difficult poses. He was holding his cell phone in one hand and posing with the other, and his whole body was swaying. Hey, be careful. Before Shen Yuan finished his words, he heard a splash and Shinji Yun fell directly into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Half of her body was soaked in the water. She held her cell phone stubbornly high and moaned. Shen Yuan rushed forward quickly and reached out to pull her. Unexpectedly, Shinji Yun's first reaction was to hand over the phone tremblingly. The meaning in the innocent eyes was very clear: save the phone first. What's wrong with you? Shen Yuan grabbed the phone and threw it onto the wasteland. With his other hand, he grabbed her arm and lifted her up. Shinji Yun was carried ashore by him like a drowned puppy. She was soaking wet and water was dripping from her hair. The JK sailor suit clings to the snow-white skin, and the white shirt becomes translucent, faintly revealing the outline of the light pink underwear inside. The size is neither too big nor too small, making her look delicate and graceful, outlining her youthful yet attractive curves. Looking at her delicate appearance as she hugged her arms and shivered, Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and his mind was full of thoughts. Especially in such a remote place in the wilderness. There is no one around, and the scene of a wet beautiful girl is too exciting. Before he could think about it, Shinji Yun's tears slowly fell and intermittent moans were heard. Shen Yuan paused and thought to himself, this girl is actually crying. Looking at the tears on her little face, Shen Yuan immediately suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He reached out his hand softly to wipe away the tears from the corners of Shinji Yun's eyes. I caught a glimpse of a red scratch several centimeters long on her calf, but fortunately it was not serious. The most important thing right now is to find clean clothes for her to change. Shinji Yun in front of him shrank back due to the cold, with her arms folded across her chest. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen when she simply took a photo, and she immediately felt a little regretful. Shinji Yun pursed her lips in grievance and made a mumbling sound, as if she was accusing Shen Yuan. After hearing her voice, Shen Yuan felt a strange feeling in his heart. Different from some of the movies and TV shows I've heard, her voice actually has a hint of pure lustful temptation in it. Shinji Yun's wet body trembled slightly, as if she was aware of Shen Yuan's burning gaze. She raised her tearful face, bit her lower lip, and looked at Shen Yuan for help. You, don't look at me like that, help me find a solution. Ahem. Shen Yuan, realizing that he had been discovered, immediately became serious. I was so absorbed in watching it just now that I almost forgot to do my work. He walked forward and wanted to reach out his hand to feel how wet it was. But Shinji Yun was seen shrinking back, with a frightened expression, and backing away continuously. In my mind, Shinji Yun, favorability 2100 glowed red violently. Shen Yuan immediately understood that Shinji Yun had misunderstood him, and he quickly spoke. Shinji Yun. Don't be afraid, I just want to see if you can still wear this dress. Only after hearing this did she slowly feel relieved. Shen Yuan finally got close. When his big hand touched Shinji Yun's smooth skin, she couldn't help but tremble. Shen Yuan thought to himself, it seems I can't wear it anymore. With her petite body and her sensitivity to motion sickness, she'll probably catch a cold when she gets back. He quickly searched through the system space. I'm glad that the 10 points of favorability I just gained were not consumed. Critical hit eye patch? Attack speed stockings. What the hell is this? Shen Yuan had no choice but to enter the favorability mall and browse it again. There are clothes, but this system is a bit unorthodox. He glanced over them one by one, and found that there were not only some, but also many kinds. Lace, strappy, see-through, one-piece, thang? Chapter 25, Secret Place in the Woods. Warm tips, it is recommended to use it in private occasions. Isn't this nonsense? The man looked at Shen Yuan angrily. After choosing and choosing, he had no choice but to reluctantly pick a relatively conservative one. Even so, the size of the dress was ridiculously large, which was completely different from Shinji Yun's usual dressing style. I have a set of clothes here, do you want to try it on? Shen Yuan spent 10 favorability points, took out a set of clothes from the system space, and spoke to her with concern. Shinji Yun opened her almond-shaped eyes wide, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Why is this guy wearing women's clothing? Could it be? She fell into the water and was soaked all over. Her skirt was covered with mud and her hair was messy and stuck to her cheeks. She looked a little disheveled. A gust of cold wind blew by, and she couldn't help sneezing a few times, her thin body trembling slightly. Even though I was full of doubts, I really had no choice at the moment. The most urgent thing was to change into a set of clean clothes. After hearing Shen Yuan's words, she could only bite her lower lip and nod slightly. She picked up the phone on the ground and wanted to edit the text, but it seemed that she had dropped it heavily just now. There is a crack on the phone screen, but fortunately it can still be used normally. Where can I change it? Shen Yuan looked around and saw tall trees and dense bushes by the lake. Shinji Yun's petite figure could slip inside without being discovered at all. He pointed to the shore and handed over the clothes. Just here, I'll keep watch for you. Shinji Yun understood and hesitated for a moment, then she took the clothes from Shen Yuan somewhat embarrassedly. The fabric is very light and feels almost weightless in your hand. She looked down and her pupils trembled. It was a silver white halter neck, backless, high-slit dress. This? Shinji Yun raised her head suddenly, looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief, and opened her lips slightly as if to refuse. A cold wind blew by, and her wet clothes stuck to her skin, bringing a chill. She subconsciously shrunk her shoulders and clenched the clothes in her hands. You know what, this material is surprisingly soft. The delicate silk was thin, smooth, and the top-notch workmanship made her feel a little relieved. Finally, she bit her lip, nodded slightly, and walked quickly towards the bushes with her clothes in her arms. It was afternoon, the sun was blazing, and the shadows of the trees were mottled. I think this JK outfit will be dried in no time after I change it. Shinji Yun quickly typed a line of text on her phone. Shen Yuan, help me keep an eye on some people. She looked around and after making sure that there was no one around, she immediately crouched down and quickly dived into the bushes with her clothes in her arms. Just as he hid inside, he suddenly poked half of his head out and pointed at Shen Yuan with his tender white hand as if warning. Seeing this, Shen Yuan straightened his back and turned his back. It turned out that the girl was afraid that he would peek at her. There was a rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other among the trees, mixed with the slight sound of metal sequins colliding. After a while, the bushes swayed slightly, and Shinji Yun lowered her head and walked out of it shyly. So beautiful. Shen Yuan took a casual glance, and that glance lasted for 10,000 years. Shinji Yun's slender neck was wrapped in silk cloth, making people want to go up and pinch it. The large exposed back has beautiful lines, and the exquisite curves can be vaguely seen from the side. Under the skirt that was less than 20 centimeters short, a pair of porcelain white jade feet were faintly visible in the light and shadow. The silver sequins on the fabric sparkled in the sun, making her skin look as white as snow. Different from Ji's confident elegance and Su Wanqing's gentleness and intelligence, Shinji Yun in front of him seemed a little pure and lustful. This girl has such a good body proportion? Shen Yuan was somewhat shocked. If he had no reference, he would have believed it even if someone said Shinji Yun was 1.7 meters tall. Shinji Yun pinched the hem of her skirt and tried to move towards Shen Yuan, but after taking 2 steps she froze in place. This outfit was so sexy that her earlobes turned red. She waved at Shen Yuan in embarrassment. Shen Yuan saw her bare feet curled up nervously on the grass. Xiao ran forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Shinji Yun bit her lip and stammered for a long time without being able to speak. Finally, he simply squatted down, curled himself into a small ball, and his cheeks turned red. Shen Yuan then realized that the girl was so embarrassed that she couldn't walk. Okay. He sat down next to Shinji Yun and smoothed out the weeds around them. Then let's wait here for the clothes to dry. Shen Yuan caught a glimpse of a branch not far away. The underwear she had just changed out of was hanging there, swaying gently in the breeze. Shinji Yun hesitated for a moment, lowered her head, slowly sat down, and pretended to study the ants on the ground. Help! This atmosphere is getting awkward. After a while, she found that Shen Yuan's eyes were always on the clothes she had changed. Shinji Yun quickly stretched out her hand to block Shen Yuan's sight, her pair of expressive eyes filled with shame and anger. Don't look! Don't look! Shen Yuan chuckled and retracted his gaze, but couldn't help but look at her out of the corner of his eye. The girl in front of me is pure-minded, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, but unfortunately. Your body. He spoke carefully, feeling a little regretful. Have you been to the hospital? Shinji Yun was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to ask this. Her eyes dimmed instantly, and after a long time, her slender fingers slowly typed out a line of words. Nerve damage, can't be cured. She paused for a moment and added. Carbon monoxide poisoning. You're lucky to be alive. When she talked about this, her eyes became misty and she looked a little sad. Shen Yuan folded the fallen leaves in his hand into the shape of a rose and handed it over. It will be fine. Medicine is becoming more and more advanced. Shinji Yun looked at the flowers made of fallen leaves in her palm and suddenly grabbed Shen Yuan's wrist. Shen Yuan was startled, but saw her writing 2 words on his palm stroke by stroke with her fingertips. Thanks. The afternoon sun was so hot that it was hard to open your eyes. Shen Yuan slowly stood up and began to gather the branches of the surrounding bushes together. His movements were clumsy but serious, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, and he finally built an elliptical green dome. The wasteland turned into a secret tree hole in the forest, separating the two from the outside world. Shinji Yun sat aside with her knees hugged, looking at his busy back, feeling warm in her heart. A little light shone through the gaps between the surrounding branches, shining on Shinji Yun's fair skin, making her look radiant and dazzling. Shen Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Shinji Yun is like the little sister next door, making people want to take care of her for the rest of their lives. He moved closer to Shinji Yun little by little. Seeing that she didn't mind, he pretended to yawn. The broad palm accidentally touched Shinji Yun's exposed shoulder, and the touch was softer than imagined. Shen Yuan's heart beat faster and he became bolder. He suddenly stretched out his hands, grasped her slender waist, and gently pulled her into his arms. The next second, Shinji Yun's delicate body fell into his arms. The metal sequins on the skirt made a crackling sound. She opened her eyes wide in shock and stared at Shen Yuan with her almond-shaped eyes, but surprisingly she did not struggle. "Are you cold?" Shen Yuan's voice was hoarse. His fingers touched the exposed skin on her back, which felt like a piece of warm and soft jade. Shinji Yun shook her head angrily, and her hair rubbed his chin, making it itchy. "I've kissed and hugged you. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost, I'll be romantic." Shen Yuan grinned and muttered in an exaggerated tone. Shinji Yun's sense of humor was not very high, and she was immediately amused by Shen Yuan, with the corners of her eyes curved into crescents. "So when are you going to let me go?" Feeling the struggle in his arms gradually increasing, Shen Yuan reluctantly let go. After a moment's silence, he saw Shinji Yun staring at the broken phone screen in a daze. Shen Yuan scratched his head. "I'll give you a new phone as compensation." Shen Yuan felt a little guilty for breaking her phone by throwing it away carelessly just now. "It's just a mobile phone, which costs no more than 10,000 yuan at most. You can buy it with your nearly 4 million yuan in savings." Shinji Yun shook her head and refused. "No, it can still be used." Seeing that she was very stubborn, Shen Yuan no longer insisted, but just made a note of it in his heart. He stretched his limbs and lay down on the grass, with his beauty by his side, squinting his eyes and enjoying this pleasant time. A breeze blew by, and the grass leaves swayed gently. Shinji Yun suddenly followed his example and lay down, with her silver white skirt spread out. Their arms were touching each other, neither of them moving away. Ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 1030100. After exchanging 200,000, Shen Yuan's account balance reached 3.98 million. System, lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the B-level skill Healing Low Level. Healing technique can speed up the recovery of minor illnesses such as colds. Healing skills? Shen Yuan's heart was suddenly shocked, even though it was just the lowest level of healing technique. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Shinji Yun beside him. Can this skill? Countless possibilities flashed through Shen Yuan's mind. Although it can only treat minor illnesses like colds, since the system can provide treatments, does that mean? System? He asked anxiously in his heart. Can this skill be upgraded in the future? Can a high-level healing spell? Tip: skills can be advanced as the level increases. Please explore the specific effects yourself. Shen Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. He looked at Shinji Yun's soft and cute appearance. Maybe one day I can get you to speak again. The sun slowly set, and Shen Yuan glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's already 5:30 in the afternoon, we have to go back quickly. While Shen Yuan was in a daze, Shinji Yun changed her clothes in the woods and threw the sexy clothes back to him. Shen Yuan was still thinking about his skills and took it absent-mindedly. In front of Shinji Yun, he unconsciously took it in front of him and sniffed it. Chapter 26, Shouting at the top of your lungs is useless. Seeing this, Shinji Yun raised her pink fist in shame and anger and hit Shen Yuan. Only then did Shen Yuan realize that his previous action was a bit abrupt. However, when he thought that the two of them were about to leave this secret forest, he felt braver. He took Shinji Yun's slender hand and pulled her in front of him. So light, why, you don't want to hit me? Shen Yuan laughed softly, rubbing the inside of her delicate and smooth wrist with his fingertips. Seeing Shinji Yun turning her face away in panic, he suddenly made up his mind and hugged her in his arms. Ah! Shinji Yun fell into his chest unexpectedly. She didn't expect that before leaving, Shen Yuan would become so reckless. This is too much. She struggled hard, but there was no way she could get out. Suddenly, the sound of two tourists talking and laughing came from the distance. Shinji Yun froze and hurriedly buried her face in Shen Yuan's shoulder. Don't worry, it's far away. Shen Yuan patted her back gently, with a smile in his voice. In our secret base, no one can find it. Shinji Yun in his arms raised her head quietly and frowned. She looked at Shen Yuan quietly and mouthed 3 words. You big bad bastard. Shen Yuan tried to identify it for a while before he could recognize it. He leaned down, moved closer to Shinji Yun, and his hot breath sprayed on her neck. I couldn't help but tease him, even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Shinji Yun. Shen Yuan looked at her beautiful face so close to him, and his heart was filled with desire. His Adam's apple rolled, and the distance between the two of them became closer. As their breaths mingled, I could even smell a faint milky scent on her body. Shinji Yun's cheeks were burning and her heart was beating fast. This was the first time she was so close to a boy. Her eyelashes trembled nervously and she closed her eyes unconsciously, allowing Shen Yuan to invade. There is an indescribable ambiguity in the air. The next second, I felt a warm touch on my lips, so brief that it seemed like an illusion. Shinji Yun just opened her eyes with some confusion, and Shen Yuan's thick lips attacked again, more domineering than before. She suddenly remembered the meeting time. If she continued like this, she would definitely be late. Shinji Yun pushed Shen Yuan hard, but he didn't move at all, standing in front of her like a mountain. Shen Yuan finally let her go until she became limp all over and collapsed in his arms. After resting for a while, Shinji Yun still felt weak in her legs. It's all your fault. My legs are too weak. I can't walk. She typed complaints on her phone, holding the screen in front of Shen Yuan, her earlobes half red. There was still some distance to the school bus stop. Shen Yuan looked at her and squatted down without saying a word. Come on up, I'll carry you. I thought I couldn't delay everyone, and what happened to both of them just now? Shinji Yun bit her lower lip, stopped being pretentious, and climbed onto his back with a blushing face. Feeling the soft touch coming from behind, Shen Yuan felt comfortable all over. Hold on? He asked, turning his head. Shinji Yun nodded and quickly typed to add to her answer. If anyone sees me, put me down. The setting sun stretched the two people's shadows very long, overlapping into one. Shen Yuan felt that Shinji Yun on his back was deliberately keeping a distance, and suddenly he gave her a naughty shake. Ah! Shinji Yun subconsciously hugged Shen Yuan's neck and pressed her whole body against him. She reacted immediately, hurriedly let go of her hand, and was angry. Walk carefully. Shen Yuan smiled, stretched out his arms, held her legs tightly, and lifted them up. This time, Shinji Yun blushed and put her arms around his shoulders obediently. As it grew darker, the two men walked back along the path, and the further they walked, the more they felt something was wrong. Strange, why is there no one here? Shen Yuan muttered to himself and unconsciously quickened his pace. Shinji Yun lay on his back and looked around anxiously. Until they saw the school bus parked alone not far away, they still hadn't met any classmates. Shen Yuan put her down carefully. Shinji Yun checked the time on her phone, 17:58. The group was quiet, without any latest news. Get in the car and wait. Shen Yuan nodded. The driver in the driver's seat was snoring with his head tilted back. The two of them tiptoed towards the school bus and sat back in their seats together. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Shen Yuan frowned and switched to Su Wenqing's perspective. He was suddenly helpless, as it turned out that everyone was crowding around the ancient buildings to take photos and check in. The meeting place was changed temporarily without notifying the group. No wonder it felt like I was walking onto the wrong set. Shen Yuan quickly sent a message in the group. Shinji Yun and I are already on the school bus. The teachers who were busy organizing a group photo saw the message. Seeing that the agreed time had passed, he hurriedly led the large group back. After a while, noisy footsteps were heard outside the window. Shen Yuan looked up and saw his classmates getting on the bus one after another. Where have you been? As soon as a few boys got on the bus, they started shouting loudly. We've been waiting for you for a long time for the group photo. That's right. Someone replied in a sarcastic tone. Could it be that they went on a secret date? Suddenly, ambiguous noises of booing were heard in the carriage. Shinji Yun clenched her hands, and the explanation typed on the screen had not yet been sent. We agreed to meet on the school bus. Shen Yuan felt her grievance and gently squeezed her slender hand with his broad palm. That's the opposite, isn't it? Shen Yuan suddenly stood up. With a height of 1.8 meters, his imposing manner instantly overwhelmed the opponent. He stared at the boys from the South Campus who were making a fuss, and said in a low voice, each word clearly. We are waiting for you. Do you need me to help you recall what Teacher Su said before you got off the bus? The whispers in the carriage stopped abruptly. The boys looked up and met Shen Yuan's sharp eyes. When I caught a glimpse of the muscular lines revealed by his sleeves, my aura suddenly dropped by half. Well, I think I did. Someone muttered quietly and turned away, not daring to look directly at Shen Yuan. Okay. Su Wanqing squeezed over from the aisle in time. It's all our teacher's fault for changing the arrangements at the last minute. Shen Yuan is right, it was our negligence. She smiled and clapped her hands to change the subject. Everyone fasten your seatbelts and prepare to return. From the beginning of the visit, Su Wanqing's eyes followed Shen Yuan's figure. When she saw him and Shinji Yun disappear in the crowd at some point, she just thought they were visiting somewhere else. As the gathering time approached, I began to feel uneasy. Su Wanqing eagerly suggested that everyone wait for Shen Yuan. Unexpectedly, it made things more complicated. However, when they saw Shen Yuan appear on the school bus unharmed, Su Wanqing's heart finally settled down. As long as he is safe, it turns out that waiting can be so beautiful. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. She spoke loudly, her eyes accidentally meeting Shen Yuan's. Shen Yuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Wanqing would let all the students in the department stay to wait for him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. When he saw Sister Qing smiling at him, he relaxed completely. It seems that Sister Qing is still thinking about me. Ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 10. 4100. A system prompt suddenly popped up and Shen Yuan turned his head in surprise. His eyes met Shinji Yun's gaze, which she didn't have time to look away from. Her clear and lively eyes sparkled with admiration and trust. It's not just her fascination with Shen Yuan's appearance, but also the responsibility he had just shown. Shen Yuan's heart was warmed. He didn't expect that speaking up for justice could win her favor. On the way back, the scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. With evil intentions, he gently hooked Shinji Yun's soft hands with his fingers, but she immediately pushed them away with a red face. What? I still overestimated him. After repeating this several times, Shen Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and the smile on his face deepened. He didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes behind him looking through the gap in the seat, taking in everything. Chapter 27 Achievement of a net worth of 10 million. The school bus slowly drove into the north campus of Yangcheng University and stopped steadily. Along the way, Shinji Yun no longer suffered from motion sickness. It seems that the Qingxing pill is really effective. In just half a day, the students in the car had become familiar with their teammates and were talking and laughing. Shinji Yun, who has been in the special education college for a long time, rarely comes out. At this moment, her whole body was radiant, and 2 dimples were faintly visible on her cheeks. When Shinji Yun stood up, she once again pulled her hand out of Shen Yuan's palm. She turned her head and looked at Shen Yuan deeply, as if she wanted to engrave every detail of today into her memory. Just as she turned to leave, Shen Yuan's smiling voice came from behind her. Why, you don't want to leave? We'll see you when you're free. Shinji Yun's earlobes instantly turned red, and she quickened her pace and escaped from the car. Shen Yuan looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. Through the car window, he watched the petite figure gradually walk away until it disappeared from his sight, feeling a little reluctant. While Su Wanqing was organizing the students to get off the bus, she glanced in the direction of Shen Yuan. Seeing Shen Yuan's distraught look, she felt a strange emotion in her heart for no reason, and she didn't know what he was thinking. As soon as the teacher of the Special Education Academy left, Shen Yuan walked slowly to Su Wanqing. Teacher Su, let me sit with you. Shen Yuan had a smile on his lips, and his voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the students around him to hear. Everyone looked at him in surprise, chuckled, and secretly admired his courage. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she was secretly annoyed at how unscrupulous this guy Shen Yuan was. But if I refuse now, it will seem like there is something going on between us. She could only nod calmly and said calmly, yes, sit down. Seeing this, several boys felt extremely regretful. I should have taken the lead earlier. It turns out that opportunities are earned by one's own efforts. The school bus started slowly again and drove towards the south campus. The carriage was noisy with voices, and students were chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Although Shen Yuan was sitting next to Su Wanqing, he didn't dare to do anything out of line. After all, there are students everywhere around him, and he has to consider Su Wanqing's identity no matter what. He leaned slightly to the side, lowered his voice, and asked in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "Sister Qing, can you still cook?" Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, with a hint of concern in her tone. "Of course. But you don't always eat those messy things outside." There was a hint of teacher's seriousness in his tone, as if he was caring about a disobedient student. Shen Yuan looked at her serious expression, feeling both amused and helpless. "I had no choice but to shrug and sit back obediently." Shen Yuan closed his eyes and stared at the system interface. Shinji Yun's 10 points of favorability had been received, and he exchanged them for 200,000 without hesitation. The current account balance is 4.18 million. System, lucky draw. After a tremor, a dazzling red light suddenly burst out from the crack of the box. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the SS level item, double cashback card 1. Limited time, 30 minutes. Shen Yuan opened his eyes wide as he watched the introduction of the double cashback card. His heart was burning with excitement. This card was only limited in time, there were no other restrictions. Gold! This thought instantly entered his mind. Shen Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the gold trading interface of the bank app. ICBC Rui Gold, real-time gold price 700 yuan gram. Must be completed within 30 minutes. The countdown has begun, 29:58, 29:57. All warehouse. 4.18 million funds were fully invested in 5,960 grams of gold were delivered instantly. Ding! Double cashback card has been used. 1-1. Double cashback of 8.36 million has been received. Shen Yuan quickly sold the gold again and recovered another 4.18 million. After this wave, the account balance is 12.54 million. The system's prompt sounds rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the user for exceeding 5 million in deposits. System rewards S-level skill 1. Ding! Congratulations to the user for exceeding 10 million in deposits. The system rewards SS level skills 1. Shen Yuan was delighted and opened them one by one. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the S-level skill basic enhancement. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SS level skill mastery. Basic enhancement, permanently improve the functions of the whole body, enhance physical fitness, and increase the recovery speed of injuries by 100%. Comprehensive integration, increase the learning speed of any knowledge by 300%, can be superimposed with other gains. Shen Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds, then he was ecstatic. This is the skill of my dreams. After all the work, Shen Yuan, who was exhausted, looked at his watch and it was already 7 o'clock. It was getting dark outside. He suddenly remembered that he had not yet fulfilled his promise to buy Sister Qing a watch. As the school bus stopped at the school gate, the students got off one after another. Shen Yuan quickly approached Su Wanqing. "Sister Qing, I have something urgent to do. I'll come to you later." Su Wanqing heard this, raised her head and smiled. "It's okay. I'll just go to the supermarket to buy some more vegetables." Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, blended into the crowd, turned around and ran out towards his Porsche. Seeing Shen Yuan's anxious look, Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile. "In my heart, I was actually looking forward to our meeting in the evening." There was a roar of an engine and Shen Yuan got into the Panamera. When he thought about the time he would be alone with Sister Qing later, he could no longer suppress his joy. The corners of Shen Yuan's mouth rose unconsciously, and his fingers tapped the rhythm on the steering wheel. "I've waited for so long and finally waited until today. It's still the same familiar shopping mall and the same Vacheron Constantin store." Pushing open the glass door of the store, Shen Yuan saw Kiki sorting her uniform in front of the counter. She was still wearing a standard OL suit today and had exquisite makeup on. Black stockings wrapped around her well-proportioned calves and a pair of pointed high heels highlighted her beautiful figure. Shichi looked up and saw Shen Yuan, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Eh? Isn't this the arrogant guest from last time?" Seeing Shen Yuan walking towards her, she subconsciously turned around and glanced at the big sister in the store. The middle-aged woman happened to notice Shen Yuan, her face suddenly froze and she turned away. She pretended to sort the shelves and then quickly hid in the warehouse. When Chi-Chi saw this scene, she almost laughed out loud. She quickly adjusted her expression, put on the sweetest smile on her face and greeted him. "Welcome, sir. What would you like to see today?" Shen Yuan nodded and went straight to the point, pointing at the Zonghang Sihai on his wrist. "Is there a women's watch of this type?" "Yes, yes." Chi-Chi was cheered up and secretly delighted. "Wow, you're here to spend money again after just a few days?" She quickly took out the rose gold women's model from the counter. The selling price is 380,000, which is 100,000 more expensive than the one Shen Yuan has. Shen Yuan glanced at it and thought that this was a gift for Su Wanqing, without even blinking. "That's it. By the way, can you help me check if the size is right?" He roughly measured the thickness of Su Wanqing's wrist. Chi-Chi's eyes flickered, and she immediately stretched out her slender wrist. "Sir, my wrist size is very standard. I can help you try it on." While putting on the watch, she secretly looked at Shen Yuan. Young, handsome, wearing designer clothes, and spending money so freely. If I could get in touch with him. "Sir, could you please buckle my watch strap for me?" Chi-Chi's voice was so sweet that water could drip out of it, and she deliberately moved her wrist closer to Shen Yuan. When it was Shen Yuan's first time to come into the store, she just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect that he would actually buy it. At this moment, seeing Shen Yuan again, Chi-Chi felt indescribably happy. "I couldn't help but think about getting closer to Shen Yuan. She has been working in this line of work for 2 years, and has heard that many of her colleagues have made fortunes by making friends with clients through this. In the past, she used to be dismissive and just laughed it off. Now looking at Shen Yuan in front of her, her mind couldn't help but become active, and she regretted not learning frame by frame before." Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, then reached out to help her press the watch buckle. With a light click, the rose gold dial added a touch of elegance to Kiki's wrist. "Well, Sister Chang will look more elegant wearing it. Let's pack it up." Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Chi-Chi's heart was pounding. "The commission for this order is more than 10,000 yuan. I made 20,000 yuan in 2 days. It feels like a dream." She packed the watch swiftly and took the opportunity to show her WeChat QR code. "Sir, my name is Wang Shichi. Feel free to come to me when you want to buy a watch in the future." Shen Yuan looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her to be so proactive. After casually scanning the QR code and adding her on WeChat, I thought to myself, this girl is quite capable. Watching Shen Yuan leave, Chi-Chi clenched her hands excitedly. "Ah, this is a walking money bag," she muttered quietly, a light blush on her cheeks in excitement. The high commission made Chi-Chi so happy that she spun around in circles, with the hem of her uniform fluttering. "It's not easy to add WeChat, I must cherish this opportunity." She took out a small mirror and adjusted her bangs, wondering whether she should sign up for a socialite etiquette class. After coming out of Vacheron Constantine, Shen Yuan walked into the LV store. The salesgirl came over to greet him enthusiastically, and he casually tried on 2 well-tailored sports suits. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, Shen Yuan turned left and right. "Well, the style looks good, and the fabric is crisp enough. I want both sets." When checking out, Shen Yuan caught a glimpse of the limited edition LV bag in the display case, which was priced at 120,000 yuan. Shen Yuan immediately thought of Yi Xiene's beautiful appearance and bought it with his credit card without saying a word. Passing by the Apple store, Shen Yuan paused, turned around and went in to buy a top-of-the-line iPhone. "Just consider it as compensation for Shinji Yun," he said to himself. When I walked out of the mall, my mobile banking app sent me a balance reminder, 12 million. Only then did Shen Yuan realize that he had spent 540,000 yuan in just a short while. He stood at the entrance of the mall for a moment. The average annual salary of Yangcheng University graduates is just over 100,000 yuan. After deducting rent and food, it would be good if I could save 50,000 yuan a year. The huge amount of money I spent is equivalent to an ordinary person's savings for 10 years. TSK. Shen Yuan shook his head and walked out carrying a lot of bags. Chapter 28 Impulse is the Devil. Shen Yuan came to the car and put all the bags into the trunk. Driving the Porsche, I drove towards the teacher's apartment in a good mood. The teacher's apartment is just opposite the south campus of Yangcheng University, separated only by a tree-lined avenue. The old-fashioned building made of red bricks is covered with ivy, which is lush and green, and has a very cultural atmosphere. As soon as the car stopped, Shen Yuan rolled down the window and looked around, but did not see Su Wanqing. He took out his cell phone, and just as he dialed the number, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the apartment building. Su Wanqing came out jogging with a cooking apron tied around her waist. The white apron was stretched tight by her plump figure and trembled as she ran. I saw Sister Qing's cheeks were slightly red because of running in a hurry. Shen Yuan felt warm in his heart. I didn't expect Sister Qing to care about me so much. The soup is already stewing, and you can drink it when you come up later. Su Wanqing gathered the hair around her ears and her eyebrows curved. Then I must try Sister Qing's cooking. Shen Yuan responded with a smile. His eyes stayed on her for a moment, and he joked. But I'm looking forward to something more than soup. Su Wanqing glared at him lightly, and the two of them walked towards the apartment building side by side. The evening breeze was cool, and Shen Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but rub his fingers towards Sister Qing's hand, wanting to hold her hand. As soon as he grasped it, Su Wanqing struggled to pull it away. There are teachers and some school leaders here. It has a bad influence. Shen Yuan finally reacted, withdrew his hand awkwardly and touched his chin. I thought to myself, I didn't think it through carefully enough. Su Wanqing looked at Shen Yuan's lost expression and felt sorry for him. Wait, let's talk about it when we get back. Shen Yuan was delighted and followed Su Wanqing into the teacher's apartment, sighing. This faculty and staff housing is just different. It's all finely decorated and much better than the student dormitories. An elevator was also installed, but it has been in use since the last elevator accident. Su Wanqing never took the elevator again. Even if the room is on the 4th floor, climbing up can be considered as exercise. The two of them walked into the fire escape one after the other. The dark corridor was eerily quiet. Their footsteps clattered. The voice-controlled lights flickered with their footsteps. When they reached the corner of the 2nd floor, Shen Yuan seized the opportunity and secretly held Su Wanqing's hand. This time, Su Wanqing did not refuse like she did before. She struggled slightly and then stopped moving. Shen Yuan was delighted and quickly covered her hand with his broad palm. His thumb rubbed dishonestly on the back of her hand. Su Wanqing lowered her head and said nothing, just letting Shen Yuan pinch her, her cheeks flushed. The two of them climbed up the stairs hand in hand. No one spoke, and the corridor was so quiet that one could hear each other's heartbeats. It was not until the lights in the corridor on the 4th floor came on that Su Wanqing quickly pulled her hand back and pretended to adjust her apron. Only then did Shen Yuan wisely let go of his hand. Here we are. Su Wanqing spoke in a low voice. Her voice was soft, completely different from usual. Shen Yuan looked around and exclaimed, "This teacher's apartment has a really nice environment." Of course. Su Wanqing said this as she took out her keys, with a bit of sisterly concern. So you have to work hard. At least get into graduate school first. Thinking of his current physical fitness and skills, Shen Yuan is full of confidence. He was admitted to Yangcheng University with a college entrance examination score of nearly 600 points that year, so taking the postgraduate entrance examination was naturally a piece of cake for him. He half-jokingly said, "Okay, I'll be your colleague when I pass the exam. You're always so smooth-talking." Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. As they talked, they came to the door and she fished out the key from her apron pocket. When Su Wanqing bent down to unlock the door, the laces of her apron outlined her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her ankles are white and slender in pink home slippers, and her whole body exudes a gentle and virtuous temperament. Shen Yuan stood aside, shocked by the sudden impact. Especially the round and perky hip lines, which look even more attractive when wrapped in the apron. "Sister Qing, you are so beautiful." Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, his voice became hoarse, and he couldn't help but speak. As the door lock opened with a click, Su Wanqing didn't hear what he said clearly. She straightened up and turned on the light, and the warm yellow light illuminated the entrance. Su Wanqing turned around and asked curiously, "Huh? What did you just say?" There was a hint of doubt in her bright and beautiful eyes, and she did not notice Shen Yuan's burning gaze. Shen Yuan said nothing, just followed her quietly into the room. The moment the door closed, the air in the narrow entranceway froze. Shen Yuan felt his heart beating so fast that it hurt, and the blood in his body was boiling. He rushed forward completely out of control and turned off the light. The 1.80 meter tall muscular body roughly pushed Su Wanqing against the door, making a dull thud. "You!" Su Wanqing exclaimed. Shen Yuan had leaned over to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her sensitive ear. "Sister Qing," I said, "I want you." Su Wanqing's eyes trembled. She didn't expect Shen Yuan's confession to be so direct. Her chest rose and fell violently, and the plump curves under the white apron swayed with her breathing. Shen Yuan's gaze moved down uncontrollably, landing on her perfect figure. Su Wanqing's proud big D looks like it came out of a comic book. She could clearly feel the heat coming from Shen Yuan. An irresistible feeling of oppression enveloped her. Don't. Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with panic, her voice was trembling, and she placed her hands on his strong chest, but she was unable to exert any strength. In the dim environment, Shen Yuan couldn't help but kiss her snow-white neck, causing her to shudder. Su Wanqing shook her head in resistance, feeling a little uneasy for a moment. She stretched out her hand to push him away again, but her slender wrist was easily grabbed by Shen Yuan, who lifted it above her head and pressed it against the door. Shen Yuan, you better wake up. Su Wanqing turned her head away to avoid his kiss, with panic in her voice. In the darkness, she could feel Shen Yuan's hot body temperature. At this moment, he was like a beast out of control. Su Wanqing's lower back hurt from the door handle, but she could only turn her head away helplessly, feeling ashamed and angry. Shen Yuan's eyes turned red, and the system prompt, Su Wanqing's favorability 7100 was flashing red. He didn't care at all. At the age of 19, the hormones running through his body aroused the most primitive desire. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was a burst of rapid puffs of air coming from the kitchen. Shen Yuan suddenly came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, and his eyes gradually became clear again. Su Wanqing took the opportunity to squeeze out from under his armpit and rushed to the kitchen. Shen Yuan followed closely behind, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw the pressure cooker hissing out hot steam and the lid vibrating slightly. The fire was too big, I didn't pay attention to it just now. Su Wanqing reached out to adjust the heat, but Shen Yuan grabbed her wrist. Let me do it. Shen Yuan shouted, it's so hot, what if I hurt you? Shen Yuan lowered his head, walked quickly forward and turned off the stove. He picked up a wet rag beside him and gently turned the exhaust valve of the pressure cooker to let the remaining steam escape slowly. The sudden situation made both of them break out in cold sweats. Shen Yuan turned around and met Su Wanqing's frightened eyes. They smiled at each other, which was the relaxation after the stimulation. Let it exhaust slowly first. Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, it's okay now. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, feeling somewhat guilty. It's all my fault for being too careless. I almost caused a disaster. Blame me if you want to. Shen Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, I was too impulsive. Su Wanqing blushed instantly when she heard this, and the ambiguous scene at the entrance just now appeared in front of her again. Su Wanqing pushed Shen Yuan out the door in panic. You, go sit in the living room for a while, I'll be there soon. She urgently needs to be alone. Too many things happened tonight, and she was really afraid that she would lose control if she continued to be alone with Shen Yuan. With a soft bang, the kitchen door closed. Su Wanqing leaned against the door, closed her beautiful eyes, but her mind was filled with Shen Yuan's figure. Seeing this, Shen Yuan wisely left the kitchen. He knew in his heart that he must not force it at this time. No matter what, Su Wanqing is her teacher after all. Even if they couldn't be together in the end, he didn't want to make the relationship too awkward. He walked slowly to the living room and just sat down on the sofa. Ding! Su Wanqing's favorability plus 1080100. Shen Yuan was immediately confused? Chapter 29 shocked Su Wanqing. It actually increased my favorability. It seems Sister Qing isn't really mad at me. Shen Yuan's heart was at peace, and hope was immediately rekindled. Unconsciously, Shen Yuan found that his mood also changed along with Sister Qing's attitude. Is this love? He touched his chin and couldn't help asking himself in his heart. Quickly redeem 10 points of favorability and start the system lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the S-level item, Atmosphere Night Light. Effective use can improve the environment and atmosphere, making it easier to gain favorability. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. This was much better than the previous chocolate. S-level props, unlimited use. He couldn't wait to take out the ambient night light from the system space. It is only the size of a cigarette box, but once it is placed on the table, the whole room is instantly enveloped in soft, colorful light. It's like adding a layer of dreamy filter, and the air around becomes ambiguous. Not bad, really good. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and while Su Wanqing was still busy in the kitchen, he glanced across her room. The living room is clean and tidy, spotless, and there is a fruit plate on the coffee table filled with washed grapes. Sister Qing, let me eat some of your fruit. Shen Yuan picked it up casually and pretended to nonchalantly test Su Wanqing in the kitchen. Eat it, I bought it for you. Su Wanqing's voice was mixed with the sizzling sound of cooking, and a hint of smile could be heard faintly. Hearing this, Shen Yuan felt completely relieved, knowing that Sister Chang was not angry. He was in a good mood. He took a few grapes into his mouth, which tasted sour and sweet and made his mouth water. Shen Yuan turned on the TV in the living room and deliberately selected a short drama about an urban CEO with the most explicit content. The overbearing president falls in love with. It's large scale and the plot is bloody, which is most suitable for, well, setting the mood. Shen Yuan adjusted the volume and leaned back on the sofa. He waited patiently for Su Wanqing to finish her work and prepare to have dinner together. Here I come, here I come. Su Wanqing walked into the living room carrying a steaming dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuan immediately cleaned up the table and made room for it. Before she put down the plate, Shen Yuan walked quickly into the kitchen. Sister Qing, if you have anything else, I'll get it for you. Okay, bring out that pot of old duck soup. Su Wanqing looked at his diligent and lively figure and smiled. Be careful, don't burn yourself. After receiving the order, Shen Yuan said nothing and carefully brought the delicious food to the dining table. The soup was still bubbling, and the aroma was so fragrant that he couldn't help swallowing. Su Wanqing was amused by Shen Yuan's clumsy yet serious look, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Noticing Sister Qing's eyes scanning him, Shen Yuan couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong, Sister Chang? Nothing, I just suddenly thought, you're pretty handsome. Su Wanqing sat next to Shen Yuan, looking at him with her chin on her hand. Sister Qing, who is usually so serious and queen-like, actually laughs and teases herself. Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It seems that all the hard work during this period has paid off. The relationship between the two is really different now. The food was served and it was very rich. It was obvious that Sister Qing had really put her heart into it. A pot of rich old duck stew, stir-fried meat with green peppers, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried water spinach with garlic. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something casually. Su Wanqing handed over the chopsticks and spoke in a relaxed tone. She observed Shen Yuan's reaction quietly. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Just the smell made his thumb tingle. Shen Yuan picked up a piece of duck meat, which was tender and crispy, and the soup was delicious. Sister Qing, your cooking skills are amazing. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Whoever marries you in the future will be a great blessing from their ancestors. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. Su Wanqing snorted lightly, but turned around and added another spoonful of soup to his bowl. After spending most of the afternoon strolling with Shinji Yun, Shen Yuan was indeed hungry. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. The corners of Su Wanqing's eyes curved into crescents, and she was very happy with Shen Yuan's performance. On TV, the melodramatic skit was showing the scene where the president pushed the heroine against the wall and forcefully kissed her. Shen Yuan met Su Wanqing's eyes. I saw her quickly lower her head and eat her rice in small bites. The air was inexplicably hotter. Su Wanqing thought of the ambiguity at the entrance just now. Shen Yuan's solid chest made her heart beat faster. She had just come out of the kitchen and suddenly felt a little hot. It's a bit hot. Su Wanqing put down her chopsticks, muttered softly, and turned sideways to untie her apron. As the laces loosened, the proud curves that were originally restrained instantly stretched out. Shen Yuan was stunned by the waist and hips faintly visible under the purple dress. Shen Yuan couldn't stop looking over, and even though Su Wanqing saw it, he remained indifferent. Su Wanqing looked at him without even pretending, and felt both angry and amused. She couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand, pinch Shen Yuan's face and speak. What are you looking at, classmate Shen? Shen Yuan then came back to his senses and finally understood what beauty as a feast to the eyes meant. The meal was a delight. I'm full. Shen Yuan said contentedly, handing her the handbag. Here. Sister Qing, I bought you the watch you wanted. Shen Yuan handed over a dark blue velvet gift box with a gold-plated Vacheron Constantine logo printed on the corner. Su Wanqing was about to take it when her eyes suddenly paused. This packaging doesn't look like it costs just a few dozen bucks. Su Wanqing opened the lid of the box hesitantly, and an invoice slipped out from the interlayer. She took a look and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. 380,000 renminbi. The number on the invoice was completely beyond her imagination. 1, 10, 100. She looked intently at the row of zeros in front of her, confirming them again and again. 380,000? Is this watch a genuine Vacheron Constantin? Women's models are indeed more expensive than men's models. Shen Yuan scratched his head, looked at the shocked expression on Sister Qing's face, and hurriedly explained. But it doesn't matter, Sister Qing, consider this watch as a gift to you. Shen Yuan now has more than 12 million in his hands, and he is not stingy towards Sister Qing. Wait. Su Wanqing looked up suddenly. The 28 you mentioned before was in 10,000? Su Wanqing suddenly remembered what she had said, I'll transfer the money to you later, and suddenly felt ashamed. With my current situation, I would have to go without food and drink for 3 whole years to save enough money. I almost lost everything because of a misunderstanding. Su Wanqing slowly came back to her senses and asked haltingly. Where did you get so much money? Shen Yuan was silent for a moment. In his heart, he already regarded Su Wanqing as his own. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still used the same rhetoric. I am actually a rich second generation. Only then did Su Wanqing realize that she knew too little about Shen Yuan. Where can you find a rich second generation as low-key and introverted as him nowadays? Take Yang Ming in our class for example. He always shows off whenever he gets the chance. He insisted on driving himself for today's research activity. Even Yang Ming couldn't just give away watches worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, Shen Yuan in front of her seemed to not care at all, which frightened Su Wanqing. It seems that Shen Yuan's family background cannot be underestimated. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, and a thought popped up uncontrollably. Don't wealthy families always pay attention to matching? I just come from an ordinary family. If one day, Shen Yuan and I really get to that point, will his family really agree? Just when Su Wanqing was lost in thought, Shen Yuan picked up the watch and moved closer to her, holding up her hand and gently wrapping the watch strap around it. With a soft click, the clasp fits perfectly. Sure enough. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Su Wanqing's wrist bones are slender and white, which complements the rose gold bracelet. This Vacheron Constantin watch looks elegant and luxurious on her hand. Shen Yuan was very satisfied, this money is worth spending. Su Wanqing looked at Shen Yuan, who was lowering his head and carefully putting on the watch for her. The man in front of me seemed to satisfy all my fantasies about my other half. She was filled with mixed emotions, but Shen Yuan was younger than her, so she could just not care. However, the teacher-student relationship between the two is like a shackle. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing shook her head helplessly. I can't take this watch, it's too expensive. Chapter 30 Su Wanqing's Fall. Shen Yuan firmly held Su Wanqing's hand and prevented her from taking off her watch. Take it, Sister Chang. This is a token of my love. Most of the 12 million I have now is due to Su Wanqing's contribution. Putting all this aside, my feelings for Sister Qing have reached this point. Shen Yuan asked himself, allowing other people to contact Su Wanqing, this was something he could never accept. Just think of it as me keeping it for you. Su Wanqing knew that if she didn't accept it, Shen Yuan would be unhappy. She had no choice but to compromise, with a hint of anger in her tone. If you regret it one day, come back to me and ask for it back. Su Wanqing said this as she tried to pull Shen Yuan's hand away and prepared to get up and clean up the dishes. Shen Yuan stepped forward and gently pulled her back to his side. This ring is called true love. As long as I meet the girl I truly love, I will put it tightly on her hand. On TV, the domineering president spoke coldly, and then kissed the heroine. Su Wanqing and Shen Yuan looked at each other and smiled. This plot was too cliché. After the laughter, the atmosphere gradually became subtle. Not only did Shen Yuan not let go, but he boldly pinched her fingertips. Su Wanqing was startled, and turned her head to recognize his face, her eyes wandering and she didn't dare to look at him. Secret bubble used successfully 3-3. Shen Yuan used the secret bubble for the last time without hesitation. He must now know Sister Qing's true thoughts. If only I wasn't her teacher. Should I reject him again this time? I feel dizzy. When Shen Yuan saw Su Wanqing's thoughts, his heart suddenly warmed. He domineeringly pulled Su Wanqing's round shoulders and forced her to turn towards him. What about teachers and students? Shen Yuan looked straight into Sister Qing's flashing eyes. Su Wanqing's pupils trembled. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to directly point out her biggest concern. This job. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip. I fought hard to get this, and I don't want to. Shen Yuan noticed the softening in her tone and took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head. I am now fully capable of giving you the best life. Shen Yuan's voice gradually became gentler. I just want to wake up and see you every day. Feeling the delicate body trembling slightly in his arms, Shen Yuan tightened his arms. When you were mean to me on the school bus, He took Su Wanqing's hand and pressed it against his heart. It hurt so much. Su Wanqing was wrapped in Shen Yuan's body temperature, and her breath was filled with his hot breath. She felt dizzy, her consciousness began to blur, and her body felt light. The ambient night light circulated in the room, casting a hazy glow on the figures of the two. Su Wanqing slowly let down her guard. Promise me, Xiao Xiao. Shen Yuan's passionate words exploded in her ears. Su Wanqing seemed to be back in the beautiful dream of last night, and murmured unconsciously. Elder brother. Even though she didn't understand why Shen Yuan knew her nickname, she had no time to think about it now. Shen Yuan felt the beauty in his arms slightly adjusting her posture, and his eyes softened unconsciously. A pair of strong hands grabbed Su Wanqing's legs and lifted her up steadily. Every step towards the bedroom was extremely slow, as if giving her some final time to think. Su Wanqing's tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly. From the moment she invited Shen Yuan to her home, she had vaguely foreseen this development. When this moment really came, she was still too embarrassed to open her eyes. The epiphany after the elevator accident and the worry when I couldn't find Shen Yuan in the afternoon. All kinds of emotions were surging in her heart, and she suddenly realized. In the relationship between the two, wasn't I also suffering from the pressure? Since her brother can do this, how long should she remain reserved? Thinking of this, Su Wanqing finally let down her last bit of defense. She stretched out her slender arms and put them around Shen Yuan's neck, burying her hot cheeks deep in his shoulders. Shen Yuan pushed open the bedroom door and closed it with his foot. With a dull thud, Su Wanqing sank into the soft bed. Her long hair was spread out on the bed, and her slightly narrowed eyebrows were charming and attractive, exuding a sense of temptation. The purple suit outlines the graceful curves, and all kinds of charm are contained in it. Sister Qing, you are so beautiful. Shen Yuan stared at the scene in front of him infatuatedly and couldn't help but admire it. When Su Wanqing heard Shen Yuan's words, she turned sideways shyly. With this movement, the fullness of her chest drew a thrilling arc under the fabric. As her breathing rose and fell slightly, she became even more seductive, greatly stimulating Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's eyes darkened and his breathing became heavy. The scent of jasmine from Su Wanqing came to my nose. He could no longer control himself and leaned over, covering Su Wanqing's moist red lips with his thick lips. Shen Yuan's large palm started from her slender ankle and moved up along the delicate flesh-colored stockings. The fingertips slid across the jade feet, skimmed across the waist, and clasped the crazy whiteness. Shen Yuan's heartbeat sounded strong and powerful through his chest. Su Wanqing snorted softly, her fingertips clenched the bedsheets, and all her rationality melted away in an instant. She closed her eyes greedily, her slender fingers embedded in Shen Yuan's hair, letting herself indulge. Chapter 31 The Ultimate Villa Steward. The next day, weekend noon. The big bed was in a mess, with the critical strike eye mask hanging crookedly on the head of the bed, and the attack speed stockings had long been ravaged and scattered on the ground. Shen Yuan was full of energy after his body was strengthened by the system. Especially the modified kidney, which made him energetic all night long. Su Wanqing also obediently cooperated with his every move. From being young and mature to being fully mature, there is a bit more charm between her eyebrows and eyes. At this moment, she was lazily curled up in Shen Yuan's arms, with a smile on her lips and a look of happiness on her face. Even after waking up, she was too embarrassed to get up. She leaned straight on Shen Yuan, with her cheek pressed against his strong arms. With the beauty in his arms, Shen Yuan lowered his head and kissed her fair forehead, feeling so comfortable. Ding! Su Wanqing's favorability plus 1090100. The system prompt sounded in Shen Yuan's mind, and he called up the panel to check. Character favorability: Su Wanqing 9100, Yi Xiene 8100, Lin Shui 5100, Shinji Yun 4100. Almost. He calculated in his mind that he was not too far away from unlocking the third-level favorability mall. Ding! Congratulations to the user for achieving the achievement First Blood. System Reward SSS Level Item Yunding Tiangong Number 1 Villa. In the picture that suddenly unfolds before your eyes, a magnificent modern-style villa is looming in the landscape. The system prompt sound that followed made Shen Yuan's breathing pause. Yunding Tiangong Number 1 Villa, a single-family villa located in the top wealthy area of Yangcheng, covering a total area of 20,000 square meters, equipped with smart home, private swimming pool, helipad, and lifelong property team. A private villa covering a total area of 20,000 square meters? Shen Yuan suddenly sat up from the bed, waking up Su Wanqing in his arms. As a student of architecture, he knew all too well what this number meant. That's the equivalent of putting 3 full-size football fields into your backyard. This is not a villa, it's clearly a small manor. He remembered that he was planning to use his 12 million savings to buy an ordinary luxury house yesterday. Now look at the luxurious space in the picture that is equipped with a heated swimming pool and a private cinema. Suddenly I felt that little bit of money might not even be enough to buy even a fraction of this villa. Shen Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and rub the top of Su Wanqing's head, and asked casually, "Sister Qing, have you heard of Yunding Palace?" Of course I've heard of it. That's the most expensive luxury residential area in Yangcheng. It's said that the cheapest one costs several hundred million. Su Wanqing paused, raised her head and added, "By the way, it seems that the richest man in Yangcheng lives there." As if she thought of something, her body suddenly trembled. She regained consciousness, propped up her upper body, and let the silk quilt slide down her round shoulders. Her beautiful eyes widened. "Shen Yuan, you are not going to buy a house there?" "Not buying." Shen Yuan paused for a moment, watching the expression on her face gradually become shocked. "I have a villa there." Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Su Wanqing sat up straight. Her long hair was spread over her snow-white back, revealing a large area of beautiful scenery. She remembered Shen Yuan's confession last night about his identity as a rich second generation, and all kinds of speculations immediately flashed through her mind. Isn't this too exaggerated? Could it be that Shen Yuan is the son of the richest man in Yangcheng? Shen Yuan was amused by her appearance and reached out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears. But, compared to Tiangong, he suddenly pulled Su Wanqing back into his arms. "I still prefer sleeping here." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed and her fingertips drew circles on Shen Yuan's chest. She raised her eyebrows pretending to be calm. "Why?" "Because." Shen Yuan turned over and pressed Su Wanqing under him, his nose rubbing against the fullness of her chest. "Wherever Sister Qing is, I'll be there." "Then you are my follower, right?" Su Wanqing continued speaking with her smile on her face. The next second, there was a snapping sound. Shen Yuan's big hand patted her plump and perky breasts under the quilt. "Then I have to keep up," Shen Yuan said as he covered the two of them with the quilt again. "Ah, why are you, again?" Before Su Wanqing finished her words, she couldn't help but hum softly. An hour later, Su Wanqing curled up in the messy sheets, with tear marks at the corners of her red eyes, and fell asleep in extreme joy. Shen Yuan kissed her slightly swollen lips tenderly, then quietly stood up and leaned against the head of the bed. Ding! 10 points of favorability exchanged successfully, current balance, 12.2 million yuan. Looking at the numbers displayed on the system interface, Shen Yuan raised his lips and said, "System, draw a lottery." Streams of light of various colors flickered between the cracks in the box, and finally a striking red beam of light burst out. Ding! Congratulations to the user for obtaining the SS level character Jian Rui OL Villa Butler. Finally, he drew a character again, and it was SS level. Shen Yuan was a little excited. Could it be that she is the housekeeper of the number 1 villa in the Cloudtop Palace? Thinking of this, Shen Yuan quickly clicked on Jian Rui's character panel. Name, Jian Rui. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Favorability, 0. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. The cold data panel obviously could not satisfy Shen Yuan's curiosity. He thought about it and immediately switched to the god's perspective. In the picture, a young woman in a slim black business suit is bending over to operate a lawn mower. Her slender figure of 172 centimeters is particularly eye-catching, with her well-proportioned legs wrapped in black stockings. Even wearing 8 centimeters black pointed high heels, you can still move freely. Her high ponytail swayed gently as it was trimmed, revealing the back of her fair neck. This housekeeper is so pleasing to the eyes. Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As the picture slowly zooms out, the full view of Hentang Palace Villa No. 1 gradually emerges. This modern villa covering an area of 20,000 square meters is magnificent. The main building adopts a full glass curtain wall design, which sparkles under the light. A small helicopter is quietly parked on the helipad on the roof. The manicured lawns extend to the private lake beyond. The outdoor swimming pool is sparkling, and there is a well-equipped water bar next to it. Shen Yuan's heart was filled with emotion as he watched. He wished he could fly over right now to experience this mansion that belonged to him in person. Soon, the housekeeper Jiang Rui in the picture stopped the work at hand. She used the walkie-talkie to direct other staff members, and her every move showed her high professionalism. It seems that I have to accept this gift as soon as possible. Shen Yuan touched his chin, wondering when to take Sister Qing with him to take a look. In the messy bed, Su Wanqing beside me was breathing slowly. Shen Yuan looked at the faint red marks on her body, recalled the madness just now, chuckled and shook his head. He knew that Su Wanqing was extremely tired. Shen Yuan decided to get up first and heat up last night's leftovers, and then come over to wake up Sister Qing to eat. He walked lightly to the kitchen. The leftover stewed duck and potato chips from last night were still on the table. He simply turned on the fire to heat up the food, and a few minutes later, a steaming lunch was ready. Returning to the bed, Shen Yuan gently stroked the back of Sister Qing's hand with his fingertips. Su Wanqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes and met Shen Yuan's smiling eyes. "It smells so good," she sniffed, her voice somewhat charming. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yuan." Shen Yuan was stunned when he heard this name, his face darkened. "What do you mean, Xiao Yuan? Call me Da Yuan." Su Wanqing's eyes moved downwards involuntarily, and she spat softly. "You are so much younger than me, so I will just call you Xiao Yuan from now on, okay?" "Okay." Shen Yuan suddenly leaned over, put his big hand on her, and whispered in her ear. "Then I will call you Da Chung from now on? It's so ugly." Su Wanqing's face flushed and she grabbed the pillow and threw it at him. "Ha ha ha. The afternoon sun is shining brightly." After laughing and joking for a while, the two of them prepared to go out for dinner. As soon as Su Wanqing got out of bed, her legs went weak and she staggered, falling into Shen Yuan's arms. She frowned, looking a little dazed. "It's all your fault. I can't even walk steadily now." Shen Yuan looked at the red corners of her eyes and suddenly remembered the B-level healing technique rewarded by the system. Even if it's just a basic skill, it should be more than enough to deal with this kind of physical exhaustion. "Then lie down and I'll give you a professional massage." Shen Yuan frowned and looked serious. Su Wanqing shrank back in shock. No need." Her slightly widened eyes were filled with suspicion. The memory of the ordeal she had just endured was still vivid in her mind. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pointed at himself. "The school basketball team's exclusive masseur, honest and trustworthy." Su Wanqing slowly lay down with a half-believing and half-doubting attitude. When the warm hands touched her lower back, she trembled and immediately tensed her body. Soon, a warm current spread along the spine, and the sore muscles felt moisturized as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Su Wanqing let out a soft hum unconsciously, then buried her face in the pillow in shame. "It feels so wonderful, as if there is a vitality flowing through the meridians, making my whole body feel numb. I didn't expect you to be so good at this." "Really?" Shen Yuan withdrew his hand proudly, his fingertips sliding across her waist. The big hand began to move around Su Wanqing's waist in a naughty way. Su Wanqing quickly slapped Shen Yuan's hand away, but suddenly felt something was wrong. She then said to Shen Yuan, "Eat your meal first." Seeing that Su Wanqing had something else in her words, Shen Yuan's mind suddenly became active. "Then having another meal after dinner is not too much, right?" Chapter 32 My Girlfriend's Checkup. Overeating is bad for your health. Su Wanqing pinched Shen Yuan's face and shook it gently. She finally understood. Give the little bastard a little sweetness and he'll climb up the pole to the sky. Besides, it's been a while since last night. Su Wanqing swallowed the words back out of shame when they came to her lips. She turned around in a hurry, and the ends of her hair brushed across Shen Yuan's nose, leaving a whiff of jasmine fragrance. Su Wanqing ran to the bathroom in her pink slippers. Shen Yuan followed closely behind, leaning against the frosted glass door. His eyes fell unscrupulously on Su Wanqing's plump back. The waist wrapped in the silk nightgown is slender and the waist-to-hip ratio is simply amazing. "What are you looking at?" Su Wanqing glared at Shen Yuan through the mirror. He turned on the faucet and let the water wash over his face. Soon, Su Wanqing finished washing up. She held the edge of the towel tightly with her fingers, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Yuan, please go out for a while. Her voice fell, so soft that it was almost inaudible. Shen Yuan immediately understood when he saw this, nodded, turned around and waited outside the door. In the corridor, he heard the soft sound of drawers opening and closing and the rustling of plastic packaging. The slight movement made his heart flutter, and he couldn't help but react. When the door opened again, Su Wanqing looked like a red rose soaked in rain. There was an unprecedented tenderness in her eyes and brows. The unique style opened Shen Yuan's eyes. I didn't expect that after just a short while of washing up, Sister Chang would change so drastically. Finally, it was Shen Yuan's turn to enter. The bathroom was still filled with jasmine-scented steam. He shook it carelessly and was about to flush the toilet when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark red color in the wastebasket. His hands froze immediately. Looking closely, there were only traces of blood, but no sanitary napkin. Obviously, last night was Su Wanqing's first time. Shen Yuan was originally a little confused as to why there were no traces left on the bed sheets. So that's how it is. Shen Yuan was immediately relieved. Perhaps it is because Sister Ching has already matured physically and mentally, and her body naturally adapts to intimate contact, so there may not be bleeding the first time. Shen Yuan only felt an unprecedented desire to protect Surge in his chest, and he couldn't help but want to cherish Sister Ching even more. What are you daydreaming about? The food is getting cold. Su Wanqing's smiling and scolding voice came from the living room. Shen Yuan wiped his hands, walked over quickly, and suddenly hugged her in his arms in front of the dining table. Su Wanqing was stunned by his sudden hug, and only heard Shen Yuan's firm voice. Sister Ching, don't worry, I will treat you well. Su Wanqing looked at him strangely, feeling a little weird, but didn't take it to heart. At the dining table, Su Wanqing, who was eating, seemed to have thought of something. She paused in her action of picking up the food and looked at Shen Yuan. Last night, what did you call me? Yeah, baby. Shen Yuan thought for a while and replied. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. At night, not in bed. Sometimes she didn't know whether Shen Yuan was trying to make her angry on purpose. Shen Yuan saw her raised eyebrows and then picked up the phone. The Honor of King's login interface lit up between them. The screen shows the two people's team performance yesterday. We are gaming partners. Have you forgotten? It's you? Su Wanqing was stunned and her chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter. Only then did she realize that Shen Yuan was her friend in the game. Over the past month, the two have often fought side by side. She reacted immediately. It must be because I mentioned the elevator that Shen Yuan recognized me. I felt a little embarrassed. She sighed in her heart. How could such a coincidence happen? It's fate. We're partners. Shen Yuan continued jokingly. Su Wanqing slapped his hand away, unable to hide the smile on her face. You were so serious when you were playing games, liar. After dinner, Shen Yuan lay down comfortably on the sofa. Today is a rare weekend and neither of them has to go to class. The sunlight shines through the window onto Su Wanqing, revealing her busy figure. When she stood on tiptoe to clean the dishes, the hem of her housecoat lifted up, revealing a section of her white waistline. It would be great if I could marry Sister Ching home as my wife. Shen Yuan felt the warmth of the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Here, try it. Su Wanqing picked up a grape with water droplets on it and gently handed it to Shen Yuan's mouth. The purple skin of the grapes made her jade-like fingers look glossy and shiny. Seeing this, Shen Yuan opened his mouth and bit her fingers. Ah, you. Su Wanqing retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted, but he grabbed her around the waist and hugged her in his arms. The leather sofa creaked, and Shen Yuan leaned closer and said, Teacher Su, I want to apply for day school so I can live with you every day. I can also pick you up and drop you off at get off work. Su Wanqing glanced at him sideways and said unhappily. You want me to be socially dead? The new lecturer is supporting a male college student, right? Shen Yuan knew that Sister Ching was still a little reluctant, so he had to hold her wrist. Then you move to my villa instead? Su Wanqing shook her head slightly. She had just started working. As a newcomer, there are many things to learn in the early stage. Hearing Shen Yuan's expected words, she sighed softly and compromised. Wait until my work here is stable, okay? Shen Yuan knew that this was unexpected and was a good start. He nodded and was about to celebrate. His eyes involuntarily fell on Sister Qing's messy collar. Ahem. His body trembled, his mind was beating, and he turned over and pressed him under him. An hour later, on the couch, Su Wanqing snuggled in Shen Yuan's arms like a little woman. The two of them enjoyed a moment of peace. Ding! The phone that Shen Yuan placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. Shen Yuan, who had entered the sage time, felt lazy and didn't want to move. He looked like a saint who had no desires after a hearty meal. Su Wanqing poked his cheek amusedly and reached for the phone on the coffee table. The moment the screen lit up, the three words Yi Xiene popped up along with a dozen unread messages. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Not only was she not angry, but she held the phone to Shen Yuan's ear with a mischievous smile. Hey, your girlfriend is here to check on you. Ah. Shen Yuan heard it and took it awkwardly. Idiot, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to my message? Yi Xiene's resentful voice came from the phone. Shen Yuan was shocked and opened WeChat to read the message. Friend, what are you doing? Did you miss me? Have you eaten? Friends, let us go to the movies together tonight? My roommate said the new movie is great. Jean patted Shen Yuan. Friend, humph. Ignore me. Jean, where is he? I'm going to call the police. He quickly sat up straight. I was just busy. Su Wanqing was drinking water nearby, and when she heard Shen Yuan's words, she almost spit out a mouthful of water. Su Wanqing felt both angry and amused when she saw Shen Yuan lying. She suddenly thought of the intimate interaction between Shen Yuan and the girl next to him on the school bus, and paid more attention to the girl. Su Wanqing thought to herself, Shen Yuan is too dishonest. I don't care, you are using cold violence against me. Yi Xiene spoke in a delicate voice, with an indescribable tenderness. Okay. Shen Yuan immediately surrendered. From now on, my schedule will be entirely controlled by Miss Yi. Jean felt happy listening to Shen Yuan's sweet words on the phone. She snorted arrogantly, that's more like it. That's a deal, pick me up at 7 p.m. and we'll go to the movies together. Shen Yuan glanced at his phone and it was still early. Yeah, don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the words of his friend. Then, kiss me. Soulmates in love desperately need proof of their love. Shen Yuan was stunned and quickly turned his head to observe Su Wanqing's expression. Seeing that she was staring at him with a smile, he suddenly felt scared. As his Adam's apple rolled, Shen Yuan stiffened his body and kissed the phone lightly. The satisfied soulmate immediately returned a kiss, and the two hung up the phone. Su Wanqing beside him came closer to Shen Yuan and imitated him, Moa. Seeing that Su Wanqing was not angry, Shen Yuan shamelessly kissed her on the cheek. Sister Qing, are you jealous of Jean? Su Wanqing chuckled. The two of them had already transcended the teacher-student relationship. Compared to the existence of a soulmate, there is nothing she cannot accept. Besides, Jean had been in love with Shen Yuan earlier than her. Compared to my soulmate, I'm more worried about you. Su Wanqing pinched Shen Yuan's face and said angrily. The girl from the Special Education Institute, if I remember correctly, her name is Shen Yun, right? Chapter 33 Henteing Number 1 Villa. Shen Yuan's heart trembled. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to be so thoughtful. Even the subtle relationship between him and Shinji Yun was noticed. Why, do you want me, your sister, to help you take care of the backyard? Su Wanqing said this half jokingly, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. It doesn't seem to be impossible. Shen Yuan thought secretly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. No matter what, there will always be a place for Sister Qing in my heart. Shen Yuan assured Su Wanqing seriously with a sincere look in his eyes. Su Wanqing hummed softly, her cheeks slightly red. I find myself as long as I can be with you, nothing else matters. Really? Sister Chang. After hearing Su Wanqing's true confession, Shen Yuan hugged her excitedly. There is still some time before the date with my soulmate. In the following time, the two chatted idly. Shen Yuan gradually understood one thing: when you are with someone you like, not everything has to happen. Just by simply getting along with each other like this, you can actually experience a higher level of enjoyment. Feeling the warmth from Su Wanqing's body is more lasting than passion. Su Wanqing looked down at the watch on her wrist. It was the same Vacheron Constantin as Shen Yuan's. She gently stroked Shen Yuan's face and said softly, Your time is coming, go quickly and don't keep your soulmate waiting. These words made Shen Yuan's heart warm. He silently remembered Su Wanqing's tolerance towards him. Shen Yuan then took Su Wanqing's hand, kissed the back of her hand gently, and whispered, "Thank you, Sister Cheng." Su Wanqing raised her lips slightly, with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Let's not talk about this between us." Shen Yuan nodded heavily until he walked out of Su Wanqing's apartment door. "As soon as I go out, it's like a withdrawal reaction. Without Sister Cheng around, I feel completely empty." Then he thought of his date with his soulmate in the evening and perked up again. I don't know why. Shen Yuan inexplicably felt that his heart was broken into countless pieces. I fall in love with a different woman in each piece. Shen Yuan soon received a call from a friend. She wore a pure white short skirt today, recreating the goddess who stunned the audience at the centenary celebration of the school. The pure and elegant temperament makes people unable to take their eyes away. With a light step, she sat in the passenger seat. "Let us go to the movies." Yi Xiene spoke to Shen Yuan according to his plan. Shen Yuan smiled faintly, he already had a better idea. "I know a place where the movie watching experience will be absolutely better." Yi Xiene tilted her head, somewhat confused. After seeing Shen Yuan's determined eyes, she smiled. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Shen Yuan drove the Porsche towards the navigation location. As the roar came closer and closer, the two arrived at the Yunding Palace. Yi Xiene opened his eyes wide, feeling a little strange. Aren't we going to see a movie?" Shen Yuan joked, "Yes, isn't a private cinema better?" Yi Xiene seemed to realize something instantly, she was a little bit unbelievable. "Shen Yuan, do you live here?" Shen Yuan took Yi Xiene's hand and squeezed it gently. "This is my first time here at this newly bought villa. Come on, come with me and take a look." Yi Xiene was stunned for a moment, then agreed. "The gilded gate is magnificent." Yi Xiene was extremely shocked. She had never known that there was such a villa complex in Yangchang. The 5-meter-high bluestone wall stands tall, separating the inside and outside into two worlds. Every brick and stone exudes understated luxury, and it is obvious that this is a truly upper-class place. The two walked in side by side. The veteran at the door stood tall and straight, giving a sense of security. His style is completely different from that of ordinary community security guards. The entry-level machine has built-in facial recognition, and after scanning Shen Yuan, it quickly opened the door. Walking through the gate, the sight before you is shocking. The group of villas forms a huge manor, and the space inside the manor is unimaginably large. You can even see the outline of a private golf course in the distance. Is this really in the city? Yi Xiene unconsciously moved closer to Shen Yuan. Neither of them could have imagined that in the city where every inch of land is valuable, there is such a paradise hidden. At this time, there was Shen Yuan's personal butler. Jiang Rui, dressed in a black OL uniform, hurried forward. As the buyer of the villa, Shen Yuan's personal information has been memorized by the housekeeper. "Mr. Chen, welcome home." Jiang Rui leaned forward, showing just the right smile, her voice gentle yet professional. Her gaze lingered briefly on Shen Yuan. The young man in front of her looked even more handsome than in the photo. Jiang Rui could see the Vacheron Constantine on her wrist clearly. "I am your personal butler, welcome to the Cloud Top Palace." Jiang Rui took a graceful step forward, folded her hands in front of her abdomen, and made a standard welcoming gesture. As she spoke, she looked at the perfect couple calmly. There was not a trace of frivolity on Shen Yuan's part, he was rather reserved and steady. The girl next to him was even more beautiful, wearing a white dress, with skin as white as cream and eyes as clear as autumn water. I didn't expect that the person who took over Villa Number 1 was actually the young man in front of me. Jiang Rui sighed in her heart, then shook her head secretly. She looks about the same age as my brother, but she owns Villa Number 1 in Hentang Palace. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but envy the soulmate standing next to Shen Yuan. Ding! Jiang Rui's favorability plus 1010100. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, not feeling surprised at all. Under the guidance of the butler, the three of them boarded the Hentang Sky Palace's exclusive open-air sightseeing bus. Drive all the way to Villa Number 1, which belongs to Shen Yuan. The Yunding Palace covers an area of 500,000 square meters. There are 12 villas in total. Housekeeper Jiang Rui introduced while driving. Your Villa Number 1 is located in the center of the entire Heavenly Palace, and the surrounding environment is quiet and secluded. Shen Yuan suddenly thought of something and interrupted her. By the way, I heard that Yangqing's richest man also lives here? Zhang Rui smiled slightly. Yes, Mr. Richest Man purchased villa number 10. Is that so? Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows. He just asked casually and didn't expect it to be true. Jean, who was sitting next to him, opened her eyes wide and looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief. Noticing Jean's gaze, Shen Yuan gently squeezed her hand. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Jean opened her mouth, but was too excited to speak. She thought to herself. I just wanted to go out and watch a movie. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? The sightseeing bus slowly drove along the tree-lined avenue inside the Heavenly Palace. While driving the car, Zhang Rui secretly observed Jean in the back seat through the rearview mirror. It seems that this girl in the white dress doesn't know Shen Yuan very well. Her eyes moved around, and no one knew what she was thinking. The car drove through an artificial garden covering an area of 1,000 square meters, dotted with rockery, flowing water, pavilions and waterside terraces. A beautiful figure walked out slowly from the water pavilion. Ha! Jean suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the figure in surprise. Isn't that the popular actress Lu Ruoshi? Shen Yuan looked in the direction of her gaze, and it was indeed her, the famous celebrity known to every household. Zhang Rui smiled slightly. Yes, Miss Lu lives in villa number 2. That's my neighbor, right? Shen Yuan said this and exchanged a surprised look with Jean. I secretly sighed in my heart. I didn't expect the villa given by the system is so great, even celebrities live next door. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think of Su Wanqing. He would definitely repay her well in the future. Your villa number 1 is just 800 meters ahead. After a while, the sightseeing bus stopped in front of a magnificent villa. Zhang Rui said softly, We've arrived at villa number 1. Chapter 34 Zhang Rui's Thoughts. Tiangong number 1 Villa. The area is surrounded by a white fence. Climbing on it are blooming morning glories, the blue-purple flowers are fresh and elegant. Jean's eyes lit up and he was a little unable to walk. Seeing how much she liked it, Zhang Rui smiled and explained. There are special gardeners in the manor who are responsible for taking care of these flowers and plants. If you have a favorite plant, you can also redesign and plant it according to your preferences. Is this possible? Jean was a little surprised. Zhang Rui nodded, of course. Passing through the fence, a huge open-air swimming pool comes into view with clear blue water. The landscape garden in the front yard is neatly trimmed and the automatic irrigation machine is spraying water mist. Then walk into the spacious and bright living room. This is a design by an international architectural master. The 10-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows are made with top-notch craftsmanship, transparent and flawless, perfectly bringing the outdoor natural landscape into the interior. Zhang Rui introduced slowly. It's really beautiful here. Jean looked around and couldn't help but admire softly. Shen Yuan took her hand and led her to sit on the soft leather sofa. Zhang Rui stood aside and reported respectfully. Mr. Chen, villa number 1 currently has 8 employees including me serving you. The monthly salary is about 100,000 yuan, plus other expenses for the villa, the total is about 200,000 yuan. She paused and continued, since you are now the owner of the villa, these expenses will be borne by you in the future. 200,000? After hearing this, Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, full of confidence. I'll transfer 1 million to you first. If it's not enough, come back to me. After saying that, Shen Yuan waved his hand and transferred the money to Zhang Rui. 1 million yuan has been deposited into Alipay. The crisp electronic prompt sound echoed in the living room. Zhang Rui looked at the transfer notification on her phone and her pupils trembled slightly. She was somewhat shocked by Shen Yuan's strong financial resources, and even more surprised that he trusted her so much. The two had just met for the first time, but he transferred a huge sum of money without hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Chen. She quickly bowed to express her thanks, her voice unable to conceal her surprise. Shen Yuan's trust warmed her heart, and her eyes softened again when she looked at Shen Yuan. Ding! Zhang Rui's favorability plus 1020100. The system prompt sounded again. Shen Yuan thought to himself, it's too easy to improve the favorability of this housekeeper. He couldn't help but open the system interface, and a row of data appeared in front of him. Character favorability. Su Wanqing 9100. Yi Xiene 8100. Lin Shui 5100. Shinji Yun 4100. Zhang Rui 2100. Shen Yuan quickly calculated after scanning the list. We are only 20 points away from unlocking the level 3 favorability mall. Jian's favorability towards me has reached 80 points. As long as it increases by 10 more points tonight, it will be a success. As for the remaining 10 points. Shen Yuan raised his eyes slightly, his gaze fell on Zhang Rui, who was standing respectfully beside him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that we have to start with this beautiful housekeeper. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but look at her in front of him, who was wearing an OL uniform suit. Zhang Rui was wearing a neat OL uniform suit, showing off her slim and graceful figure. Exquisite facial features, bright makeup and a ponytail add a touch of sophistication, revealing the professional qualities of a professional housekeeper. In terms of appearance, she might be inferior to Jian, but her 1.72-meter tall slender legs and elegant posture in pointed high heels make up for it. As expected, it is rated SS by the system. Shen Yuan secretly admired, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Zhang Rui noticed Shen Yuan's aggressive gaze. Instead of being angry, she felt secretly happy. Different from her innocent days in school, her biggest dream now is to find a rich man to marry. But the reality is that the rich people you meet are either pot-bellied or nearly 50 years old. The Shen Yuan in front of her was young, handsome, and wealthy. He was exactly the man of her dreams. Even though he already had a female companion who was more beautiful than her. Zhang Rui is still full of confidence. As long as she is given a chance, she will definitely do better than that girl. Back then, she was pursued by countless boys when she was in school. Suddenly, Jian's stomach growled. Her ears turned red and she looked at Shen Yuan somewhat embarrassedly. I was so anxious to see you, I forgot to eat dinner. Shen Yuan was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing and rubbed Jian's head affectionately. He quickly got into the role, turned around and instructed Zhang Rui. Butler Jiang, please prepare some food. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhang Rui retreated respectfully, her professional smile showing a hint of attentiveness. I'll notify the kitchen to prepare dinner. With the crisp sound of high heels tapping, she turned around and left neatly. In the huge living room, only Shen Yuan and Jian were left. Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Jian immediately took Shen Yuan's arm intimately, raised her little face and asked. Shen Yuan, this place, is it really yours? She was still immersed in her dream and confirmed with Shen Yuan again. Of course. Shen Yuan smiled and pinched her cheek. If you want, we can move in together. Jian's eyes lit up, then she blushed and shook her head. No, no. We are still students, how can we live together? Ha ha ha. Shen Yuan smiled brightly and said he would move here after he got ready. Isn't it a waste of such a nice house if it's not occupied? As for that beautiful housekeeper, there is still a lot of room for improvement in her favorability. When summer vacation comes, I'll move in to be with you, okay? Jian looked at Shen Yuan and said softly. When Shen Yuan heard this, a strong fire of desire burned in his eyes. The beautiful scene of living together with the campus beauty emerged in his mind, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. What are you laughing at, idiot? Jian saw Shen Yuan's evil smile and reached out to pinch his waist and twist it gently. He must be planning something bad again. While the kitchen was preparing dinner, Jian pointed out the window. Dumb, let's go for a walk outside together. Shen Yuan smiled and took her hand. Okay, let's go. The two people, holding hands, strolled in the courtyard of thousands of square meters. As the night deepened, the evening breeze blew towards Jian, bringing with it the faint scent of gardenias on her body, refreshing her heart. Suddenly Shen Yuan's phone rang and he picked it up. Old Third, why would he call me? Chapter 35 Favorability Rising. Brother, help. Can you lend me some money? I need it urgently. The third brother's anxious voice came from the phone. Shen Yuan patiently asked, what happened? How much do you want to borrow? The friend beside him also glanced over. Well, I have an emergency at home. I need $2,000 to go around. The third brother was hesitant and couldn't speak clearly. Shen Yuan frowned. It was not that he was reluctant to part with the 2,000 yuan, but the third brother's reaction was really abnormal. He casually clicked on the WeChat video, start a video and let me see you. After the video was connected, the screen went black for several seconds before it lit up again. Shen Yuan looked closely and found that the third brother was not in the dormitory. The background looked like it was outside and the light was particularly dim. A woman's voice can be heard from time to time? Even though I was full of questions, I saw the third brother in the video sweating profusely. Shen Yuan transferred the money without saying a word. Ah, thank you, second brother. I will definitely treat you to a meal some other day. I'm hanging up now. The third brother thanked him hurriedly, but before Shen Yuan could reply, the phone was hung up. Shen Yuan stared at the black phone screen. I wonder what the hell is this guy doing? He is so secretive. Mr. Chen, the food is ready. The housekeeper Jiang Rui had walked out of the living room and came to the front yard at some point, greeting everyone with a smile. Jian, go eat first. Shen Yuan turned and said to Jian. Something seems to be wrong with the third brother. I'll ask the other people in the dormitory what's going on. Jian nodded obediently and walked towards the living room. She was indeed a little hungry. Shen Yuan called his roommates one by one. After asking around, everyone said they didn't know where the third brother had gone. The key point is that the third brother didn't return to the dormitory last night. This kid. Shen Yuan shook his head. Forget it. Let him explain himself. He put down his phone helplessly and ignored it. Jiang Rui did not leave immediately, but stood quietly beside Shen Yuan. Mr. Chen, have you encountered any troubles? She leaned forward slightly, her voice gentle. Shen Yuan then noticed that she hadn't left, and looked up in surprise. Nothing, just a little thing. Jiang Rui nodded slightly, her eyes lingering on Shen Yuan's face for a moment. As the evening breeze blew and he smelled the faint orchid scent on her body, Shen Yuan felt inexplicably at peace. The meals are prepared for two. She gently reminded, it won't taste good if it gets cold. As she spoke, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her high heels allowed her to almost look at Shen Yuan at eye level. Shen Yuan suddenly remembered the third-level favorability thing and couldn't help but look at her one more time. Jiang Rui seemed to notice Shen Yuan's gaze. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, but she didn't say much. Let's go back. In the darkness of the night, Shen Yuan had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard a soft call from behind him. He subconsciously turned around and saw Jiang Rui's feet slipping and the whole person falling forward. Careful. Shen Yuan was quick to act. He put his arm around her waist and held her arm firmly with his other hand. Jiang Rui seemed to be prepared and put her arms around Shen Yuan's neck. The distance between the two people suddenly shortened, and their noses almost touched. She looked at the man who was so close to her in the moonlight. Those deep eyes, the well-defined jaw, and the strong arms around him all showed his masculine charm. Her warm breath brushed gently against Shen Yuan's ears, bringing with it a subtle teasing. I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Rui's voice was light and soft, with a slight rise at the end, and her tone was a bit coquettish. Shen Yuan just felt his ears itchy and quickly distanced himself from the two of them. I'm glad you're okay. Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled and he narrowed his eyes. I secretly laughed in my heart, this woman's acting skills are also poor. But looking at her awkward appearance, she is actually quite cute. Jiang Rui obviously realized that her performance was too stiff. After meeting Shen Yuan's half-smile, her earlobes turned red instantly. She pursed her lips, rarely showing a trace of embarrassment. Before Shen Yuan could speak, she couldn't help laughing. Shen Yuan chuckled and did not expose her. The two of them understood each other tacitly and walked back to the villa side by side. Ding! Jiang Rui's favorability plus 1030100. The system prompt sounded in Shen Yuan's mind. It seems that this butler Jiang is easier to conquer than I thought. Shen Yuan glanced at the woman beside him calmly. In the moonlight, her fully made-up face was faintly blushed, and her steps in high heels seemed a little hurried. Shen Yuan now has 2 trump cards, wealth and good looks. Jiang Rui's favorability, like the red numbers in the stock market, is rising rapidly. Current total favorability, 290-300. Only 10 points are left to unlock the third-level mall. Shen Yuan paused, his eyes slightly gloomy. He suddenly wanted to know what would happen when the favorability level reached the maximum. What kind of unknown side will this seemingly docile beauty housekeeper reveal? What happened? Jiang Rui watched Shen Yuan stop and felt a little scared. Looking at Jiang Rui's gentle expression, Shen Yuan felt that things were starting to get interesting. Back in the living room, Jian's figure in front of the dining table looked particularly lonely. Shen Yuan saw it and thought of the ambiguous scene between him and the housekeeper in the front yard just now. I suddenly felt a little guilty. He subconsciously glanced sideways at Jiang Rui beside him with a complicated look in his eyes. Jiang Rui's heart trembled slightly when he looked at her, and she felt uneasy. Did I go too far with my actions just now? Dumb, you're back. The sweet voice of the soulmate sounded, and her eyebrows curved into crescents. Shen Yuan took 2 steps at a time and came to her side. The big hands embraced the delicate confidant in his arms. The familiar scent of gardenia on Jiin's body dispelled the gloom in his heart. Let me see what delicious food our Jiin is eating. On the table were tempting boiled shrimps, golden and crispy roast chicken, and 2 plates of seasonal vegetables. Jiin picked up a piece of chicken thigh and stuffed it into Shen Yuan's mouth. Try it, the villa chef's cooking skills are amazing. The chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the sweet aroma of honey mixed with a hint of garlic. Shen Yuan had clearly already had dinner at Su Wenqing's house, and now he felt hungry. He took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by his friend, thinking about eating with her for a while longer. The beautiful housekeeper stood quietly behind the 2 of them, consciously not wanting to disturb them too much. Jiin turned around carefully, her long black hair falling from her shoulders. Sister, do you want to eat something together? Jiang Rui was slightly startled and lightly stroked the cuffs of her uniform with her fingers. This was the first time since she started working that her employer invited her to dine with him. She subconsciously looked at Shen Yuan and saw that he was concentrating on peeling shrimp for Jiin, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, I've already eaten. Okay. Jiin sipped the freshly squeezed juice, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, sister, is there a private cinema in the villa? Of course there is. Jiang Rui said professionally. I'll take you there when you finish your meal. After dinner, Jiang Rui led the 2 to the elevator. Jiin counted curiously and found that there were 4 elevators in the villa. This villa is so big, it even has 4 elevators. Yes, it's more convenient to go up and down the stairs. Jiang Rui smiled and pressed the button, and the elevator door slid open silently. After entering the elevator, Jiin saw Jiang Rui press the B1 button and said in surprise. Huh? There's still room downstairs? You'll know in a moment. Jiang Rui blinked mysteriously. With a ding, the elevator reached the basement floor. In front of me is a huge entertainment area of over 1,000 square meters, with a piano in the middle. As soon as the door opened, Jiin immediately recognized the piano in front of him. She exclaimed, "It's a Steinway." Chapter 36, Ambiguity in the Swimming Pool. Is this a Steinway D274? Jiin's eyes lit up and he trotted over to the shiny grand piano. She carefully ran her fingers over the gold-plated Steinway Sons logo on the guitar. I dreamed of playing this model once in music school. Jiin gently lifted the piano cover, and the brand new piano seemed to be waiting for her arrival. She straightened her back and stretched out her slender hands to test the keys briefly. The German-made hammers hitting the strings produce a rich resonance, forming a perfect reverberation in the underground space. Then she took a deep breath and began to play. Jiin tilted her head slightly, as graceful as a swan, and her whole body was immersed in the music. As the beautiful melody flowed, Shen Yuan could tell that Jiin was playing The Wedding in his dream. He leaned against the wall, listened carefully, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Jiang Rui stood behind Shen Yuan, looking at Jiin's focused profile with a complicated look in her eyes. The soulmate in front of the piano was as pure and beautiful as a fairy, with an extraordinary temperament, which made her feel a little ashamed of herself. The little thought of competing with my soulmate disappeared in an instant. Shen Yuan stared at Jiin playing the piano, and his heartbeat quickened. Who said learning piano is useless? He secretly sighed in his heart, this temperament is absolutely amazing. Shen Yuan raised his hand to support his forehead. He was originally planning how to improve his friend's favorability tonight. I didn't expect that I would be conquered. As the last note fell, Jiin slowly closed the piano cover. She lifted the hem of her skirt with her slender fingers and bowed gracefully. It sounds good. You are such a good soulmate. Shen Yuan couldn't help but applaud, his eyes full of admiration. Hearing Shen Yuan's praise, Jiin's face blushed and she shyly threw herself into Shen Yuan's arms. All of a sudden, Jiin turned back into the little girl who acted coquettishly in front of Shen Yuan. There is no trace of the noble and elegant look she had when she was playing the piano just now. Shen Yuan rubbed her hair lovingly, his heart beating fast. Jiang Rui stood aside with a forced smile on her face. She looked at the intimacy between Shen Yuan and Jiin and tightened the hem of her uniform. The theater is over here, please follow me. Zhang Rui tried to maintain a professional smile and walked quickly to the carved double doors. She took a deep breath and pushed the heavy door open. As the lights came on, an extremely luxurious private cinema appeared before our eyes. A huge 6-meter high screen was suspended in the air, casting soft light on the starry sky. More than a dozen large adjustable beds are neatly arranged in the field. Shen Yuan immediately saw the spacious viewing bed in the center, which was covered with velvet bedding. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the housekeeper's arrangement in my heart. You too, please call me if you need anything. Zhang Rui bowed slightly and retreated to the door. Shen Yuan took his friend's hand and walked into the cinema, and they sat on the luxurious big bed for watching movies. The entire theater was empty, with only the two of them, and the feeling of renting out the theater was definitely different. Slippers for you. Jean sat on the edge of the bed and handed the unpacked disposable slippers in her hand to Shen Yuan. She gracefully took off her high heels, revealing her jade feet wrapped in black stockings. Under the dim light, you can vaguely see the pink soles of the feet under the stockings. Shen Yuan's heart warmed up and he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Jean dodged flexibly and glared at him angrily. Stop messing around, you haven't washed it yet. Okay. I'll just take a look. Shen Yuan agreed verbally, but his big hands moved dishonestly to Jean's beautiful legs. The black stockings felt so delicate and smooth that he couldn't let them go, and his mood was very good. While dealing with Shen Yuan's restless hands, Jean picked up the remote control to select a movie. She was about to turn around and ask Shen Yuan for his opinion, but she saw that Shen Yuan had already laid on her legs. Hey, what are you doing? Jean was amused by Shen Yuan's appearance and gently pushed his head. Hurry up and choose a movie carefully. Seeing that Shen Yuan still showed no sign of getting up, Jean nimbly turned sideways, put his legs together and turned to the other side, leaving him empty-handed. Shen Yuan then reluctantly stood up, his big hands still lingering on Jean's legs and refusing to take them away. He cleared his throat pretentiously. I'm helping you check the quality of your stockings. Looks like it's all right. Jean smiled, her eyes curved, and she suddenly moved closer to Shen Yuan. That's a lame excuse. Her soft hair rubbed Shen Yuan's chin, and she raised her little face and looked at him slyly. If you speak out openly, maybe I'll agree, right? Shen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up straight. Jean, can I touch? Can't. Jean interrupted him decisively, stuffing the pillow between them, her beautiful eyes flashing with a triumphant smile. Well, you dared to play tricks on me. Shen Yuan pretended to be angry, and rolled over to press Jean down on the large viewing bed. Jean's long black hair spread out on the velvet sheets, and her watery eyes were filled with a bit of panic and shyness. This charming look made Shen Yuan unable to restrain himself any longer, and he lowered his head and covered her delicate lips. Jean stretched out her slender hand and gently placed it on Shen Yuan's chest. She just symbolically pushed him away twice, but finally put her arms around his neck. This kiss was long and gentle, until Jean's breathing gradually became rapid and she almost couldn't breathe. Shen Yuan Kai reluctantly left, with a crystal silk thread still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Just when Shen Yuan was still unsatisfied and wanted to continue, Jean pressed her small hand against his chest. Don't do it here. Jean's voice was barely audible, and her flushed cheeks were buried in Shen Yuan's shoulder. Shen Yuan felt her slight tremor, his heart softened, and he suppressed the surging desire. He quietly hugged his soulmate for a moment, until she slowly calmed down. Jean blushed as she tidied up her messy long hair and skirt. Shen Yuan held her jade feet and considerately helped her put on her high heels. The two of them slowly stood up, neither in the mood to continue watching. It took only about 10 minutes to walk out of the cinema. Zhang Ru, who was standing guard at the door, saw the two of them coming out so quickly, and immediately understood. How can this private cinema be used to watch movies? Zhang Rui's mind raced as she looked at the two people who seemed to be still unsatisfied. At the right time, he suggested, Mr. Chen, there is a 24-hour constant temperature swimming pool in the front yard. Swimming pool? Shen Yuan turned to look at his friend who was lowering his head beside him, and there was a hint of seduction in his voice. Jean, do you want to experience it first? Jean bit her lower lip, but I can't swim. It's okay, I'll teach you. Shen Yuan took her hand without hesitation. It's settled. The three of them soon arrived at the open-air swimming pool in the front yard. Shen Yuan took the swimming trunks handed to him by Zhang Rui and turned to go into the locker room. After a while, he swaggered out in swimming trunks, his strong abdominal muscles faintly visible in the moonlight. The water temperature is just right. He stretched out his foot to test it, then dived into the water with a splash. After surfacing, he shouted to the shore, "Jean, come down quickly." Jean held the swimsuit handed to her by Zhang Rui, her cheeks flushed. It was a short white lace jumpsuit, with so little fabric that it made her heart beat faster. She bit her lower lip and suddenly grabbed Zhang Rui, who was about to leave. "Sister, how about we go together?" Zhang Rui paused and looked at Shen Yuan in the swimming pool. Seeing his high spirits, I felt more active and nodded with a chuckle, "Okay." There was a faint rustling sound in the locker room. Jean turned her back to the mirror, revealing a large area of snow-white skin on her back. She was busy tying her swimsuit straps, and Zhang Rui naturally helped her adjust the shoulder straps. "Don't be nervous." Zhang Rui whispered in her ear, "You are beautiful like this." Jean's slender waist was faintly visible under the swimsuit. Zhang Rui slowly tied the strap behind her neck, her snow-white skin under the deep V neckline rising and falling with her breathing. When the two women came out of the locker room, the moment Shen Yuan turned around, he froze in place, his eyes fixed in a daze. Under the moonlight, Jean is pure and lovely, and the white floral swimsuit makes her skin look as white as snow. Zhang Rui standing aside is like a rose in the dark night. Her black swimsuit outlines her breathtaking curves, and she has a mature and seductive style. Shen Yuan reacted unconsciously and thought to himself, "It's a good thing we are underwater." Ahem. Shen Yuan plunged into the water, and the cool water finally relieved some of the heat. He swam to his friend, opened his arms, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Come, I'll pick you up." Zhang Rui, who was standing by, held the ladder and went into the water next to Shen Yuan. Jean carefully handed her hand to Shen Yuan, but didn't notice it. Underwater, Zhang Rui's outstretched jade feet were deliberately rubbing against Shen Yuan's thighs. Chapter 37 Zhang Rui's teasing. Shen Yuan felt something soft rubbing against his thigh. It feels itchy, like little fish are pecking at it. He pretended to be calm, put his big hands firmly around Jean's slender waist, and slowly put her into the water. When I looked up, I met Zhang Rui's half-smile. The woman was leaning against the edge of the swimming pool, her red lips slightly raised, her eyes full of charm. Shen Yuan thought to himself that this was not good. If his soulmate hadn't been by his side, he would have been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. He took a deep breath and tried to focus on the soulmate in his arms. I couldn't help but glance over. Zhang Rui's figure wrapped in the black deep V swimsuit is simply killer. Shen Yuan. Jean suddenly spoke up, her little hands tightly grasping his arm. I can't stand still. Jean pressed her whole body against him, their skin touching under their wet swimsuits. Shen Yuan suddenly forgot the romantic thoughts he had just had. Don't be afraid, relax. Shen Yuan was amused by her, his voice gentle. How can I teach you if you hold me like this? This was the first time for Jean to go into the water since he was a child. She stood on tiptoe, her little face pale. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Shen Yuan's voice was filled with laughter, and he reached out and led her into the water. The warm water flooded over Jean's collarbone, and she couldn't help but scream. So deep. Shen Yuan gently pried open Jean's hand and drew a circle in the water with one hand. Look, just paddle slowly like this, it's very simple. Jean tried to imitate it, but fell into the water with a splash. Shen Yuan was quick to act and put his arms around her waist. Cough, cough. Jean choked and coughed, her wet long hair stuck to her face, making her look a little embarrassed. Compared with her musical talent, her physical coordination is far behind. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shen Yuan's voice made Jean feel a little relieved. She frantically searched for a foothold on her toes, and her whole body was almost hanging on Shen Yuan. Zhang Rui, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she paddled gracefully towards the two of them. If you teach her like this, she will never learn. Zhang Rui winked at Shen Yuan and said, let me do it. Shen Yuan thought about it and felt that girls might be able to communicate better with each other, so he gently pushed Jean towards her. Jean took the opportunity to put his arms around Zhang Rui's neck, and it was an exciting scene for two beauties in sexy swimsuits to hug each other in the water. Shen Yuan was so frightened by what he saw that he was at a loss as to what to do. Zhang Rui shook her wet long hair, and the water droplets splashed onto Shen Yuan's face intentionally or unintentionally. Beginners should learn how to breathe first. As she spoke, she lowered her head and dived into the water, her long hair spreading out on the surface of the water. Jean followed her example, and just as she buried her face in the water, she suddenly raised her head. Ahem, my eyes hurt so much. She rubbed her eyes and forced herself to sink into the water again. Take it easy. Zhang Rui held her waist gently. Jean plucked up the courage to try again, but ended up choking on the water several times. Shen Yuan stepped forward and patted her back distressfully. Why don't we stop here today? Just take a bath. Jean, who was originally a little reluctant, became stubborn after hearing Shen Yuan's words. She wiped her face angrily and spat the water in her mouth at Shen Yuan. Go away. I don't want to give up halfway. Seeing this, Shen Yuan knew that the girl was angry, so he tactfully stopped disturbing her. He dived into the water and swam happily. However, Yu Guang never left Jean's figure, and was concerned about her safety. Who can learn to swim without drinking a few sips of water? Jean held onto the edge of the swimming pool with both hands and, under the guidance of Zhang Rui, practiced kicking like a frog. The white floral swimsuit floated in the water, and the two long white legs splashed water. Even though her face turned red, she insisted on following Zhang Rui's instructions over and over again. Sister, go swim. Jean panted slightly and said, I can do it myself. I'll call you if I need help. Seeing Jean's firm attitude, Zhang Rui nodded. She turned around gracefully and swam around Jean. Shen Yuan's freestyle swimming was full of vigor and vitality, creating waves of splashes in the swimming pool. The next second, there was a slight snapping sound. His palm unexpectedly touched a piece of soft and elastic skin. Shen Yuan thought to himself, when did Jean swim here? He pinched it again with ill intentions, only to hear a suppressed groan. Shen Yuan couldn't help but wonder, why is this girl so docile today? The next second, he stopped, widened his eyes, and thought to himself that something was wrong. It turned out that Zhang Rui, who was about to take off, was shot down by himself midway. Shen Yuan's broad palm landed squarely on her plump breast. Facing Zhang Rui's blushing face, Shen Yuan noticed that her eyes became a little subtle. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of his friend. Fortunately, the girl was still concentrating on learning how to swim and didn't notice the movement here at all. Shen Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but look up and look at the beautiful housekeeper in front of him. Amid the rippling water, Zhang Rui's trembling eyelashes were hung with crystal water droplets. The deep black swimsuit and the swaying whiteness made Shen Yuan feel hot in his heart. Zhang Rui bit her lower lip, didn't dare to speak, and just stood there. Her slightly heaving chest and red earlobes betrayed her thoughts, and she looked completely ready for anyone to take advantage of her. It's really terrible. Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt all the blood in his body rushing downwards. His mind told him that he should push it away now. But his body honestly froze in place and didn't move. Zhang Rui watched every move of Shen Yuan. She knew that opportunities were rare and fleeting, so she had to seize them in her own hands. After struggling for a moment in her mind, she took a deep breath and dived underwater, her long hair spreading out like seaweed. Shen Yuan felt his whole body tremble, and when he looked down, he saw her pressing against him. A pair of jade arms were wrapped around her waist, and her soft body was particularly clear underwater. The next second, just when he was secretly thinking that his chastity was at risk. Look, I learned it. Jean's gentle voice suddenly came from nearby. Shen Yuan was so frightened that he almost choked on the water. Zhang Rui was as agile as a mermaid. She swam half a meter away in an instant and pretended to adjust her swimsuit. But her violently heaving chest revealed her equally panicked heartbeat. Shen Yuan pulled up his baggy swimming trunks and muttered to himself. Isn't this girl learning too fast? He stood in the middle of the pool and waved to his friend, come on, swim over here and try. Jean took a deep breath and thought about the key points of the movements that Zhang Rui taught her. She plucked up her courage, put her hands together, pushed off the pool wall and rushed over. It seemed to be going well at first, but halfway through the swim I suddenly realized something was wrong. Her body became increasingly stiff, and before she could reach Shen Yuan, she sank. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but secretly said, this girl is really strong. He dived down and gently brought her out from under the water. The sound of splashing water was heard, and Jean broke out of the water. She hugged Shen Yuan's neck tightly and suddenly felt a little scared. No more swimming, no more swimming. Hearing Jean's words, Shen Yuan considerately took her to the shore. Zhang Rui quickly went ashore and got a towel, and her fingers intentionally or unintentionally stroked Shen Yuan's palm. Shen Yuan quickly pulled his hand away and covered Jian's entire body with the towel. He gently wiped her whole body dry. Looking at Jian with gentle eyes, he couldn't help but praise her. You are really brave. You trust me so much. Jian turned sideways, moaned with red eyes, and leaned on Shen Yuan's shoulder. I'm going to change and get ready for bed. I have classes tomorrow. Shen Yuan rubbed Jian's head, his tone full of doting. Sleep? Jian's face turned red and she stole a glance at Zhang Rui, who was standing beside her. Seeing that the other person looked normal, he wrapped the towel tightly and trotted to the locker room. The poolside suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of water dripping off the two people's bodies. Shen Yuan looked at Zhang Rui, who had wet hair draped over her shoulders. The water droplets slid down her beautiful collarbone into the deep V neckline, leaving a crystal-clear watermark on her fair skin. The ambiguous scene underwater just now appeared in front of Shen Yuan again. He strode up to Zhang Rui and stared at her condescendingly. Butler Jiang. You. Shen Yuan hadn't finished his words. Zhang Rui moved closer to Shen Yuan and gave him a fierce kiss. Then she showed an innocent look, and a faint orchid fragrance from her body was refreshing. Shen Yuan's breathing stagnated. This woman is simply a witch. He suppressed his restlessness and said coldly, this won't happen again. Chapter 38 6,000 Pieces of Stockings. A common problem among men is that they become soft-hearted when they see a beautiful woman. Shen Yuan is no exception. Even though he was talking to Zhang Rui very seriously, Zhang Rui was still keenly aware of the subtle changes in Shen Yuan's attitude. She secretly sweated in her heart, her bet was right. Shen Yuan in front of him seemed to be angry, but his reaction just showed that he was still moved by his own charm. Especially now, Shen Yuan was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, and his tall and straight figure was clearly visible. His strong muscles and well-defined 8-pack abs made Zhang Rui's heart warm. If I could get close to Shen Yuan. Zhang Rui began to fantasize about becoming the hostess of this villa. She couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, she thought confidently. I am first-rate in both looks and figure. The most important thing is, this is my first time. Zhang Rui knew very well that this was the most effective bargaining chip to impress the top billionaires. From Shen Yuan's attitude towards his friend, we can see that he is definitely a responsible person. If you follow him, you will definitely not suffer any loss. The master bedroom is on the second floor. Mr. Chen can take his girlfriend to see it later. As Zhang Rui spoke, she quietly approached Shen Yuan, her eyes lingering on him. Her fingertips lightly brushed across Shen Yuan's firm abdominal muscles, with a hint of tentativeness in her frivolous movements. Shen Yuan frowned slightly and his body tensed up. This passive feeling made him very uncomfortable. He suppressed the strange feeling of heat in his heart and stared at Zhang Rui with cold eyes. He thought to himself, this woman has been looking at me unscrupulously since the beginning. Now you dare to attack me directly, do you really think you can defeat me? Shen Yuan's eyes darkened and he suddenly grasped Zhang Rui's lotus-like wrist with great force. Butler Jiang. Shen Yuan's voice was low and warning as he approached her step by step. You don't want to lose this job, do you? Zhang Rui's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to suddenly attack. She subconsciously raised her eyes and met Shen Yuan's sharp gaze. In an instant, all her little thoughts disappeared. Red marks appeared on Zhang Rui's sensitive wrists. She lowered her head in a hurry, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. What's going on? The atmosphere was fine just now. She quickly recalled every move she had made, not knowing where something went wrong. Sorry, Mr. Chen. Shen Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhang Rui, whose voice was trembling. Her hot body combined with the temptation of a deep V dress gives her a somewhat cool and domineering demeanor. At this moment, seeing her lowering her head and showing weakness, Shen Yuan felt satisfied. It was not until the appearance of a soulmate that Zhang Rui, who was so scared that she could not even breathe, was saved. Idiot! A sweet voice came, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she had been pardoned. Shen Yuan snorted coldly, turned around, and the expression on his face softened instantly. He walked quickly towards his friend. You've changed it so soon? Zhang Rui bit her lip in grievance. She wrapped herself tightly in the sexy black swimsuit she had carefully selected and walked towards the changing room. Along the way, I couldn't help but look back at Shen Yuan's back, thinking silently in my heart. This man is really too much. Why is he so gentle to his soulmate? Jian pulled the hem of her white short skirt and turned around. My own clothes are still more comfortable. That swimsuit just now. She wrinkled her nose and said, it's so uncomfortable. Ha, you should have said it earlier. Hearing Ji's words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh and reached out to help her straighten her collar. Looking at the pure and lovely soulmate in front of him, he felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. Shen Yuan coughed lightly, his voice unconsciously tightened. Well, we've been tired all day, let's rest early. This was said as naturally as if he were talking about tomorrow's weather. Jin could see that Shen Yuan was trying his best to curb his desires. Her earlobes turned red, and she felt a little excited thinking about what was about to happen. Well. Jin quietly grasped the hem of her skirt and pretended to be calm and composed. But her eyes were evasive and she didn't dare to look directly at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan stretched out his big hand and gently held Jin's soft hand, then led her into the magnificent living room. The spiral staircase in the living room is covered with soft carpet, and every step is so light that it feels like stepping on clouds. Pushing open the door of the master bedroom, Jin widened his eyes in surprise. This master bedroom is so spacious that it's even bigger than her house. The most exaggerated thing is the super large bed in the middle, which can accommodate 20 people. Oh my god! Jin couldn't help but exclaimed, this bed, you can even have a fight on it. Ring? Shen Yuan was stunned at first, then he moved closer with a wicked smile. Jin, I didn't expect you to understand more than me. You? Jin's neck turned red with shame and she glared at him angrily. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I want to go to bed. Her smooth legs were in full view as she headed straight for the big bed. The black stockings on her legs had long disappeared in the swimming pool or the locker room. Jin didn't care and jumped onto the bed in 2 steps. She huddled in the corner, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Shen Yuan saw this scene and felt that his friend was so adorable. He closed the door and turned off the light with a click, leaving only a little moonlight shining through the window. He casually took out the S-level prop atmosphere night light from the system space and placed it on the bedside. As expected of an S-level prop, this lamp is very advanced and can automatically sense the atmosphere. At this moment, there is a warm pink light, making the whole room look a little ambiguous. My friend who was hiding in the bed couldn't help but stick his head out and muttered in his heart. I didn't expect that this straight man like him could be so thoughtful. Jin's beautiful eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but praise, silly, your lamp is quite beautiful. Hey, as long as you like it. Shen Yuan smiled and threw his changed clothes at the end of the bed. It's still more comfortable to be with my soulmate. He leaned against the head of the bed and just looked at his soulmate in front of him quietly. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, her skin is whiter than snow, and she is wearing a white short skirt, looking bright and charming. Shen Yuan never thought that such a day would come. This is the school beauty with black stockings who all the boys in the school call their wife every day on the forum. Now she is sleeping in her own bed wearing a little white dress? Everything in front of him made Shen Yuan feel as if he was in a dream, and he shook his head violently. Dummy, what are you doing? The sweet voice of a soulmate interrupted Shen Yuan's thoughts. Jin suddenly stood up and came over, bringing a gust of fragrant wind. Could it be that, when we were swimming just now? She placed her slender hands on Shen Yuan's shoulders, whispered in his ear, and said, Is there water in your head? Shen Yuan couldn't help but be amused by this girl and burst out laughing. That's right. I haven't been in a clear mind since I met you. Shen Yuan stretched out his big hand and gently touched Jin's hair. Jin's eyebrows and eyes were curved, and her smile looked like a crescent moon. The collar of her shirt slid down as she laughed, revealing a section of her smooth collarbone. The fragrant and moist shoulders were faintly visible, dazzlingly white, and full of pure desire. Shen Yuan couldn't help but be intoxicated by it and couldn't help wanting to leave all the beautiful things to his soulmate. At night, the 30 points of favorability he obtained from Jiang Rui had not been used yet. I wanted to wait until the 3rd level of favorability mall to use it to maximize the cost effectiveness. At this moment, looking at the tenderness and sweetness of his soulmate beside him, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He tilted his head slightly and slowly moved closer to his soulmate, only to see her shyly shrinking back into the quilt. Shen Yuan had already expected Jin's action. He smiled and entered the system, searching carefully. I plan to use these 30 points of favorability to exchange for some gifts for my soulmates. An item called Charm of Rose instantly attracted Shen Yuan's attention. His eyes lit up and he quickly clicked on the information introduction. Sexy rose lace garter stockings, fishbone waist, ultra-thin horse oil socks, light and breathable, looks good on everyone. The unique rose pattern is like a blooming rose, exuding a charming fragrance, making her figure more graceful. Ahem. 30 favorability points, 600,000 for a pair of stockings? Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled and his eyes unconsciously glanced towards Yi Xiene. Her long, white legs exposed outside the quilt always feel like something is missing. Not expensive, not expensive. This is it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully exchanging for the S-level item Rose Charm. Function introduction: regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, wearing this will permanently improve your core strength below the waist and abdomen. Chapter 39 I Will Always Love You. After Shen Yuan completed the exchange, he approached Yi Xiene with great anticipation. My dear friend, this is a gift I prepared specially for you. Shen Yuan said as he took out an exquisite gift box from the system space and handed it over with both hands. Yi Xiene smiled, took the gift box and started opening it in front of Shen Yuan. This is? She widened her eyes slightly and turned her head away in shame. Why did you give someone this? Shen Yuan smiled and held her shoulders. Don't be in a hurry, feel it first. Yi Xiene then turned her head and realized that she actually liked wearing stockings very much. She is an absolute black lover. I would rather eat less of a meal and buy an extra pair of stockings every month. Besides, you can tell at first glance that this pair of stockings is not an ordinary item. The packaging alone exudes a sense of luxury. She was very satisfied with Shen Yuan's gift. Due to her face, she couldn't say it directly, so she had to pretend to be reluctant. It is a scene in which a reserved little girl is deceived by an older man. You know, the top hunters often appear as prey. She carefully unfolded the charm of rose. I immediately felt a strange touch on my fingertips. The lace fabric has a soft sheen, and each rose pattern is lifelike. This. She couldn't help but stroke the fabric with her hands. The touch is 3 times finer than the finest silk. Isn't this workmanship too exquisite? Seeing how she couldn't let it go, Shen Yuan approached proudly. These are not ordinary stockings. Wearing them can even improve your physical fitness. Yi Xiene raised his eyebrows suspiciously. You are lying. How can it be as magical as you say? Before she could finish her words, she suddenly made a surprising discovery. The rose pattern on the lace was changing colors faintly under the moonlight. From the dark purple at the beginning, it slowly turns into crimson. In the hands of my soulmate, I hold charm of rose. She squirmed and felt itchy inside, but was too embarrassed to put it on directly. She secretly glanced at Shen Yuan and saw him looking at her with a smirk on his face, and her cheeks suddenly felt hot. You are not allowed to look at it. Yi Xiene muttered with a red face. Shen Yuan suppressed his laughter and turned around gently like a gentleman. Okay, I won't look at it. Take your time putting it on. Yi Xiene then breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got back into bed, and started to toss and turn. After a while, the noise behind him gradually died down, and Shen Yuan estimated that it was about time. As soon as he turned around, he saw Yi Xiene's little head popping out. Her eyes were charming and her cheeks were flushed unnaturally. She looked at Shen Yuan strangely. Idiot. Yi Xiene's voice was soft, with a hint of confusion. I can't explain it, I just feel hot. Shen Yuan was stunned. Is it because it's too tight again? Yi Xiene shook her head, bit her lip and whispered, no. On the contrary, it's very comfortable. Huh? Shen Yuan was a little confused. There is such a function? It's not mentioned in the introduction. He was worried that something might have gone wrong, so he quickly lifted the quilt to take a look. The next second, he was completely stunned. Beautiful, so beautiful. Shen Yuan couldn't help but murmur. Yi Xiene's legs are wrapped in the charm of roses, and the shiny black stockings are gradually changing in color. There is an exquisite lace decoration at the base of the thigh, dotted with purple rose patterns. Following the breathing of the friend, it seemed to come alive and flickered slightly. Black, white, gray, purple and red complement each other, which is sexy and layered. The hollow design of the waist makes Yi Xiene's already slender waist even more slender. 2 elastic leather straps connecting the fabric at the waist and legs are extremely tempting. What's even more amazing is that the stockings seem to fit her curves perfectly. Not too tight nor too loose, just like her second skin. Ahem. For a moment, Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and his sight was completely fixed on the beautiful scenery before him. He suppressed the hot blood surging in his body and tried to maintain a serious expression. But the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva was particularly loud in the silent room. Why are you staring at me? Jean was frightened by Shen Yuan's direct physical reaction and nervously shrank her legs. She turned around subconsciously, and this time, things were even more outrageous. The moonlight cast a halo on the blush, and her graceful waist and hip curves were faintly visible through the lace. The scene that came into his eyes made Shen Yuan's blood flow backwards. He just felt a buzzing in his head and a warm liquid flowed out of his nasal cavity. Oh my goodness! Shen Yuan raised his head in a panic, and complained madly in his heart. Didn't the system say that it has strengthened my physique? This is too unreliable. Jean, who hadn't heard any movement for a long time, turned around in confusion. Seeing this scene, she was immediately frightened. Why are you bleeding? Jean didn't care about being shy. She lifted the quilt and went to get the tissue from the dressing table opposite. Her long, beautiful legs wrapped in lace had just taken 2 steps. Shen Yuan accidentally caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, and his nosebleed immediately became even more violent. Stop looking at it and look up. Jean knelt anxiously beside the bed, holding a tissue to help him stop the bleeding. Shen Yuansheng looked at the ceiling with despair. The back view on the lampshade is even more charming, more deadly than looking directly at it. Shen Yuan closed his eyes in despair and let Jean's little hand wipe them. Less than a minute. Under the dual effects of S-level skill basic enhancement and B-level skill healing, Shen Yuan's abnormal body recovered instantly. He was secretly shocked. He had never lost his composure like this even in front of Sister Qing, but today he actually broke down in front of his friend. It seems that there is something special about this pair of stockings. It's all right now, thank you for your understanding. Shen Yuan took the opportunity to hold Jean's hand. These stockings do raise the body temperature. Jean smiled and shook her head, seeing that Shen Yuan was getting better. Her mind was active and her eyes were moving. So tell me, who looks better, the stockings or me? Shen Yuan was stunned. Isn't this a life-threatening question? He pretended to be profound and pondered for a moment, then replied in a gentle voice. No matter how beautiful the stockings are, they are still useless. The key is to see who is wearing them. Shen Yuan rubbed his nose as he spoke. After making sure it had stopped, he pointed out the window. No matter how beautiful the moonlight is, it would be nothing but cold and lonely without a beautiful woman by its side. Jean was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this straight guy was so good at talking. You're smart. Jean chuckled, and she suddenly remembered the beautiful dream she had a few days ago, and her whole body felt hot. Could it be that Shen Yuan is my destined lover? He. Shen Yuan grinned, with a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. He turned over suddenly and pushed Jean down on the soft bed. The moonlight poured down like water, outlining her exquisite curves. Shen Yuan carefully looked at every inch of her skin in the moonlight. It was so perfect without any flaws. He couldn't help but stretch out his big hand to stroke the teardrop mole on Jean's cheek. The only flaw actually adds a touch of charm to her. Shen Yuan leaned down, covered Jean's soft lips with his thick lips, and his palm wandered over her slender waist. Shen Yuan. Jean suddenly spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly. Will you always love me? Jean asked this question very carefully, and didn't even call him an idiot as usual. Shen Yuan paused and looked up. Crystal clear tears are silently sliding down from the corners of Jean's eyes. His heart suddenly tightened, even though he didn't know what was going on. S-level skill mastery is activated instantly. His sharp mind allowed him to wake up at this critical moment. Shen Yuan quickly suppressed all his frivolity. He solemnly wiped the tears from the corners of Jean's eyes and pressed her hand against his heart. Here. His voice was low and firm. It will always beat only for you. Then he responded to his friend's question word by word. I will always love you. Listening to Shen Yuan's words, Jean's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her tense body finally relaxed. She closed her eyes and leaned closer to his chest, allowing herself to indulge in the warmth. The moonlight shines through the window, creating a charming atmosphere inside the house. Jean fell asleep due to severe dizziness. June 17, 2015, the weather was sunny. Today is my 12th birthday and my father is back. He hasn't appeared in this house for a long time, so long that I almost forgot his voice. He and his mother sat in the living room. The atmosphere was very depressing and no one spoke first. My mother looked at me with a serious look that made me feel a little uneasy. Jean, you have grown up, there are some things you should know. Your father and I have decided to divorce. The air froze for a moment, and Dad lowered his head and said nothing. I stared at them blankly, and suddenly found it a little ridiculous. This is my 12th birthday present. At night she had a dream, in an empty snowy field. Behind Jean were 2 rows of footprints, one on the left and one on the right, extending in different directions. She stood there blankly, not knowing which way to go. I will always be with you. A familiar voice came from my ear. Her little hand was held tightly from behind. He was a strong man, and he squatted down gently and picked her up. The snowflakes in front of me are flying all over the sky, accumulating layer by layer. Finally, I collapsed uncontrollably. When I woke up, my pillow was wet. Chapter 40 Level 3 Mall Opening. Ding! Yi Xiene's favorability plus 1090100. Ding! Zhang Rui's favorability plus 1040100. The next day, early morning. Shen Yuan woke up and looked at the system prompt with a slightly raised brow. He could understand why his friend's favorability had increased. After all, the two of them had been communicating until late at night last night. This Zhang Rui, what's going on? I clearly threatened her severely yesterday. Why is the favorability increasing instead of decreasing? Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes, as if he suddenly thought of something, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Could it be? Zhang Rui is an M? Obeying orders and being dominated will make her feel good about me? Just when Shen Yuan was puzzled, the system prompt sound continued to sound. Ding! The strategy for the schoolgirl with black stockings is complete. System rewards SSS random item 1. Please confirm whether to open, confirm cancel. Sure. Shen Yuan's mind moved. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level item probability free card. Probability free bill card. Every time you spend, there is a probability of free bill. The lower the consumption, the higher the probability. There is a certain probability of getting a free meal? What is the probability? Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. As an SSS level item, it shouldn't be too bad. He casually put the props back into the system space, intending to find an opportunity to experiment again. Then, he clicked on the system's favorability interface. Current character favorability. Su Wanqing 9100. Yi Xiene 9100. Lin Shui 5100. Shinji Yun 4100. Zhang Rui 4100. After a careful calculation, Shen Yuan found that the favorability level had reached 310. I have already exceeded my target. Ding! Congratulations to the user for unlocking the 3rd level favorability mall. 1. The exchange ratio of favorability is increased to 1 to 50,000. 2. In addition to the lucky draw, users can bind character illustrations with scores above 90 points. The exchange rate has increased, which is not bad. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. What really caught his eye was the second one. Now you can bind character illustrations with scores above 90 points by yourself. Shen Yuan immediately thought of Kiki, the salesperson at the Vacheron Constantine counter. No matter if she is your woman or not, tie her up first. I'll give you the favorability for free, so don't waste it. Shen Yuan smiled slightly. Such a high exchange rate, that's real gold and silver. His mind moved and he chose to bind directly. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully binding the S-level character Wang Shiqi. With a ding sound, the binding was successful. The next second, Wang Shiqi's character information appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Shiqi. Age, 24. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90 points. Favorability, 40. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. Fortunately, Wang Shiqi's favorability card was successfully bound at the key point of 90 points. What surprised Shen Yuan even more was that this slightly materialistic girl was actually a virgin. Shen Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene at the Vacheron Constantine counter that day. Wang Shiqi was dressed neatly and freshly in an OL uniform, and she made a sweet sound when trying on a watch. After I bought the watch, he took the initiative to push WeChat to me. These days, Wang Shiqi often sends him some watch-related video information and occasionally shares some interesting short stories. But Shen Yuan hardly looked at it carefully. I didn't expect that after just 2 meetings, she would have a 40-point favorable impression of me after seeing how much I spent on watches. Shen Yuan was calculating silently in his mind. With the 20 points contributed by my friend and housekeeper Jiang Rui, I now have 60 more points of favorability. According to the exchange rate of 1:50,000 in the third-level mall, this is a full 3 million. However, Shen Yuan was not dazzled by this windfall. He decided not to rush to redeem the cash for the lottery. Let's see what good stuff the mall has first. Shen Yuan skillfully opened the favorability mall interface. He planned to study carefully what treasures he could find in the third-level mall with these 60 points of favorability. Ding! The third-level favorability mall is loading. Ding! Loading successfully. Item skills characters. 3 options with golden borders unfolded in front of Shen Yuan, and he clicked on the skill bar without hesitation. What is this? An S-level healing technique. Shen Yuan's pupils trembled violently and his breathing stopped for a moment. S-level skill healing advanced. Therapy advanced. Based on modern medical principles, it strengthens the therapeutic ability and can accelerate the repair process of damaged tissues. Damaged tissue can be accelerated, so curing the mute should be very possible. Shen Yuan's heart beat faster, and Ji Yun's delicate face like a porcelain doll immediately appeared in his mind. When we first met, she sat quietly on the school bus. A mute girl with a pair of eyes that can speak, silently looking at him. Shen Yuan suddenly became excited, as if he had already seen Ji Yun speaking. However, the next second, when his eyes moved down and saw the price tag, his enthusiasm instantly cooled. Exchange price, 300 favorability. 300 points? Shen Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is equivalent to conquering 3 girls with scores above 90. It took me a long time of hard work to finally break through 300 points. He continued to look at it, and found that it was also an S-level skill. The cheapest potential burst only requires 100 favorability. The advanced healing technique is 3 times as powerful. Healing is so much more expensive than other S-level skills. Shen Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then he changed his mind and felt relieved in an instant. After all, the ability to give people a new lease of life is truly worth the price. Thinking of Ji Yun's delicate appearance, Shen Yuan clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Just think of it as saving Ji Yun. I will definitely work hard. Shen Yuan came back to his senses and curiously clicked on the skill introduction of potential explosion. Potential explosion, no need for sleep or food within 72 hours after activation, physical and mental efficiency will remain at peak state. Note, limited to once a month. After reading it, Shen Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Even if you're a thief, there are still usage restrictions. No wonder it's so cheap. He shook his head, closed the interface, and thought. It's better to save up your favorability. Shen Yuan reluctantly clicked on the character encyclopedia column. His eyes were suddenly attracted by a figure in the upper right corner that was flashing with dark golden light. A mysterious figure shrouded in black shadows. Next to her was the eye-catching words SSS grade. SSS level? Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his finger subconsciously clicked to view the details. However, the next second, the system immediately popped up a prompt. Binding an SSS level character requires 100 points of favorability. 100 points? Shen Yuan frowned. With this level of favorability, I might as well keep it to treat Ji Yun. Looking at his only 60 points of favorability, Shen Yuan became conflicted. These points are neither too many nor too few, and it is neither right to use them nor not to use them. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he clicked on the props bar. I hope to find a disposable item that can be used to replace advanced healing techniques. It's a pity that I looked through the entire list and didn't find such a good thing. Just as he was about to close the interface, a familiar icon came into view again. Lucky Star, after redemption, the chance of winning a prize will be permanently increased by 100% priced at 100 points of favorability. The price has doubled. Shen Yuan remembered that when he was in the second-level mall, Lucky Stars could be exchanged for only 50 points. He slowly closed his eyes and thought in his mind. What we lack most now is favorability. It seems we need to speed up the progress of the conquest. The soulmate beside me moaned, her long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes and slowly woke up. There was still a blush at the corners of her eyes, and her messy hair was scattered around her neck. The whole person is like a gardenia that has been broken by a rainstorm, revealing a broken, hazy beauty. Shen Yuan stretched out his hand and stroked her slightly hot cheek. As the warm current of B-level healing technique slowly injected, Jean's pale face finally showed some color. She tried to stand up, but stumbled and her legs went weak and she almost fell. Shen Yuan quickly grasped her slender waist. His eyes accidentally swept across the glaring red on the bedsheet, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. In front of the dressing mirror, Jean looked at the person in the mirror curiously. The dignified and elegant school beauty had sparkling eyes and slightly swollen lips at this moment. There is a unique look in the eyebrows and eyes. Her trembling hand touched the kiss mark on the side of her neck. Just then, Shen Yuan finished washing up and walked slowly towards her, holding her little hand from behind. This familiar action startled Jean. So yesterday wasn't a dream? And when he picked me up, that embarrassing action. Snowflakes are not that thing at all, and a wet one is not a pillow. She couldn't imagine what happened after she fainted from exhaustion yesterday. Jean's face flushed as she glared at Shen Yuan, feeling both ashamed and angry. You bad guy. Chapter 41 Big Star Lu Ruashi. Shen Yuan was in high spirits and let Jean's little fist hit him. After laughing and joking for a while, the two of them prepared to go back to school. Even after being cured, Jean couldn't help but frown slightly when walking. She carefully took Shen Yuan's arm and went downstairs, feeling a little panicked. Last night's first experience made her shy but also a little nervous. Even now her legs are still a little weak. How come this guy is so powerful? Jean secretly glanced at Shen Yuan, and seeing how energetic he looked, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. When I came downstairs, the housekeeper Jiang Rui was already waiting there. She is dressed very formally today. She was wearing a professional suit, had delicate makeup on, and stood straight. Seeing the two people coming down, she immediately bowed her head respectfully and greeted them. Mr. Chen, Ms. Yi, good morning. After experiencing the lesson from Shen Yuan last night, she no longer dared to be as presumptuous as before, and she became much more well-behaved. Shen Yuan glanced at her indifferently, and seeing that she had a serious attitude, he nodded slightly. Breakfast is ready. Jiang Rui noticed Shen Yuan's smile and her tone relaxed slightly. The hot bird's nest and white fungus porridge has a fragrant aroma that whets your appetite just by smelling it. Shen Yuan walked straight over, pulled Jean to sit down, and the two of them had a simple breakfast. As soon as he put down his bowl and chopsticks, Jiang Rui came over. She held the Porsche key in her hand and handed it to Shen Yuan. Mr. Chen, your car has been parked in the underground garage, she said softly and pressed the down button of the elevator. Shen Yuan took the key and raised his eyebrows. It turned out that he had accidentally left it in the locker room yesterday. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was very satisfied with Jiang Rui's performance today. This woman really needs a beating, otherwise she won't know her limits. Especially since she was just a housekeeper and she was the owner of the villa. Well done. Shen Yuan glanced at Jiang Rui, who was looking down and pleasing to the eye, praised her nonchalantly, and walked into the elevator with his soulmate in his arms. As the elevator door slowly closed, Jiang Rui stood there in a daze. She looked at the two people's backs as they left, feeling inexplicably empty in her heart. Shen Yuan's compliments lingered in her ears, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. The lights in the villa's luxurious underground garage are bright. In the middle of an open space of more than 1,000 square meters, a Porsche Panamera is parked alone, which is particularly eye-catching. Shen Yuan looked around and suddenly felt proud. I just transferred 1 million to the housekeeper yesterday, and now there is more than 11 million left in the card. He secretly vowed, when I have more money in the future, I will park all kinds of luxury cars here. Shen Yuan was so absorbed in his thoughts that he unconsciously increased the strength in his hands. Ouch! Jean cried out, silly, what are you thinking? You're hurting me. He came back to his senses, took up his friend's hand, and blew gently. Sorry, I was distracted. The two then got into the Porsche and drove out of Villa Number 1. Driving on the tree-lined avenue of Hentang Palace, Shen Yuan felt particularly relaxed. He drove the Porsche with one hand, and his right hand rested on Jean's fair and beautiful legs, stroking them gently. I have everything, including luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, and savings. Life is so comfortable. The next second, Shen Yuan slammed on the brakes. The Porsche's tires made a screeching sound as they rubbed against the ground. Jean was carried forward by inertia. Even though I was wearing a seatbelt, I was still so scared that my face turned pale. I saw a red Bentley speeding past me, and the driver turned out to be my celebrity neighbor Lu Ruashi, whom I met last night. Driving so wildly? Shen Yuan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? He sped up, followed behind the Bentley, and honked the horn. On the other hand, Lu Ruoshi's Bentley showed no sign of slowing down. She rolled down the car window and threw out a half bottle of mineral water. Snap! The mineral water bottle hit the hood of the Porsche heavily, splashing water everywhere. Is this woman crazy? Shen Yuan's face immediately turned gloomy, and his hands gripping the steering wheel unconsciously exerted force. Being a big star is so great. He snorted coldly, can you be so arrogant just because you drive a luxury car? It was dangerous enough to overtake by brushing against the car body just now, and now he is actually littering. If it hits someone, the consequences will be unimaginable. Without waiting for Shen Yuan to react, Yi Xiene was so angry that she unbuckled her seatbelt. She leaned half of her body out of the car window and shouted to the front. Hey! How do you drive? This is very dangerous, don't you know? Shen Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw his angry friend. This girl is simply a substitute for her own mouth. Yi Xiene, sit tight. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed, and he instantly brought his S-Class driving skills to the extreme. My right hand quickly switched to manual mode, my left hand turned the steering wheel sharply, and the Porsche's engine let out a low roar. The accelerator and brakes coordinated perfectly at the last intersection before exiting the Tiangong. The Porsche completed the overtaking with a beautiful drift and steadily stopped the red Bentley in front. Shen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car with a stern look in his eyes. The integration of S-level skills allowed him to instantly judge the current situation. Just in case, he turned around and gently patted his friend's hand. Just wait in the car and turn on the video. Yi Xiene immediately understood and took out his mobile phone to start recording. Boom boom boom. Shen Yuan knocked on the window of the Bentley slowly, and Lu Ruoshi's impatient grumblings came from inside the car. After a few seconds, she reluctantly opened the car door. When Lu Ruoshi completely got out of the car, Shen Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The big star in front of me has big wavy golden hair. The tight yoga clothes are worn as outerwear, and the low-waist design reveals a large area of snow-white waist and abdomen. The thin fabric allows you to vaguely see the Y-shaped outline underneath. Shen Yuan couldn't help but think in his heart, this outfit is quite unique. Lu Ruoshi crossed her arms across her chest, not feeling anything was wrong, and stood up straight with pride. The next second, she seemed to see Shen Yuan looking at her. She immediately said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Little bastard." She just received the notice this morning. The TV series that she was originally scheduled to star in, suddenly the investors brought someone in. She was forcibly pushed from the second female lead to the supporting female role, and she was even playing the role of a maid. Lu Ruoshi was furious at the thought of having to wear coarse clothes and bow and nod to the new actors in front of the camera. Now that Shen Yuan stopped his car again, he felt even more unhappy. Shen Yuan's eyes turned cold and he deliberately raised his voice. How can you talk like that? You just threw a water bottle at my car and almost caused an accident. Did you know that? Lu Ruoshi raised her chin proudly and glanced at Shen Yuan. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her looked a bit like the male lead of her new drama. It would be fine at any other time, but why did he have to talk back to me like this today when I was so angry? Do you know who I am? How dare you yell at me like that? Lu Ruoshi also raised her voice. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her foot and was about to kick Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan cursed in his heart, this woman is really crazy. Fortunately, thanks to his extraordinary physical fitness, he reacted extremely quickly and dodged Lu Ruoshi's high heels attack by turning sideways. Lu Ruoshi exerted too much force and staggered forward. To keep her balance, she had to bend over and hold onto the hood. The yoga pants are instantly tight, outlining the perfect curves that make your blood boil. Shen Yuan raised his head and looked right at her round and firm peach buttocks. Under the clear sunlight in the early morning, the sexy lace edges in the fabric are faintly visible. Ding! A female with a beauty score of 90 or above has been detected. Please confirm whether to bind, confirm cancel. Ha! Shen Yuan didn't expect this to happen. He didn't hesitate at all, no matter how famous you are, I'll just tie you up first. Chapter 42 Contrast of Lu Ruoshi. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully binding the target person. Name, Lu Ruoshi. Age, 26. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 95 points. Favorability, 0. Charge times, 0. Character information, none. Lu Ruoshi's character panel immediately appeared on the system. Shen Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that the big star was still a virgin. TSK, no wonder she has such a stubborn personality. Who would tolerate her? Shen Yuan stroked his chin and thought. Maybe she's considering the influence of her male fans? She doesn't dare to cause any scandals. Shen Yuan shook his head, feeling that there was no need to continue playing with this woman. He turned to look at his friend in the car, and all of Lu Ruoshi's ugly behavior just now had been recorded. Shen Yuan winked at Yi Xiene immediately understood and sent him the video he had just taken with a tap of his fingertips. As the phone rang, Shen Yuan lowered his head and clicked on the video, a sarcastic smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The new iPhone is just different. It takes really clear pictures. In the video, Lu Ruoshi's arrogant expression and disdain are clearly visible. The embarrassing look she showed when she almost fell was also captured on camera. Yi Xiene even gave a few close-up shots, fearing that he would miss any details. Shen Yuan walked slowly to Lu Ruoshi and shook the screen of his mobile phone. I know, you are the big star Lu Ruoshi. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp, his voice low but with a hint of intimidation. Now, isn't it time to apologize? Lu Ruoshi's eyes widened. She never expected that Shen Yuan was recording the whole process. You bastard! You're playing dirty tricks on me. She cursed through gritted teeth, her beautiful features slightly distorted in anger. Apologize. Shen Yuan's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a slap in her face. Lu Ruoshi clenched her fists, digging deep into her palms with her pale pink nails. I'm a top actress. Wherever I go, I'm surrounded by fans. Now I have to bow down to this ordinary man? But then I thought about how my resources have been declining recently, and I can't even keep the second female lead in my new drama. If they maliciously edited this video and added a title that said it was a big shot and had poor character. Lu Ruoshi took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and slowly stood up. She lowered her head slightly, her voice filled with a hint of forbearance and unwillingness. Okay. I say. Before she finished speaking, she reached out to snatch Shen Yuan's phone. Give it to me. Shen Yuan was prepared and he swayed his body slightly, easily avoiding her sneak attack. It's really a dead turtle stew full of evil intentions. Then he curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth and turned back to the car. Wait. Lu Ruoshi was anxious and quickly caught up with Shen Yuan in her high heels. She grabbed Shen Yuan's arm, and her tone finally showed a hint of panic. You, don't leave yet. We can talk. Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, Lu Ruoshi decided to try a soft approach. She immediately put on a pitiful expression, with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Hey, we are all neighbors, it was just a joke. She knew clearly that she lived in Villa number 2. Shen Yuan came out of Villa number 1, so his background must be complicated. Plus, she had to meet the director this morning to compete for the female lead. Nothing can go wrong at this critical juncture. Look at you, why are you so serious? She stamped her feet lightly, and her voice softened a little. Shen Yuan looked at her with a half smile. Do you know how to give in now? Lu Ruoshi bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally lowered her head and walked to Shen Yuan. I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong just now. That's more like it. Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He swiped his finger across the screen and deleted the video in front of her. Now we have a character guide of Lu Ruoshi, and we know everything about her. If she wants to play, Shen Yuan doesn't mind playing with her for a while longer. Then he said nothing more, turned around, got into the Porsche, and drove away with his friend. Lu Ruoshi stood there, looking at the taillights of the Porsche going away, and suddenly thought of something. Wait. That video was taken by the girl in the passenger seat. She realized it belatedly. Shen Yuan only deleted the copy in his phone, so the girl must have another copy. Lu Ruoshi turned around anxiously in her high heels, thinking to herself, not good. I really didn't expect that such a big star would be of such a low standard in private. The two of them sighed as the car soon arrived at the gate of Yangcheng University. The campus was bustling with activity, and thunderous applause came from the direction of the playground. What activities are going on over there? Shen Yuan held Jian's hand and looked towards the playground with some curiosity. Jian yawned and rubbed his eyes. Idiot. I'm so sleepy. I want to ask the teacher for leave and go back to the dormitory to sleep for a while. Looking at the energetic Shen Yuan, Yi Xiene pouted and complained quietly. How come you are as strong as iron? You don't feel tired at all. I'm going to go back and catch up on some sleep. I'm so sleepy. After saying that, Yi Xiene pecked Shen Yuan lightly on the face and prepared to leave with heavy steps. Shen Yuan chased after her with a smile and held her up as she staggered. Let me take you back. Along the way, Shen Yuan's hands were never idle. Healing magic was continuously injected into Yi Xiene's body, for fear that she would fall asleep while walking. Looking at Yi Xiene's gentle back as she left, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He muttered to himself, I should be more restrained next time. This girl is still too fragile. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Su Wanqing. Shen Yuan picked up the phone with a smile. Hello, Sister Cheng. Tomorrow is the sports day, remember to stay healthy and refresh yourself. Su Wanqing's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Shen Yuan suddenly realized that the opening ceremony of the sports meet was taking place on the playground. Okay, Sister Cheng cares so much about my health. Shen Yuan spoke in a drawn-out tone, with a hint of teasing in his voice. I'm afraid you don't know how to restrain yourself. Su Wanqing thought of Shen Yuan as school beauty girlfriend, and there was a hint of worry in her voice. Last night. I knew without even thinking that you were not honest. Sister Cheng, don't worry. Shen Yuan patted his chest confidently. Just look at my performance in this sports meet. He secretly said, this is a good opportunity to test my current limits. Well, I believe you. No more talking, I have to go to class. Su Wanqing's voice softened and she quickly hung up the phone. The phone dinged and another message from the third brother popped up. Brother, come to the playground. Guess who I saw? Who is it? Ching, Teacher Su? Shen Yuan almost called out Sister Ching, thinking, didn't she just say she was going to class? The third brother sent a voice message, his voice was excited. She's your teammate from the last trip, the new school beauty from the North Campus, Shinji Yun. Shinji Yun? Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why would she come to the South Campus? Chapter 43 The third brother chases love at a nightclub. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Shen Yuan quickly replied to the message and ran towards the windy and rainy playground in 2 steps. The playground was bustling with people, loud noises and banners hanging high. The crowd outside was dark and dense, and Shen Yuan stood on tiptoe to look inside. The square formations of each college were arranged neatly. On the rostrum, the school leaders are delivering their opening speeches. Shen Yuan raised his head and scanned the crowd. Suddenly, he felt someone strangling his neck from behind. S-level skill fighting master is activated in an instant. Shen Yuan grabbed the opponent's wrist reflexively and grabbed him with a backhand. Ouch! It's me, second brother. It hurts, it hurts. The third child's screams attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Shen Yuan felt helpless and let go of her hand unhappily. He turned around slowly and got straight to the point. Where is Shinji Yun? Third brother. The third brother rubbed his wrist, winked and pointed at the square of the School of Special Education. Look, there it is. It seems someone still can't forget it. Following the guidance of the third brother, I looked at the front row of the formation of the School of Special Education. Shinji Yun's petite figure is particularly eye-catching. She has skin as white as cream, bright eyes and white teeth, and her big, bright eyes seem to be able to speak. She shines like a bright pearl in the crowd, eclipsing the girls around her. Shen Yuan then turned his head, glanced at the third brother calmly, and asked, What did you do yesterday? Didn't I just transfer 1,000 to you? The third brother, Zhang Yang, as his name suggests, has always been flamboyant and high profile. At this time, it was like an eggplant hit by frost, wilting all of a sudden. He is about 1.7 meters tall, neither tall nor short, and has an ordinary appearance. For the so-called love, people spend money like water without considering the consequences. Yesterday, Zhang Yang met a girl in a bar. She has long legs, a sweet voice, and eyes that curve when she smiles. The girl lost the game of dice, so Zhang Yang asked her to say I love you 10 times. Not only did she say it obediently, she also poured him wine with a smile. Zhang Yang can't remember the last time someone said I love you to him. Maybe when his mother was coaxing him to sleep when he was a child? He was so excited that his hands were shaking, his heart was pounding, and he drank glass after glass of wine. Until later I was drunk. The girl then took his arm, gently advised him not to drink, and even let him lean on her thigh to rest. Brother, I feel like I'm falling in love with her. The third brother's eyes sparkled, and his tone was unusually serious. Shen Yuan frowned. Did you meet him at the bar? The third child hesitated. Well, but she's different from the others. She really cares about me. After hearing what the third brother said, Shen Yuan was silent for 2 seconds and pursed his lips. There was a bit of helplessness in his eyes, and then? Well, let's just let it go, hee. The third brother scratched his head, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, immersed in the sweetness of last night. Shen Yuan sighed in his heart. He wasn't too clear about this sort of thing and always felt that the girls in the bar were unreliable. He still hopes that the third child can find someone to date seriously. It's best if it's a girl from school, at least I know her well. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan asked tentatively, what's her name? The third brother was stunned, and his expression suddenly became awkward. I only remember the number 20. Oh, by the way. Her WeChat name is Wenwen. Shen Yuan. I don't even know his real name. Isn't this just a one-night stand? He really couldn't figure out what kind of magic that girl had that made the third brother so obsessed with her. The third brother took out his mobile phone with great interest and opened Wenwen's circle of friends. He handed it to Shen Yuan like he was offering a treasure. Look, brother. Isn't she super beautiful? Shen Yuan glanced at the photo. The girl above is wearing heavy makeup and is indeed charming under the dim light. Especially those slightly narrowed eyes with upturned corners, which are quite charming. No wonder the third brother, a virgin who has never been in a relationship, would be so infatuated with her. She also said that she likes me and is willing to give it a try with me. The third brother said happily, completely immersed in his own fantasy. Looking at him like this, Shen Yuan had no choice but to silently wish him the best in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan decided to make his point clear. Third brother, the $2,000 from yesterday is just a gift to you. You don't have to pay it back. But from now on, I won't lend you money anymore. Shen Yuan is not really reluctant to spend the money. I have tens of millions in savings, so this little money is nothing. He was worried that the third brother would be cheated by those women who frequented nightclubs. These girls are simply not something a simple student like the third brother can handle. That won't work, let's keep things separate. When the third brother heard this, he immediately patted his chest and made a promise. I will definitely pay you back when my living expenses arrive next month, plus my part-time salary at the courier station. He said it in a firm and righteous tone. Okay, I'll wait. But if she really tricks you into losing everything, don't come and cry to me. The third brother chuckled and said, second brother, don't worry. Shen Yuan didn't say anything more. He also wanted to know how long this woman, who didn't even tell him her real name, could be serious with the third brother. Then, Shen Yuan nodded, his eyes passed over the crowd and fell below the podium in the playground. The teams from each college are passing by one after another. Soon, the team from the School of Special Education slowly approached. Unexpectedly, Shinji Yun was walking in the front row, holding the special education sign in both hands. She has a petite figure, but surprisingly has a cute contrast, and her soft and adorable appearance makes people love her. The photographer next to her obviously noticed her as well. The camera was frequently pointed at her and the shutter clicked continuously, for fear of missing any moment. Ha! Isn't that Shinji Yun from the North Campus? Some people around recognized her and couldn't help but exclaim. It's really her. A boy wearing glasses opened his eyes wide and spoke excitedly. The discussion about her on the forum has been very heated, almost surpassing Chen Yuan. When mentioning the ice goddess Chen Yuan from the North Campus, everyone shook their heads. That high mountain flower was too cold and lonely, and no one had the courage to even approach it. On the contrary, Shinji Yun, with her petite and delicate appearance, is naturally friendly, and the related discussion posts are always the most popular. Someone even initiated a vote on the North Campus forum, and the results showed that Shinji Yun had the highest support rate. A school beauty who's less than 1.6 meters tall? You must be joking. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. Everyone turned around and saw a tall and thin boy with a disdainful look on his face. He said loudly, I don't believe she can be prettier than our South Campus senior Yi Xiene. Chapter 44 Shinji Yun's Charm. The next second, Shinji Yun came towards him. The bamboo-like man stood there in a daze, staring at her. This girl is so beautiful. He stared blankly at the girl in front of him, his Adam's apple rolling. I changed my previous idea and was immediately completely impressed. Hey! Your eyes will pop out if you keep looking at me. The companion next to him waved his hand in front of him with a teasing tone. Sorry, I take it back. As Shinji Yun got closer, her bare-faced appearance looked even more delicate. She walked lightly, her skirt lifted slightly, and her whole body exuded a pure and refined temperament. Her skin is as white as cream, her eyes are bright and charming, her steps are light and graceful, and her silk stockings are covered with dust. She is worthy of being the recognized school beauty, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. The third brother patted Shen Yuan on the shoulder and said with a mischievous smile. Second brother, you are really lucky. Shinji Yun's team came over quickly and headed towards Shen Yuan. After seeing Shen Yuan, her eyes lit up and a sweet smile appeared on her cherry lips. Shinji Yun didn't expect to meet Shen Yuan here. Her heart leaped with joy and she winked at Shen Yuan playfully. The thin man next to him was immediately mesmerized and became completely lost. School beauty, the school beauty actually smiled at me. His voice was trembling with excitement, and he didn't realize that Shinji Yun's eyes were not on him at all. Seeing this, the third brother held back his laughter and poked Shen Yuan. While I was still thinking about what to say, the cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Wanwan. The third brother quickly typed a reply on the screen, unable to hide the smile on his face. Brother, I'm leaving first. While struggling to squeeze out of the crowd, he turned around and waved goodbye to Shen Yuan. He instantly fell into a state of frenzy, no different from the bamboo man just now. As the school leaders left, the opening ceremony of the morning sports meeting ended quickly. The originally crowded crowd gradually dispersed, and the noise on the playground subsided. Shen Yuan's eyes always followed the slender figure. We meet again? Shinji Yun trotted to Shen Yuan with a bright smile on her face. Shen Yuan smiled slightly, his voice gentle. I didn't expect to see you here. As Shen Yuan spoke, he naturally stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. Shinji Yun was startled, her cheeks slightly red, and she shyly turned away. Thinking of the last ambiguity, her heart beat faster. He gestured with his hands in front of him, no. Shen Yuan thought about the last time he broke her cell phone. When I bought a watch for Sister Qing, I also bought a new Apple phone, which is still in the car. Is it over? Shen Yuan asked in a relaxed tone. Since you're here so rarely, why don't I treat you to lunch? Shinji Yun pursed her lips. After standing for the whole morning, she was indeed a little hungry. She nodded. Okay. Then let's go. Shinji Yun suddenly remembered something and typed. We have to take the school bus back to school later. Shen Yuan smiled cheerfully, it's okay, just apply for it. I have a car and will take you back later. Hearing what Shen Yuan said, Shinji Yun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. On the campus road, students are walking in groups of 3 or 4. This is the South Campus, and many people recognized Shinji Yun and looked over here from time to time. She wore a pink ruffled short-sleeved top. The lower body is matched with a white miniskirt and round-toed leather boots, which is full of cool summer style. Shen Yuan is almost 185 centimeters tall when wearing AJ. Walking next to her, the two of us are quite different in age, but somehow they look so good together. He suddenly remembered that there was a small farmyard outside the school. Last time, my roommate had his birthday party there and the food was really good. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan naturally took Shinji Yun and walked out of the school gate. It was dinner time now, and business at the farmyard was booming. Shen Yuan asked for an elegant private room on the second floor at the front desk. The space was not big but cozy enough. Shinji Yun took the menu, her eyes lit up, and she quickly typed on her phone. I want to eat pickled fish. Shen Yuan smiled and pushed the menu in front of her. While waiting for the food to be served, he inadvertently looked down through the glass window of the private room. Isn't that big brother Lu Zhuan? In the corner of the first floor, the burly Lu Zhuan was having a quiet meal with the girl from the Special Education Institute whom he had met last time. The two of them didn't seem to be communicating much, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. Shen Yuan smiled knowingly, did not say anything to interrupt, and silently withdrew his gaze. It seems that even the honest elder brother is starting to have problems. After a while, the waiter brought a pot of steaming pickled fish and a large bottle of iced coconut milk. The rich sour and spicy aroma instantly fills the entire private room, whetting one's appetite. Shen Yuan gently picked up the only fish bubble in the soup and put it into Shinji Yun's bowl. Shinji Yun smiled, "Thank you." She immediately reciprocated by picking up a piece of the tenderest fish belly meat and giving it to Shen Yuan. The two were enjoying their meal, and Shen Yuan pretended to ask casually, "Do you have classes this afternoon?" Shinji Yun shook her head. "I'm attending the opening ceremony today, so I don't have to go to class." Shen Yuan's heart moved. He had classes in the next 2 days and he had already paid to arrange it in the substitute class group. This meant they still had a whole afternoon to spend together. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a place that could quickly bring the two closer together. "I'll take you to a fun place in the afternoon," Shen Yuan said mysteriously. Shinji Yun tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. Biting the tip of the chopsticks, he typed a big question mark on his phone. The meal passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Yuan walked to the front desk to pay the bill, and Shinji Yun came over on tiptoe and insisted on paying. She was speechless and could not compete with Shen Yuan. She could only watch Shen Yuan pay. Ding! SSS level props probability free card is effective. The user's current purchase is free. The sudden system prompt made Shen Yuan stunned. He didn't expect the probability of getting a free meal was so high. After leaving the restaurant, Shinji Yun gave Shen Yuan 50 yuan without hesitation. Seeing that Shen Yuan was still reluctant to accept it, she typed angrily, "Take it quickly, or I won't eat with you next time. This meal is only 88, I'm sorry you gave me 50 more." Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Could it be that you are a wealthy woman?" He thought of the saying on the internet, 9 out of 10 lowly are rich, and the other one lives in a villa. Shen Yuan subconsciously glanced at Shinji Yun's phone, and the crack on the screen was still there. She was holding the unfinished coconut juice in her hand and had eaten all the pickled fish. This made Shen Yuan a little confused. Guess. Shinji Yun smiled and changed the subject. They arrived in front of the Porsche and waited until Shen Yuan got in before Shinji Yun sat lightly in the passenger seat. Shen Yuan watched her fasten her seatbelt skillfully and spoke slowly. "Then, let's go now." As the roar of the engine sounded, Shinji Yun had a faint smile on her face. "I don't know why, but being with him makes me feel much more relaxed." Ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 1050100. Shen Yuan has made arrangements. He specially booked a romance-themed script killing show online. Thinking that the two of them would have to change into corresponding costumes, take the props, and perform according to the script, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Chapter 45 Immersive Script Killing. Seeing that Shinji Yun's favorability had increased by another 10 points, Shen Yuan counted them carefully. Adding the 60 points accumulated before, I now have a total of 70 points of favorability. I only need 30 points to redeem the lucky star for the third level mall. Shen Yuan stroked his chin and pondered. There are so many beautiful girls in the school's cosplay club, live broadcast club, and dance club. There are definitely many people who meet the requirements. Should I bind a few more targets? The Porsche slowly stopped in front of Yangqing's largest script-killing movie studio. "We're here." Shen Yuan turned to Shinji Yun, who was in the passenger seat, and said, "I specially selected this script. It is said that there are dozens of professional NPC interactive performances. Are you ready?" Shinji Yun looked around with some curiosity. The two walked into the cinema hall side by side, and the enthusiastic manager quickly came forward to greet them. "Mr. Chen, you are here." The manager smiled broadly. "Everything is ready as you requested." Shen Yuan nodded casually. He had directly booked the most expensive VIP package, which cost him several thousand. It is rare to find a customer as generous as him, so naturally the manager treats him like the god of wealth. "Please follow me, both of you." The manager made a gesture of invitation. "Let's go to the dressing room and get dressed first." Shinji Yun opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Do I still need to put on makeup and change clothes?" "Of course." Shen Yuan smiled maliciously. "This is an immersive experience. You have to completely immerse yourself in the role." Shen Yuan changed into a neat black suit and adjusted his tie. He looked so handsome in the mirror that even he himself was dazzled. With a click, the door of the locker room opposite opened. "Isn't this skirt too short?" Shinji Yun walked out in high heels, looking a little awkward. She changed into a black suspender skirt, and her smooth legs wrapped in white stockings were slightly shining. The exposed shoulders are as soft as jade, and the burgundy fluffy wig is tied up, revealing a hint of charm and elegance. Shinji Yun pulled at the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. She was not used to high heels and she was a little shaky when she walked. Shen Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at her. He took a step forward and held her slender arm. "How is it, can you adapt?" Shinji Yun's cheeks flushed and she smiled at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan smelled the faint scent of perfume sprayed on her body, mixed with her own milky scent, and his heart beat faster. "Are you two ready?" The staff member smiled and pointed to the heavy wooden door ahead. "Open this door, and the script killing game will officially begin. I wish you two a happy game." There was faint weird background music coming from behind the door. "Let's go." Shen Yuan and Shinji Yun looked at each other. "I'm here." Shen Yuan walked slowly forward and pushed open the door. Squeak! The door hinge made an old sound, revealing the dim space inside. As soon as the two stepped in, the door behind them closed automatically with a muffled bang. In front of you is a stone chamber full of medieval style. The dim old-fashioned tungsten filament lamp was swaying on the ceiling, and the light and shadow were flickering. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes and found that there were mottled stone walls on all sides, without even a window. "This scene is set up, more realistic than I imagined," Shen Yuan whispered, running his hand across the cold stone wall. The wind came in through the crack in the door, making a whistling sound that made the back of one's neck feel cold. Shinji Yun unconsciously leaned towards Shen Yuan, her arm gently against him. "Is this really just a game?" Shen Yuan felt her slightly trembling body, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. "This is exactly the effect we want. A dark and enclosed space and just the right sense of fear are the easiest ways to bring two people closer together." "Ah! Look at that!" Shinji Yun suddenly pointed to the corner. A pair of crystal shoes with a faint blue fluorescence were quietly placed on the shoe rack, which was very eye-catching. The two approached cautiously. Just as Shen Yuan picked up the crystal shoes, the shoe rack suddenly fell down and the surrounding lights lit up. "Ah!" Shinji Yun screamed and grabbed Shen Yuan's arm fiercely. A huge floor-to-ceiling mirror appeared in front of her, clearly reflecting the figures of the two people pressed close together. Shen Yuan was also startled by this scene, but fortunately he reacted quickly. "Don't be afraid, it's just a little trick to scare people." He gently held Shinji Yun's hand and found that beads of sweat were oozing out of her palms. How come this has a horror suspense twist? Shen Yuan thought to himself that he had clearly ordered the script for the couple's collection. Feeling the warm touch on his arm, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile secretly. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The NPC hasn't appeared yet. Just follow me and you'll be fine." It turns out that it's right to take girls to play such projects. In this tense environment, she will definitely rely more on herself. The mechanism must be in these shoes. Shen Yuan looked at the two small stools placed in front of the floor-length mirror. The two sat down side by side, and Shen Yuan handed the crystal shoes to Shinji Yun. She took the shoes and examined them carefully under the light, and found that there were actually a few gold coins hidden inside. Putting aside the shock just now, this pair of crystal shoes is indeed finely crafted. The crystal clear upper was inlaid with tiny sapphires, which made her love it. "Ha!" Shinji Yun was surprised to find that these shoes are exactly my size. Her size 36 feet were neither too big nor too small, as if they were tailor-made for her. "Does it mean I have to put on these shoes to trigger the next level?" Shinji Yun looked at the pair of high heels that didn't fit her feet well. She smiled and took off one of her high heels. The little feet wrapped in white stockings gently reached into the crystal shoes, with the toes slightly straightened and the curves graceful. Shen Yuan, who was watching this scene, couldn't help swallowing. Shinji Yun patted Shen Yuan coquettishly and pointed at the other high heel. Shen Yuan understood and picked it up and put it on Shinji Yun's soft and boneless feet. Just when both shoes were put on, the sound of machinery suddenly came from the room. Rumble, the bookshelf opposite slowly opened to the sides, revealing a passage. "Wow! It's really open." Shinji Yun excitedly pulled Shen Yuan's arm and shook it gently, her eyes sparkling. Shen Yuan looked at her smug expression and couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. "Amazing! It seems that the road to clearing the level depends on you." The two walked into the next room carefully. This is an antique study room with walls filled with heavy books and a faint scent of sandalwood floating in the air. "What is this?" Shen Yuan noticed a yellowed map spread out on the desk. The surrounding route map is clearly marked on it. Surprisingly, the exit of the study was wide open and one could leave directly. Isn't this too easy? Shen Yuan thought to himself, looking at the map on the table. He said to Shinji Yun with a sly smile, "Put the map away." Shinji Yun shook her head, "No way. There must be another trick." After the shot just now, she has learned her lesson. She hid behind Shen Yuan nervously, wearing crystal shoes. Shen Yuan couldn't help laughing and had to go forward himself. He just picked up the map from the table. The next second, the door of the study suddenly began to close quickly. Careful! Shen Yuan, who had been prepared, reacted very quickly. He turned to Shinji Yun and picked her up by the waist. She flew into the air with her skirt flying. Shinji Yun screamed and reflexively hugged Shen Yuan's neck. Shen Yuan held her in his arms and rushed out of the study in 2 steps, and the door behind him slammed shut. Phew! That was close. Shen Yuan let out a long sigh, but he was reluctant to let go of the delicate body in his arms. Until Shinji Yun struggled with a red face. Shen Yuan carefully put Shinji Yun on the ground. As soon as she stood firm, she punched him angrily. Why are you suddenly? However, the next second, her eyes widened, shocked by the scene before her. Chapter 46. The two of them passed the level in tacit cooperation. This is a living medieval street. On both sides stand Gothic buildings with pointed roofs, and the stained glass windows glow in the sun. Pedestrians come and go on the stone road. There were women carrying baskets, hawkers shouting their wares, and even a few ragged beggars squatting in the corner. This is too real. Shen Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The sound of church bells can be heard in the distance, and the aroma of fresh bread floats in the air. A little girl selling flowers came running over, skipping and looking up with her innocent little face. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers for this beautiful sister? Shen Yuan looked down at the little actor who was no more than 7 or 8 years old, then looked around at the crowd. Guess, which of these people are NPCs, and which are players like us? He suddenly realized something and moved closer to Shinji Yun. Shinji Yun shook her head. She squatted down, approached the little girl, and pointed at one of the bouquets of roses. The little girl took out the rose and held out 2 short fingers to her. Two gold coins. Her childish voice made Shinji Yun laugh. Shen Yuan took out his mobile phone and wanted to scan the code to pay, but found that money didn't work here. Shinji Yun smiled and took out 2 gold coins from her body and gently placed them in the little girl's palm. Then he turned around and looked at Shen Yuan proudly. Idiot, of course you have to use this here. The crisis has been resolved and the two are not in a hurry for now. Holding hands, strolling along the cobblestone streets. The streets are lined with stalls of all kinds. Candied apples are coated in glistening sugar, roasted almonds sizzle, and freshly baked bread exudes an enticing wheat aroma. Shinji Yun's attention was attracted by a stall selling spiced wine. Amber liquid sloshed in the glass bottle, garnished with a few slices of lemon and cinnamon. Seeing that she liked it so much, Shen Yuan walked up and asked about the price. The stall owner was an old man with a wrinkled face. He stretched out 5 rough fingers and shook them. 5 gold coins. Right now, they only had 3 gold coins left, which was not enough money. Seeing the two people's embarrassment, the old man grinned and pointed to a place on the street. Try your luck at the casino, young man. Shen Yuan nodded, and the two of them immediately came to the entrance of the casino. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, there were only a few sparse figures. A mixture of tobacco and alcohol wafted into my face. Shinji Yun coughed lightly a few times due to being choked. Shen Yuan immediately stood sideways in front of her, patting her thin back with his warm palm. Under the dim light, the retro slot machines glow colorfully. Shinji Yun deliberately chose the machine in the corner. She took a deep breath, raised her toes wrapped in white silk, and pulled the rod down with all her strength. However, both attempts failed. I'll leave it to you. Shinji Yun took out the only remaining gold coin and placed it solemnly in Shen Yuan's palm. As the coin fell into the coin slot with a clink, it seemed as if the goddess of fate was blessing us. The moment Shen Yuan pulled the lever, the 3 red 7s were connected in a line. Gold coins poured down, and Shinji Yun stood on tiptoes happily, holding the gold coins in her arms. We're rich. Holding hot roasted almonds and spiced wine, the two ate and drank along the way, feeling very comfortable. Suddenly there was a commotion on the street corner. Several guards were posting notices. The two found that their portraits were painted on it. The closed road ends ahead. Shen Yuan quickly unfolded the map and looked at it carefully. There seems to be a way to escape in the dance hall next to it. He held Shinji Yun's wrist tightly, and the two of them quickly slipped into the dance hall. Compared to other places, the dance hall is obviously much more lively. After receiving the number 10 plate, they sat down on the leather sofa. As the final level, the couple must complete the last dance to pass the level. The lights in the center of the dance floor were dazzling, and couples were taking turns dancing. It seems that you have to complete a dance to pass the level. The 8th pair has just finished dancing and it will soon be the 9th pair's turn. Shen Yuan looked around and couldn't tell which were real people and which were NPCs. The young couple kissing each other in the corner are definitely real people. Just because the girl's panting sound could be heard over here. Shinji Yun was still enjoying the performance on the dance floor. Shen Yuan touched her gently and motioned her to look over there. She turned her head and looked over, her face instantly blushing. These two are really into it. Until the host on the stage shouted number 9 3 times at the top of his lungs. It turned out that everyone was staring at the corner. The couple then reluctantly separated, with expressions of unsatisfied feeling on their faces. Shen Yuan looked at Shinji Yun, only to see that she was looking at him with a strange expression. Soon, the number 10's prompt sounded, and it was their turn. There are glowing footprints flashing on the floor of the stage, and all you have to do is step on the right spot to the rhythm. Originally, Shen Yuan was worried that Shinji Yun would not be able to keep up with him, but he was surprised to find out the next second. Shinji Yun actually danced lightly. Her skirt fluttered like a nimble butterfly, moving between the light and shadow. You can actually dance? Shen Yuan was surprised and slowly followed her pace, almost taking a wrong step. Shinji Yun raised the corners of her lips slightly, her steps were not at all disordered, and she even turned around with ease. She nodded, and her toes wrapped in white stockings tapped the ground lightly. Her posture was so elegant that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Even the people in the ballroom were mesmerized by the sight. Shen Yuan looked at her soft and beautiful profile so close to him, and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her on the lips. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shinji Yun's earlobes turned red with embarrassment. She was dizzy and could only hear the people around her clapping and cheering in unison. Finally, amidst the booing, she gradually gave up resistance. When the song ends, the passage to the customs clearance lights up. The two returned to the real world and walked out of the makeup room. Shinji Yun lowered her head, stared at her toes and said nothing. Shen Yuan coughed lightly. Ahem, it's getting late. Chapter 47, Shinji Yun's Spring Thoughts. Ding. Shinji Yun's favorability plus 10. 6100. Shen Yuan looked at the system prompt and felt very happy. Now the total favorability in hand has accumulated to 80 points. As long as you earn 20 more points, you can redeem the coveted Lucky Star item. The S-level items he got from the second-level mall have already brought him to his current level. If you can unlock the third-level mall, it will have the bonus effect of Lucky Star. Maybe you can draw a rare item that exceeds S-level. After hearing Shen Yuan's words, Shinji Yun came back to her senses. When the two of them had communicated privately before, she had been able to accept it reluctantly. Shen Yuan had just laid it out so bluntly, and there were so many people watching. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened and her pretty face became hot, but strangely, she didn't feel much resistance in her heart. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Shinji Yun bit her lip lightly and gestured with her fingers, "We should go back." Seeing that she did not reject his intimate gesture this time, Shen Yuan felt happy. He touched the bank card in his pocket. The balance of more than 11 million is lying quietly, and I have no idea how to spend it. What do you want to eat? I'll take you to a feast. Shinji Yun shook her head firmly and lowered her head to type quickly on her phone. Let's go back to school and eat. You've already treated me to a day of fun today. It's my turn to treat you tonight, in the school cafeteria. She tapped her slender fingers on the screen, her eyes filled with shyness and persistence. Shen Yuan noticed that she specifically emphasized twice that she wanted to go back to school. It seems that although this girl is introverted, she has a strong sense of self-protection. Looking at the weak but sensible girl in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pity in his heart. As a member of a vulnerable group, she was able to protect herself so consciously, which made him admire her even more. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Shen Yuan nodded gently, and the relationship between the two had clearly warmed up. He was not in a hurry for the next step. Instead, he wanted to cure Shinji Yun's illness first. Let her fall in love with herself sincerely. After all, the active and passive experiences feel very different. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but lean closer to Shinji Yun. He embraced her with his big hands and gently held her in his arms. Shinji Yun's delicate body trembled slightly, and soon she calmed down in his warm embrace. Through the thin cloth, I can clearly feel her warm body temperature. A faint scent of milk made Shen Yuan's heart flutter. Shinji Yun was embraced by Shen Yuan's strong arms, and her whole body was almost pressed against him. Thinking about the fact that they had just kissed in front of everyone, she half-heartedly let Shen Yuan hug her, her cheeks unconsciously flushed. Shen Yuan felt happy when he noticed the obedience of the beauty in his arms. He took her slender and soft little hand. Shinji Yun just symbolically retracted her fingers but did not really struggle to break free, and the two of them just held each other's fingers intertwined. Shen Yuan thought Jian's hands were small enough. But Shinji Yun's hands are even more petite and delicate, just as delicate and lovely as she is. The soft and boneless little hand was gently held in his palm, as tender and delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Shen Yuan couldn't help but hold her wrist. The wheat-colored skin unique to athletes forms a sharp contrast with her snow-white wrists. "Your hands are so small." Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, pointing at the junction of their skin colors. "Wow! How come you are so much whiter than me?" Shinji Yun glared at him coquettishly and burst out laughing. Her smile is different from that of ordinary people, with a bit of breath and some girlish moans. Shen Yuan felt itchy in his heart after hearing this. Shinji Yun suddenly raised her cell phone and typed a line of words on the screen. "Well, your next sentence is, 'You smell so good, you are so cute.'" She tilted her head slightly and stared at Shen Yuan with her lively almond-shaped eyes. Shen Yuan sighed inwardly. This girl looks innocent and easy to deceive on the surface, but her heart is as clear as a mirror. She won't fall for my tricks at all. The two of them got into the Porsche one after the other, and Shen Yuan was scratching his head in embarrassment. He suddenly felt a gust of fragrant wind coming. The moment the car started, Shinji Yun actually leaned over and pecked him lightly on the cheek. Shen Yuan's body froze. I didn't expect this girl would actually offer a kiss on her own initiative. "Thank you, I'm really happy today." Shinji Yun gestured while holding up her cell phone. Her autumn water eyes were filled with a tenderness and sweetness rarely seen in a young girl, and her eyes were full of shyness and joy. Shinji Yun's sudden tenderness made Shen Yuan's heart beat faster, and his body reacted unconsciously. "Ahem, I'm happy too." Shen Yuan cleared his throat and unconsciously tightened the steering wheel. This girl doesn't play by the rules at all. The Porsche slowly drove away from the script-killing film and television city. Shinji Yun would steal glances at Shen Yuan from time to time. The dim purple ambient light in the car flowed, casting light and shadow on Shen Yuan's angular profile. The Vacheron Constantine on his wrist sparkled, and he looked particularly charming as he concentrated on driving. She recalled that at first, Shen Yuan was just a good-looking boy in her eyes. With each contact, the charm he exudes in his every move makes her fall deeper and deeper. Shen Yuan's Adam's apple slid gently with his breathing, and his slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. Shinji Yun pretended to close her eyes and rest, but various images emerged in her mind uncontrollably. "You're so small. Do you want to come to my house to watch a movie?" "Really? Just watch a movie. Would you like to drink? There are some snacks in the fridge." "I don't feel anything just watching the movie." "It's okay, I brewed it myself, so it's not too strong. If you're drunk, just sleep here with me. You sleep in the bedroom and I'll sleep in the living room. It's too cold outside and I can't sleep alone, so I'll just cuddle with you. I'll just rub it. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility." The roar of the Porsche came from far away and stopped in front of the gate of the North Campus of Yuncheng University. Shen Yuan turned his head and found that Shinji Yun still had her eyes closed. Her cheeks were flushed unnaturally, and even her earlobes were tinged with red. Shen Yuan slowly approached with some concern. His warm breath sprayed on her neck, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and his fingers gently slid across the delicate back of her hand. Shinji Yun's body trembled violently and she suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at Shen Yuan's handsome face so close to her, she shrank back in panic. The blush on her face just wouldn't fade away. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows with interest. "It is said that boys are repressed and easily impulsive. The reaction of the girl in front of me is clearly that of a young girl in love." He couldn't help but touch his chin, feeling secretly happy. Could it be that my charm is so great that she had a wet dream in the car? The next second, Shinji Yun woke up as if from a dream. She turned her face away in panic, but accidentally bumped into the car window frame. She gasped in pain and let out a sob that sounded like crying. Shinji Yun's subconscious soft cry of pain made Shen Yuan's Adam's apple roll unconsciously. The swallowing sound was unusually loud in the quiet car. Shinji Yun looked up with tearful eyes and met Shen Yuan's burning gaze. The look in his eyes was like that of a hungry wolf. She was so frightened that she shuddered and fumbled for the car door handle with her little hands in panic. Unfortunately, the car door unlocking button is on Shen Yuan's left door. Shinji Yun pulled the handle several times in vain, but the car door was locked and did not move at all. She huddled in the corner of the seat in fear, her arms folded over her chest, her big eyes wet. This pitiful look made Shen Yuan's breathing suddenly become heavy. A dangerous thought flashed through his mind. Now is the best time, take her while she is sick. Students passed by the car window from time to time, and the brand new Panamera did attract a lot of curious eyes. The beast in Shen Yuan's body woke up in an instant. He suddenly crossed the center console and picked up the petite Shinji Yun and put her on his lap. Before she could resist, Shen Yuan's hot lips covered hers. A pair of big hands also began to wander around restlessly. Feeling the foreign object invading between her teeth, Shinji Yun initially put up a symbolic resistance. Soon they surrendered under this violent attack. The two of them kissed each other, their tongues entwined, their unbridled affections lingering. Just then, a female classmate passing by stopped outside the car window and started to fix her hair. Fortunately, the one-way glass of this Porsche perfectly hides the beautiful scenery inside the car. Shinji Yun instantly tensed up and held her breath. Focus! Shen Yuan ordered in a hoarse voice, pinching her waist lightly with his fingertips. Shinji Yun's slender hands unconsciously slapped on the car window, making a dull thud. The girl outside the window was completely unaware and was leisurely reapplying her lipstick. They kissed for a full 10 minutes. When Shen Yuan finally let go of his hand, Shinji Yun collapsed in his arms with sparkling eyes and weak legs. Damn you bastard! I almost suffocated just now. She pounded Shen Yuan's chest angrily. When I touched his strong muscles, an indescribable attachment surged in my heart. I actually enjoyed it so much and really enjoyed the whole process. She quickly buried her face in Shen Yuan's chest in shyness, and cursed herself in her heart. Shinji Yun, you are really thinking about love. When the two finally got off the car, they looked like a pair of beautiful jade lovers, staring at them with envy from passers-by. No one noticed. Chapter 48. Ji Yun takes the initiative to wipe the sweat. Shinji Yun lowered her head and hurried towards the school gate. Shen Yuan took out his newly bought mobile phone from the trunk of the car. I'm still going to apologize to her. After all, I did go a little too far just now. Ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 10. 70-100. I saw that Shinji Yun's favorability increased by another 10 points. Knowing that she was not angry with him anymore, Shen Yuan finally let go of his worries. While eating in the cafeteria, Shen Yuan took the opportunity to take out his cell phone and gently handed it over. As expected, Shinji Yun just glanced at it and didn't accept it. Shen Yuan quietly looked at Shinji Yun, who was eating with her head down. I found that she had eaten all the food on the plate. It seems that this girl is the typical one who only responds to hard things and not soft things. Shen Yuan laughed secretly in his heart, and then a plan came to his mind. He suddenly stood up and walked out without looking back. Shinji Yun was a little anxious. Hey! Your phone! Shen Yuan then stopped and turned around with a playful smile on his face. If you don't want it, throw it away. Shinji Yun glared at Shen Yuan angrily. She knew very well that Shen Yuan was trying to provoke her. Humph, who cares? She secretly complained and stood up quickly. It's not you who lost your phone anyway, so why should you feel bad about it? The more Shinji Yun thought about it, the angrier she became, and she quickened her pace to catch up. If I give in this time, won't I be eaten alive by this bad guy in the future? It was not until they reached the cafeteria entrance that Shinji Yun stepped on the red welcome mat. She finally couldn't help but stop. One more step forward and the phone will completely disappear from sight. She took a quick glance and saw Shen Yuan leisurely walking with his hands in his pockets, looking like he deserved a beating. This bastard! Shinji Yun stomped her feet in anger. She bit her lip and hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally turned around and trotted back. As I rushed to the dining table, I met the cafeteria lady who came to clear the plates. The aunt looked at the girl who had returned with a smile. Shinji Yun grabbed the phone with a red face, and they smiled at each other. I really lost to him. As Shinji Yun walked out, she did not forget to glare at Shen Yuan fiercely. In the end, she obediently walked out of the cafeteria side by side with the bastard. But she deliberately kept half a step away to show her inner protest. In the next second, when the two were passing by the basketball court, an accident happened. An orange basketball cut through the air and flew straight towards Shinji Yun in a sharp arc. She turned her head in horror, her body stiffened and she couldn't move. As the shadow of the ball reflected in the pupil becomes larger and larger. Be careful. At the critical moment, Shen Yuan took a step forward. With a crisp sound, the basketball was firmly dunked by him with one hand. Sorry buddy, I almost hit your partner. The two boys came running over to apologize, but were dumbfounded the moment they saw Shinji Yun clearly. Isn't this school belle Shinji Yun? Who is this handsome guy catching the ball with one hand? He's actually walking with the school beauty. I've never seen it before. The two looked at each other, both of them were shocked. Shen Yuan is a prominent figure in the South Campus basketball team. It's normal not to know the people from the North Campus. He raised his wrist casually and the basketball bounced lightly in his hand. It's okay, be more careful next time. He nodded to the two stunned boys and threw the ball back. Shinji Yun finally came back to her senses from the shock, and the word partner emerged in her mind. She subconsciously looked up at Shen Yuan and met his smiling eyes. A blush instantly appeared on Shinji Yun's earlobe. She unconsciously walked to the other side and quietly grasped the corner of Shen Yuan's clothes with her slender hands. He let Shen Yuan walk on the side closer to the court and lean closer to Shen Yuan. Looking at Shinji Yun who was clinging to his side, Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This is how you repay me. Shinji Yun said nothing, but raised her quiet little face and smiled at him. When the two boys saw this scene, they were distracted for a moment by the school beauty's smile. The school beauty actually smiled at a boy like that. Hey! Why are you two trying to pick up a ball like you lost your soul? The teammates on the court gathered around and shouted, but fell silent the moment they saw Shinji Yun clearly. His eyes couldn't stop glancing at Shinji Yun. The boys couldn't help but want to admire the school beauty's stunning beauty more. One of them shouted boldly. Brother, we're short of one, do you want to play a game? Shen Yuan was very excited, as his hands were itching as he hadn't touched the ball for several days. He turned his head and looked at Shinji Yun, only to see her pursing her lips and looking a little hesitant. She was a bit introverted by nature, and seemed a little uncomfortable with so many boys around. Shen Yuan touched her shoulder and whispered half-jokingly. Do you want to watch your boyfriend play basketball? Unexpectedly, Shinji Yun nodded in agreement, thinking. I want to see how this unruly guy plays basketball. Seeing this, Shen Yuan took Shinji Yun's hand without saying a word and brought her to the edge of the court. There was dust on the concrete steps. He simply took off his LV short-sleeved shirt worth thousands of dollars and spread it on top. Shinji Yun's pretty face flushed hot. It was the first time she saw a boy's body at such a close distance. Shen Yuan usually looks thin when he is dressed, but I didn't expect him to be so sexy when he takes off his clothes. She has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, strong pectoral muscles that are bigger than her small head, and six-pack abs that are particularly noticeable. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to study the new phone, but couldn't help but secretly glance at it a few times. This guy, I didn't expect his figure to be so. Just sit here. Shen Yuan pointed at the clothes laid out. Just in time to try out your new phone. After settling Shinji Yun, he turned around and walked towards the court. The original baseball field with 7 people became a 4v4 half-court showdown after Shen Yuan joined. When the groups were being formed, several boys secretly glanced at Shinji Yun on the sidelines. She was sitting obediently on Shen Yuan's LV clothes, with a petite figure and very adorable. Fuck, the school beauty has this resentful expression. A boy with dyed yellow hair lowered his voice and asked, could it be that he was coerced? Several boys exchanged glances. His eyes wandered between Shen Yuan's muscular figure and the school beauty's delicate body, and he felt heartbroken. My goodness, what a suffering this school beauty has endured. Don't worry, he'll be in trouble soon, guys. The yellow-haired boy flexed his wrists, already imagining the handsome scene of himself acting as a hero and saving the beauty. He slammed the ball to the ground, and the basketball bounced high. There was a school beauty watching the game on the sidelines. Several boys suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their movements became distorted. The three teammates on Shen Yuan's side were obviously in the same group. They exchanged glances with each other and played fancy passing games. I wanted to show off in front of the school beauty, but when I wasn't paying attention, I was interrupted by the yellow-haired guy opposite. "Give it to me." A thunderous roar sounded. A big guy who was about 1.9 meters tall was standing under the basket, weighing at least 200 kilograms. After catching the ball, he immediately turned into a human tank and rushed in carrying the person. The big guy got in position under the basket and pushed back like a bull. After knocking the opponent away, he jumped up and shot awkwardly. There was a thud as the ball hit the front of the basket and bounced back. He jumped up again to grab the rebound, this time using a hook shot. The ball spun around the rim 3 times before finally sliding out. Shen Yuan's 3 teammates took turns to interfere, but all failed. He just went straight to the basket and rebounded. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes and walked slowly into the inside. He stretched out his left hand slightly, wanting to test out his current physical fitness. The big guy had missed 5 attempts in a row and his face had turned purple with anger. Seeing that Shen Yuan dared to defend him, he immediately became furious and rushed towards Shen Yuan violently. "It's over, it's over." The yellow-haired guy on the sidelines covered his eyes. "I'm afraid this guy will have to go to the infirmary." You know, the big guy is a reserve player of the North Campus basketball team. It's just that the accuracy is a bit lacking. In the initial selection round, he only made 3 out of 10 mid-range shots. But in terms of physique, he is even stronger than the regular team members. During team training, the coach specifically told him to hold back. Just when everyone thought Shen Yuan was going to be knocked away. Bang! After a muffled sound, everyone took a collective breath. Shen Yuan was seen standing there motionless, while the big guy was shaken back several steps by the reaction force. The big guy frowned, feeling like he had hit a thick steel plate. "What the hell?" he muttered to himself. "Could it be that I have rewarded myself too many times recently and my legs are weak?" Several of the big guy's teammates on the sidelines widened their eyes when they saw the scene. Their expressions added fuel to the big guy's anger. The big guy angrily retreated outside the 3-point line, slapping the ball, and his dribbling movements were extremely rough. "Watch them all!" he roared, took a step forward and was ready for a 3-step layup. His footsteps were messy and he obviously took 4 steps, but no one in the field dared to speak. Shen Yuan was very amused. This guy's movements were funny, like a crab. Brute force alone would not do the trick. The big guy took messy steps and suddenly accelerated on the 4th step. The feeling of oppression was no less than that of an out-of-control pickup truck, rushing straight towards Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan was agile and calmly stepped back half a step sideways. "What the hell?" The big guy then realized that there was an iron pillar of a basketball hoop in front of him and hurriedly tried to break. "But the inertia is too great and I can't stop at all." Shen Yuan sighed helplessly, took a step forward, and placed his right hand firmly on the big guy's shoulder. At the moment when the two forces collided, the big guy was subjected to uneven forces. He flipped in a circle and fell to the ground. "Ouch. Are you okay?" Shen Yuan thought. "We don't have any deep hatred, why are we fighting so hard?" At the same time, he was also surprised to find that his current strength seemed to be absurdly great. When he encountered this kind of confrontation in the basketball team before, he would avoid it if possible, but now he can actually face it head-on and not lose. The big guy touched the back of his head and smiled. It's okay. Thanks a lot, brother. I was too reckless just now." He scratched his head, suddenly lowered his voice, and said enviously. The school beauty is your girlfriend." Shen Yuan looked back. Shinji Yun on the sidelines was holding her cheek, looking at this side without blinking. A sweet smile suddenly bloomed on the corner of her mouth, which made Shen Yuan feel soft in his heart. Shinji Yun didn't know that Shen Yuan was so strong. He originally thought that he was the only one who couldn't break free, but he didn't expect that the big guy in front of him was no match for Shen Yuan. When she thought of the scene where she was trapped in the passenger seat by Shen Yuan and couldn't move, her face suddenly turned red with shame. Return to the sidelines and serve again. Shen Yuan's teammates no longer dared to underestimate him. After passing the ball to Shen Yuan, he saw that Shen Yuan was entangled by the opponent, so he trotted forward and screened for him. Shen Yuan leaned sideways and dribbled the ball skillfully. He waved his hand gently, indicating that there was no need to do so. He simply made a quick advance to his right, then stopped suddenly and pulled back to his left hand. The dry pull-up shot from a standing position and the three-pointer went into the net was a textbook-level operation that shocked the entire audience. Ding ding ding. The sound of the ball falling to the ground was heard, and a few boys thought of going over to pick up the ball. Good shot. The big guy yelled. Let me guard him. He seemed very excited, thinking he had met his match. Soon, the four teammates gradually took Shen Yuan as the core, and most of the ball rights were handed over to Shen Yuan. The big guy rushed forward, clapped his hands on the ground, and rolled up his trouser legs. This is the highest etiquette in the basketball world, and it means I am serious. Shen Yuan simply dribbled the ball in front of his body, his speed reaching the extreme. He turned sideways with his ball protector in front of him and stared into the big guy's eyes. After reading his defensive loopholes, the big guy reached out to steal the ball. With an unstoppable turn and change of direction, he easily threw the big guy across the street. What followed was a one-handed grab of the ball, an elegant three-step layup, and a powerful slam dunk. With a bang, the glass of the backboard shattered. Everyone in the field widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Bro, it's okay to just dunk, but you blasted the backboard. The boys sitting under the basketball hoops nearby stopped what they were doing and looked over. Fuck, brother. There's no such ruthless person in the school team, no, in Cuba. Shen Yuan touched his chin and said, I think I used too much force. I was so focused on testing my strength, but I didn't expect the backboard to be so vulnerable. Okay then, let's stop here today. Shen Yuan turned around and left helplessly, leaving behind him a group of people, staring at his handsome figure. The girlfriends of several boys were sitting on the steps watching this scene, their hearts filled with crazy fantasies. The look in his eyes when he looked at Shen Yuan was threaty. Here, some water. Shinji Yun scanned the code at the pickup machine nearby, bought a bottle of Pocari Sweat and handed it to Shen Yuan. Her eyes uncontrollably lingered on Shen Yuan's heaving chest muscles. My heart was pounding and I suddenly felt dizzy. This scene is very similar to the scene in the movie where Agent Carter can't help but touch Captain America's muscles. Feeling the touch of the beautiful woman's small hand in front of him, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel comfortable all over. The next second, ding! Shinji Yun's favorability plus 10. 80-100. Chapter 49, Awkward Shinji Yun. Shen Yuan's favorability now reaches 100 points. He quickly opened the system mall and redeemed the lucky star. Ding! After a crisp reminder sound, a star icon with a faint golden glow appears in the inventory. Unlike after exchanging money, the consumed favorability can be used for lottery draws. There will no longer be any chance to participate in the lottery for items redeemed in the system mall. TSK, it still hurts a bit. Shen Yuan muttered to himself, then clicked on the item details. Lucky Star Advanced Version. Active effect, double the chance of winning a prize. Can be stacked with other bonuses. Passive effect, there is a chance to trigger a random lucky event every day. Looking at this simple and straightforward explanation, Shen Yuan was a little surprised. Can it be directly superimposed? Adding the previous lucky star, wouldn't that quadruple the probability? A random lucky event? Is this equivalent to silently giving yourself a lucky halo? Before Shen Yuan could think about it, Shinji Yun, who was standing by, blushed, patted the LV t-shirt gently and handed it over. Her earlobes were slightly red, after all, these were the clothes she had just sat on. Shen Yuan raised his hand and took it. There was still a faint warmth and a faint body fragrance on it. Shinji Yun turned her head away, her eyes wandering, not daring to look him in the face. Shen Yuan took the clothes and put them on casually. The muscles are clearly defined after exercise. The clothes were slightly stretched by her shoulders and chest, outlining a clear inverted triangle silhouette. Shinji Yun's gaze involuntarily lingered on him for 2 seconds longer, and then she turned away in panic. The girls' dormitory is not far from the basketball court, just across a small garden. As the night deepened, the cobblestone path in the garden twisted and turned. The light from the street lamp was blocked by the dense branches and leaves, and only a faint glow could be seen through. Shen Yuan held Shinji Yun's hand and walked side by side. The path was narrow and dimly lit, and the two men stumbled along. Be careful. While thinking about it, Shinji Yun took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight. A strong light suddenly came on, illuminating the blurry path in front of me. At the same time, the photo also captured pairs of lovers sitting on the stone benches by the roadside. One pair in particular was extremely arrogant. The boy was unscrupulously putting his hand under the girl's skirt, and the girl was leaning in his arms half-heartedly. The dazzling light shone directly over there, and the group of people froze instantly, and all looked up at him. Fuck! Shen Yuan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He hugged Shinji Yun and turned off her flashlight. Are you stupid? Shen Yuan lowered his voice because he had just finished exercising and his breathing was unstable, so his voice was louder than usual. I thought you were looking for trouble on purpose. Shen Yuan's words sounded like a rebuke to Shinji Yun. She looked at the scene in front of her, then reacted and her cheeks turned red. Shinji Yun lowered her head and walked lightly. While walking along the edge of the path, he quietly pulled his hand out of Shen Yuan's palm. Shen Yuan frowned, noticing her low mood. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy? Shinji Yun did not answer. She just pursed her lips and walked forward on her own, not even refusing to meet his gaze. Shen Yuan thought to himself, oh no, this girl is really angry. I saw a downhill path on the side of the garden path ahead. Shen Yuan simply made up his mind, put his arms around Shinji Yun's waist, and lifted her up. Ugh, what are you doing? Shinji Yun was startled and kicked her legs in the air, causing her skirt to fly. This is at school. You bastard. The outermost part of the school is in front of us. The towering walls isolate the campus from the hustle and bustle, and the sound of traffic on the road can be faintly heard. The dense bushes and sycamore trees were stacked one after another, completely hiding the figures of the two people in shadows. Shen Yuan held her in his arms and walked steadily down the slope, lowering his head and whispering in her ear. Now you can tell me, why are you suddenly ignoring me? Shinji Yun turned her face away from him, pointed at her phone, and made a muffled sound. You were mean to me just now. Looking at the delicate and aggrieved Shinji Yun in front of him, Shen Yuan smiled bitterly helplessly. You have to be careful with your voice when you speak from now on. There was no one around and the night was dark. Only the occasional light from car lights passing by on the distant road cast shadows among the trees. The passion from playing basketball is still boiling in my body, with nowhere to vent. Shen Yuan looked down at the beauty in his arms, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. He stared straight at Shinji Yun in front of him. There was a faint scent of milk wafting from her body. This smell is neither like shower gel nor like shampoo. It is the pure and natural body fragrance unique to a girl. Shen Yuan couldn't help but move closer to her neck. The tip of his nose gently rubbed across the snow-white and delicate skin, and he took a deep breath. You smell like milk, Shen Yuan said in a hoarse voice. He had never smelled this smell on Jiyin and Sister Chang. It's so clean as if it has never been contaminated by the world. Hearing Shen Yuan's praise, Shinji Yun froze and her struggling movements gradually stopped. Shinji Yun doesn't wear makeup often, and she didn't wear perfume today. After hearing what Shen Yuan said, she opened her almond-shaped eyes slightly and half of her body was pulled out of his arms. The ends of her hair brushed across Shen Yuan's chin, and her slender little hand reached behind her ear and picked out a strand of soft hair. He handed it to Shen Yuan angrily and shook it in front of his nose. Nonsense. There's no milky smell at all. Under the cover of night, Shinji Yun's fair face was slightly flushed. Shen Yuan couldn't help but hold her in his arms and sit on the slope to admire her quietly. Amid the swaying shadows of the trees, the interlocking breathing of the two people could be clearly heard. Shinji Yun saw that Shen Yuan's strength in his hands weakened and he stopped moving. She twisted her body quietly, trying to break free from his arms. The fabric of the skirt rubbed gently against Shen Yuan's pants as she moved, making a slight rustling sound. The noise made Shen Yuan's body stiffen. He reacted unconsciously and his breathing became heavier. He exerted force with both hands, grasped Shinji Yun's armpits, lifted her up, and signaled her to adjust her posture with his eyes. I didn't expect the next second. Shinji Yun somehow cooperated with his actions. She crossed her legs and sat on him face to face. This sudden intimate posture made both of them stunned. Shinji Yun's skirt was slightly lifted up because of this action, revealing a small part of her snow-white thighs, which were now tightly pressed against Shen Yuan's sides. She subconsciously placed her hands on Shen Yuan's chest and could clearly feel his violent heartbeat. Are you tempting me? Shen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled. Shinji Yun then realized what she had done, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Because the posture was too ambiguous, she didn't dare to move for a moment. Shen Yuan quickly looked around, and the dense bushes completely blocked the two of them. The nearest road is blocked by layers of tree shadows, and pedestrians passing by occasionally will not notice this corner at all. Shen Yuan clasped his burning palms tightly behind her waist, and the astonishing temperature could be felt through the thin fabric. He could no longer control himself, and lowered his head to kiss her, his big hands slowly moving along her back. The petite body in his arms suddenly trembled and his whole body tensed. I didn't expect this girl to have a sensitive constitution. Shen Yuan was delighted and gently rubbed her waist with his fingertips, which really caused another shudder. Yeah. Shinji Yun's beautiful eyes were hazy, her breathing was disordered, and she unconsciously clutched Shen Yuan's collar tightly. This reaction completely ignited Shen Yuan. He rolled over and pressed the person under him, with his knees pressed between her legs. The sudden dizziness woke Shinji Yun up suddenly. Whoa. She pushed Shen Yuan's chest away in panic, her eyes turned red, her eyes were watery, and she sobbed. Just at this moment, the shrill sound of horns on the road and the high beams swept through the trees. The dazzling light stayed on the overlapping figures of the two people for a brief moment. Shen Yuan woke up as if from a dream, looking at Shinji Yun, whose clothes were disheveled and lips were wet. He quickly turned over and sat up, rubbing his face hard. That was close. I almost lost control. Shinji Yun lay quietly beside Shen Yuan. Staring blankly at the moon and the sky, 2 lines of tears slowly slid down my cheeks. Seeing this, Shen Yuan's heart tightened and he gently hugged her in his arms. I thought she would be coaxed again, but unexpectedly, Shinji Yun just shook her head gently. She seemed to have made up her mind. The next second, she raised her head and smiled at Shen Yuan with a sweet smile. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face made Shen Yuan's breath catch in his throat. Aren't you angry? Shen Yuan asked cautiously. Shinji Yun didn't say anything, just pursed her lips. She imitated what she had just seen, and took the initiative to stretch out her little hand and gently reached under the hem of Shen Yuan's clothes. The slightly cool fingers touched Shen Yuan's skin and went straight down along his lower abdomen. Shen Yuan suddenly shuddered all over and closed his eyes in comfort. Even though Shinji Yun's movements were clumsy and awkward, she looked like a complete rookie. It's really frustrating to think that the usually quiet and gentle school beauty would actually take the initiative to do this. The sharp contrast made Shen Yuan feel numb and trembling all over. 10 minutes later, 2 people emerged from the woods with strange blushes on their faces. Shen Yuan considerately pulled down the hem of her skirt and brushed off the grass clippings on her legs. He looked at her with a smirk, only to see her lowering her head, her face flushed, the afterglow still there. When passing by the trash can, she suddenly threw in 2 wet wipes quickly, her shy movements like a thief. Shen Yuan almost laughed out loud after seeing this. This girl actually wiped her hands secretly. That's really exaggerated. Shinji Yun muttered to herself and glared at Shen Yuan resentfully. How can there be so many? Ha. Shen Yuan was in high spirits, and his hearty laughter was particularly loud in the night. He grabbed Shinji Yun's soft little hand and rubbed her palm with his thumb. Thank you, baby. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the girls' dormitory and Shinji Yun rushed into the door without looking back. Shen Yuan looked at her fleeing back, and his eyes unconsciously softened. I raised my hand and glanced at the glowing Vacheron Constantin watch on my wrist. It was already late. He stroked his chin and pondered, should I go back to the dormitory, or go back to Villa No. 1 in Yunding Palace? Thinking of Jiang Rui, the beautiful housekeeper in the villa. The corners of Shen Yuan's mouth curled up in a playful manner. Now, he is full of anger. Chapter 50. Jiang Rui was made to cry. The Porsche slowly drove into Villa No. 1 of Henteing Manor. Shen Yuan got out of the car and saw 2 familiar figures standing in the front yard. It's Jiang Rui and Lu Ruoshi. It is not surprising that Jiang Rui is the villa's personal butler and takes care of everything here around the clock. Lu Ruoshi, why is she here? Is she here to cause trouble? Shen Yuan frowned slightly and walked over. Ms. Lu, Mr. Chen is back. Jiang Rui saw Shen Yuan approaching and turned to remind Lu Ruoshi beside him. Lu Ruoshi nodded slightly with a complicated expression. She had been waiting in the villa for a long time, with all kinds of thoughts swirling in her mind. The director's request was too much. She, who has always had a bad temper, simply couldn't accept it and would rather her career come to a standstill. Now, she just wanted to test Shen Yuan's attitude. Let us see if he really doesn't pursue the matter anymore. Will the video be exposed on the internet? Fortunately, she still has some fame, so even if she can't get any big productions, she can still live a comfortable life by relying on variety shows. I was really angry this morning, but I couldn't let it affect my work. During the chat with John Roy, I learned that Shen Yuan was still a college student. She couldn't help but feel happy. Isn't this a simple thing to do? While thinking about it, Lu Ruoxi stretched out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Shen Yuan. However, Shen Yuan didn't even raise his hand, but just glanced at her coldly. Then he turned to Jiang Rui with an unhappy tone. Butler Jiang, who allowed you to let outsiders into my villa? Jiang Rui was stunned. She didn't know that there was friction between Shen Yuan and Lu Ruoxi this morning. When he saw Lu Ruoxi coming to his house in the evening, he thought it was a big star who came to visit him on her own initiative, so he received her warmly. Now being questioned by Shen Yuan, she lowered her head at a loss, not knowing how to explain. I came in by myself. Seeing this, Lu Ruoxi immediately raised her voice and took over the conversation forcefully. She gritted her teeth secretly in her heart. This kid is not very old, why is he so difficult to deal with? Yeah. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, his tone calm. What else do you want? Lu Ruoxi hesitated to speak, her eyes flickering. Shen Yuan immediately understood and waved his hand towards Jiang Rui. Butler Jiang, please go and get busy first. After Jiang Rui left, Lu Ruoxi looked carefully at the man in front of her. As a star in the entertainment industry, she has worked with many male actors, but it is rare to find one with the appearance and temperament like Shen Yuan. When I first saw him during the day, I just thought he was handsome. Now under the dim light of the villa, he looks even more extraordinary. Especially his innate affinity that makes people unconsciously want to get closer to him. The embarrassment of being refused a handshake by him just now actually dissipated a lot. Lu Ruoxi thought again and realized that she had indeed acted on impulse and done something wrong, and she came here to apologize. Mr. Chen, how are you? She smiled and took the initiative to hold Shen Yuan's hand. The slender fingers gently stroked the back of Shen Yuan's hand, and were reluctant to let go. We are neighbors now, so I specially prepared some small gifts. As she spoke, Lu Ruoxi took out an exquisite personal photo album from her Gucci handbag, with a handwritten signature on the title page. Shen Yuan laughed secretly in his heart. This woman is quite confident in her charm. Lu Ruoxi's slender hands were painted with pink nail polish, which gave off a lustrous luster. Holding it in my hand, my skin feels delicate and smooth. I must have taken great care of it on a daily basis. Since she refused to let go, Shen Yuan took advantage of the situation and did not let go either. He looked at the big star in front of him leisurely. The evening breeze blows gently and the night is slightly cold. Her long blonde waves fluttered in the wind. The small tulle shawl draped over her body adds a touch of hazy beauty. The tight yoga clothes perfectly outline her curvy figure, exuding an alluring aura under the moonlight. Shen Yuan has always been soft-hearted and had no intention of making things difficult for her. He spoke in a gentle tone. Don't worry, there's no need to make things too awkward between neighbors. Yes, Lu Ruoxi smiled sweetly and tried to pull her hand back. I'm so sorry for this morning. Come to Villa number 2 some other day and I'll treat you well. Lu Ruoxi struggled slightly but failed to break free, and wanted to try harder. The next second, Shen Yuan suddenly let go. She was caught off guard and leaned back slightly. She was about to lose her balance and fall onto the bench. Seeing this, Shen Yuan stretched out his arms and held her slender waist firmly. Why are you so careless? Shen Yuan laughed softly, and anyone could hear the undisguised mockery in his voice. Lu Ruoxi's face turned slightly red, but she could only suppress her anger. After all, he still has the leverage over me, so I can't get angry. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Lu Ruoxi laughed dryly twice and suddenly broke free from Shen Yuan's arms. Her high heels tapped the ground crisply and she walked out the door without looking back. Shen Yuan looked at her graceful back and couldn't help swallowing. The peach buttocks wrapped in tight yoga pants sway from side to side with every step. The body she has from regular yoga practice is flawless, drawing an alluring curve under the moonlight. Ding! Lu Ruoxi's favorability plus 1010100. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is an unexpected gain. His original goal today was to increase Jiang Rui's favorability. Unexpectedly, I picked up 10 points for free from this arrogant superstar. In order to completely cure Ji Yun's illness, you need to accumulate at least 300 points of favorability. Shen Yuan already had his own plans in mind. Since the quadruple probability of lucky star has been triggered, instead of exchanging according to the routine, it is better to take a gamble and draw. Wait. Could it be that the accidental contact with Lu Ruoxi just now was today's lucky event? Thinking of this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel better. Don't rush to draw the lottery with these 10 points of favorability right now. The most urgent task is to find ways to increase more favorability. Shen Yuan walked into the living room, where the crystal chandelier was shining like a dream. Zhang Rui stood at the pilaster with her head bowed, her long white legs slightly stretched tight under her black hip skirt. She looked at Shen Yuan's figure. She didn't dare to see too clearly their ambiguous physical contact in the front yard through the floor-to-ceiling window. Before, she would definitely ask what happened between the two of them. Now, she just stood aside obediently and dared not speak nonsense anymore. After all, the young man in front of her is the financial sponsor who holds the power of life and death over her. Curious about what just happened, huh? Shen Yuan suddenly turned around, his eyes fell on the beautiful housekeeper, and spoke coldly. Zhang Rui's heart trembled violently, and she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her fingers clenched the hem of her skirt. What happened? Zhang Rui spoke hesitantly, looking a little nervous. She's here to settle accounts with me. Shen Yuan immediately raised his voice and pretended to be angry. There were only Shen Yuan and Zhang Rui in the huge space. Shen Yuan's shocking voice echoed in the empty living room. You let people in without my permission? Shen Yuan took a step forward and stepped over the expensive Persian carpet on the ground. Butler Jiang, is this your professionalism? The unique aura and pressure of the succubus on Shen Yuan suddenly spread like a tide. Zhang Rui felt her knees go weak, her eyelashes trembled, and she didn't dare to look up at him. Aye. Shen Yuan walked straight to the leather sofa in the middle of the living room. The whole person lazily sank into the softness. As your own villa's personal butler, we will be together day and night in the future. Shen Yuan felt it was necessary to test her properly. If she can't stand this little bit of grievance, it would be troublesome for her to stay with me. Of course, it all depends on her performance. A minute later, the thin figure of the butler finally moved. Zhang Rui slowly curled up her shoulders and folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen. She walked with heavy steps, moving step by step towards the housekeeper's room on the left side of the hall, with an indescribable loneliness in her back. Shen Yuan watched her disappear around the corner of the corridor and immediately switched to a god's perspective. Zhang Rui closed the door gently and leaned against it as if all her strength had been drained away. She decorated the 20-square-meter housekeeper's room warmly and exquisitely. The lavender curtains swayed gently in the wind. On the dressing table stood a few budding phalaenopsis orchids, emitting a faint fragrance. At the head of the bed, 2 stuffed dolls are neatly lined up, carefully covered with a quilt, so cute. On the wall hang the beach photos she carefully took when traveling. Wearing a bikini, she is full of youth and vitality. Woo-woo. However, the next second, she couldn't help shaking her shoulders and crying out. Shen Yuan raised his eyebrows unconsciously. I didn't expect that this woman's psychological endurance was so weak. An inexplicable impulse surged in Shen Yuan's chest, but was quickly suppressed by his reason. Excessive sympathy should not appear in a qualified hunter. Shen Yuan took out his mobile phone and slid his fingertips across the screen unconsciously to divert his attention. He really wanted to see what attitude Zhang Rui would have towards him after she adjusted her mood. Where can I find favorability? It's too hard to gain favorability in real life, why not try giving rewards through live streaming? Shen Yuan, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but think of a certain live broadcast software. I now have more than 11 million in savings. You already have the house you've been dreaming of, so why not use the money to spend it? Find a female anchor whose appearance meets the system's requirements and use money to exchange for favorability. In the third-level favorability mall, 10 points of favorability can be exchanged for 300,000. Shen Yuan didn't believe that spending 300,000 yuan in the live broadcast room wouldn't be enough to get 10 points of favorability from the female anchor. Shen Yuan, a girl who skirts the line, often visits, but rarely watches the live broadcast room. Firstly, he was just a poor student and couldn't afford it. Secondly, he felt that this was a very low-cost-effective behavior. Now, times have changed, people change, and Shen Yuan is no exception. The female anchor works hard to show off her body to please herself. First, she doesn't cheat herself of her money or anything else. Second, she was a stranger but was willing to show it to him. Shen Yuan couldn't help but change his mind. This was not vulgar, this was clearly a redemption. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and clicked into the Feiyu live broadcast room. My grassland, my horse, you can do whatever you want with it? Looking at the coquettish female anchor shaking her hips and swaying in front of her. Under the heavy makeup and beauty filters, the wall pillars are deformed. Shen Yuan's eyes darkened. Why bother with her? I'm here for the favorability, it's not that important. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to bind to the female anchor. Ding! The system detected that the current female anchor has a beauty score of 63 points, which does not meet the standard. Binding failed. Ah! Shen Yuan looked at the female anchor in front of him with a frown. After all, she is a popular female anchor with thousands of viewers, so why is her score so low? Then Shen Yuan continued to slide down and finally found a beautiful girl. He is tall and speaks very tactfully. It's really comfortable to call him brother. Well, this girl in front of me should meet the criteria. Ding! The system detected the current male anchor, his appearance score is 82 points, which does not meet the standard, and the binding failed. 82 points, what a pity, the difference is not that big. Wait. Male anchor. Shen Yuan took a look at the comments and realized that he had been deceived. The internet is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the big brother on the list. Just when Shen Yuan was about to despair, he suddenly entered a cold live broadcast room. First day of broadcast, welcome everyone. There were only a dozen people, and the slogan at the start of the show was quite unremarkable. The camera shows bed curtains in the background, obviously inside a school dormitory. The host was nowhere to be found, and Shen Yuan lost his patience and slid his finger lightly. A faint rustling sound was heard, and it was the girl coming back. Half of the profile came into Shen Yuan's sight. Shen Yuan was stunned. What a beautiful girl. He quickly slid back and quickly clicked the follow button. Please call me Xiao Chuanjie and follow the anchor Ning Ning. Just as Shen Yuan was preparing for his next move, the door of the villa's butler's room slowly opened. The scene in front of him made Shen Yuan's eyes widen. He even threw his phone aside.